From Teesside to Rowra, from Pembrey to Three Sisters, now the British mini bikes rock up to Whilton Mill, where the likes of George Russell, Oliver Behrman and Lando Norris cut their teeth in karting to become Formula One superstars. But here, we're on the road to MotoGP as the quest for two-wheeled fame and fortune continues for our riders in Mini GP, Mini Moto, Ovale, Supermoto and mini bikes. This track has a habit of biting back, especially with the new chicane in store for 2024. It'll be fascinating to see how our riders cope with championships, winning tickets and bragging rights on the line. Hello everybody, I'm Jake Sanson. I'll be in the booth today and tomorrow with guests dropping in from time to time, including the BMB 160 rider Isabel Wingate, who is sat beside me. Hello Isabel.
Hiya.
How's it all going from your side? How's the preparation going for the races coming up?
Good, I'm very excited. Went out in practice today and felt good, so all happy.
So this is a circuit that's obviously changed a bit since the last time mini bikes were here. That last chicane in particular definitely changed things up. We're going straight into the action. We're not waiting around. Straight in for the first race of the day, and it's Mini Moto Rookie 2024, Freddie Taylor and Nelly Newth right over the sharp end to try and battle away. Finley Stiles and Charlie Bunn in the mix as well from the start. Look at the way that Freddie Taylor has already blasted out of the blocks. It's a very cold circuit the first time, Isabel, and you know from experience it's not easy to get warmed up on a race circuit like this.
Definitely not. First corner I nearly crashed today, so definitely got that experience.
And what is this circuit like in the damp patches? It must give you a lot of difficulties when you're trying to get the bike warmed up.
Yeah, it is a slippy track, to be honest. It's my first time ever riding here, so I can't say I've rode it in the wet either, but apparently it is quite slippy in the wet as well.
10 laps to go, and out in front from the start had been Emilio Pereira, pole position, looking very strong indeed. But it's already going to be an exciting one for Tommy Williams to come through in second position. This is the new chicane section that'll be very new for the riders in British mini bikes. It used to be just a flat-out drop all the way to the final turn. Now that new chicane has been brought in at the request of the British Karting Championships, actually. But it's Tommy Williams that's blasted away out front. Nelly Newth in second place from Freddie Taylor and Emilio Pereira. Finley Stiles in front of Joey Adazic. Sticky Bunn himself, Charlie Bunn there in seventh place in front of Austin Dilks. Then James Dermott, Randy Carter and Logan Paisley. Good start from everybody. It's easy to mix it up in the first couple of corners, but we've already got this fantastic battle going on. Newth, Taylor, Pereira and Stiles very closely mixed already. And at the start of a race like this, Isabel, it can be very tricky when you're trying to position yourself in. You've got a rhythm to get into, but you're also trying to get yourself settled in. Yeah,
like the first few laps are the most important because, like, obviously you want to get past the group, and then you can start pulling away.
Is it very easy to get caught up in the mode of the race because you're trying to build yourself a nice cushion from the riders in front and behind? But can it be quite difficult to stay away from the battles?
Yeah, you need. If you can get away, then that's what you need to try and be doing, because when you're in a battle, you sometimes forget you need to be on this line or whatever. Like, you need to be doing what you're supposed to be instead of just being engaged in the battle.
Certainly going well for Tommy Williams up front, a 104.795. Good way to start things off as we keep an eye on the riders further back. The gap between Pereira and Freddie Taylor getting smaller, 0.7 of a second. There is young Freddie Taylor working hard on the 118 bike. Orange and black overalls, nice and easy to spot out from a crowd. And as the competitors work their way through these tight bends up at the far end of the course, it can be pretty tricky to get yourself dialed in to come out of Ashby and up towards this new section. I say new section because it always used to be known as Parker and Chapman. Nowadays it's known as Wilkins and Oziers. A bit of an update in the corner names through the left-hander. You can see that Emilio Pereira really starting to get on touch with Nelly Newth, one of the most exciting talents to come through British mini bikes. Nelly Newth, a real little character, Isabel. I'm guessing you know her already, having met with her a couple of times. She seems so focused at such a young age.
Yeah, she is so quick as well. She's determined, very determined.
Second position for her at the moment, running in front of Pereira and Taylor, working very hard to settle in. The gap has opened up to about 4 seconds, but there's still a long way to go in this championship battle. Don't forget that it's still 4 races over the course of the weekend, because we're here for rounds 5 and 6. Round 5 today, round 6 tomorrow. It's a real bumper weekend for the riders in Mini Moto Rookie, and there's a lot to do. It's been a very exciting tussle so far.
That gap between Amelia and Freddie Taylor is got a lot smaller now. It's 0.7 out of 0.4.
Yeah, it definitely has. You get the sense that Pereira really wants to pass Newth before Taylor wants to pass Pereira. So he's got to get on with this. Nelly Newth is having to be very focused in second position. Tommy Williams out in front has just gone. But as far as second position is concerned, anything's still up for grabs. Nelly Newth still looking good for second. But Emilia Pereira really putting her under some pressure as they lean into the boot. They run through the toe. Now they'll come up to the new section. This is where it really gets pretty tricky through the left and the right. You really have to change the balance of the bike when you come through there. It's not as natural as it used to be in that new section, is it?
No, you really need to muscle it through the chicane there.
So look at Emilio Pereira getting very hungry behind Nelly Newth, but he lost a little bit of ground. Emilio Pereira given a bit of an invitation to Freddie Taylor in fourth position to try and move things forward. Behind them, Joey Adasic is doing a fair job, up to fifth position now in front of Finlay Stiles. Then Austin Dilks, James Dermott, Charlie Bunn, and then Randy Carter and Logan Paisley. We know we've got people watching all over the United Kingdom and even further abroad than that, all the way out in Cork. They've got a huge bunch of people watching along. Here comes Pereira up the inside of Nelly Newth. Just a slight twitch through Ashby, and that was enough to open the door through Wilkins. Nelly Newth is going to try and come back in through Oziers, and it's enough for Emilio Pereira to seal the deal on Nelly Newth. Very committed, just that little bit of hesitation through the right-hander, Isabel, and that's all it took for Emilio Pereira to get the gap.
Yep. Like, whenever you see a gap, you just have to go for it.
So Freddie Taylor looking very strong there in fourth place. Tightening up. This is really good work from Nelly Newth to bounce back, though. This hasn't knocked her confidence. If anything, it's given her a second wind. And now really charging up behind Emilia Pereira. Through Oblivion, out of Crook, and this is the opportunity going along Manuel's bank. She's looking fairly focused. Can she make the move up towards Christmas as they go along Fine Lady? This is the opportunity now into Christmas. She's not quite close enough to dive it up the inside, but there's definitely opportunities coming through the kink, out through Inkerman's, the right flick, and then into this tight hairpin at Ashby. But this is not going to be easy for Nelly Newth to get back. Emilia Pereira looks fairly composed and fairly confident. Freddie Taylor is just keeping a watching brief there in fourth position, just to see what happens next, essentially. So down to the braking zone again for Wilkins and Oziers, and they work their way through. Now, this is looking very hungry from Freddie Taylor, looking like he's in the chasing position now. It must be so much more fun, Isabel, when you're chasing somebody rather than when you've got somebody on your tail.
I hate being the one in front. I'd always prefer well, obviously I want to be in front of them, but it's more, gives you more of a boost when you're trying to catch someone instead of trying to get away from them. Yeah,
you want to be in front in the last 6 feet of the race, not for the other 6 laps. It's always a bit more tricky. So Freddie Taylor right in behind Nelly Newth again. Nelly Newth still working hard in third position. She looks fairly composed, I have to say. The balance of the bike looks pretty poised into the braking zone. There's no real twitching. She doesn't seem upset. The poise is still good. Working her way through Inkermans and up towards Ashby once again. Tommy Williams doing a fair job out in front. Unfortunately, we haven't seen much of him because he's just pulling away. 104.262 on the last lap. Here comes the bit from Freddie Taylor, though. Looking for the move on the inside of Nelly Newth. Doesn't want to take too big a gamble. There's still 4 laps to go, and third position is still very much on for Freddie Taylor. You don't want to necessarily make the first move. You almost have to build up to the overtake.
Yeah, you have to always plan it before, a few corners before.
Oh, that's a tricky moment as the back marker slightly holds them at bay there. Logan Paisley just running his own race, of course. He rides his own position, but he's not caused too much of a headache for Nelly Newth. He has a little bit for Freddie Taylor. Nothing intentional there, of course, because at the end of the day, as a back marker, you've just got to run your own race, and it's up to the riders behind to make the bid. Meanwhile, for fifth position, Finlay Stiles has got the move on Joey Adasic. So Finlay Stiles now into fifth position, riding a very composed race at the moment. Dermott in seventh, then Dilks, Bunn, Carter and Paisley.
The Emilia's lap time is only 0.4 of a second off of Tommy Williams.
That's very true, yeah. He's really starting to make good impact. 104.66. So he's definitely made good impact on Newth and Taylor, and that's how he's been able to get himself into second position. And now that he's in P2, actually, Isabel, he's just ridden away. Perhaps when you've got that knowledge, you know that the bike is going to be strong. Just being able to get through and get that clear air,
yeah,
you can then run your own race.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I agree with that.
Out of the braking zone for the boots. In through the square left. You can see on the inset we've got more than one battle out on the course at the moment. I'm fairly sure this is the ride between Stiles and Adasic. 0.3 of a second between them at the moment. Nothing to choose between them for P5. 2 to go. Williams is 7.9 clear. Pereira looks comfortable in second. And actually, fair credit to Nelly Newth. She's picked up the pace a bit. She's not panicked, has she? It can always be very easy when you lose a decent position. Your head can go to pieces, but she's got her head screwed on straight.
Yeah. You got to make sure that you don't stress out and, because then that's when you start making mistakes.
Can it be easy to let a bad manoeuvre or lose a position? How tough is it to sort of listen to your conscience? You almost have to ignore it.
Yeah, you just have to think, that's done now, let's continue and let's get that place back or make up that time that I've just lost.
She's certainly got good confidence to come back to it. It's good rebuilding from Nelly Newth. Third position is still a very useful position to be. You can't win them all, and you learn an awful lot more from coming second and third than you do from winning sometimes. So Freddie Taylor still having another go. He's lost a lot of time behind Logan Paisley when they were coming up to lap Logan, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a chance to go for third position. Into the last lap, there's Tommy Williams. We've barely seen the man in blue and black, but that's because he's had a superb ride out front. A great way to start the day for him. Just looks so natural. When it all flows perfectly, when it's all coming good, it almost feels easy. You're just kind of in your zone.
Yeah, get a bit of a groove on and then you're doing it then.
Excellent stuff from Tommy Williams. In through Ashby, up towards Wilkins for the last time. A very simple race in the end. He made it look like child's play. I'll bet it wasn't. But a really good position from them so far. This is a really solid effort so far from Tommy Williams. He's really opened his account in fine style. So they come up to the toe of the boot for the last time, and Tommy Williams has managed to pull 8.3 seconds on Pereira. It's a perfectly easy start to the day from him. There's some good battles going on further back. We'll try and pick them up, but here is Tommy Williams coming through for the first race of the day. The checkered is going to be in the air. In fact, the checkered is not in the air. My apologies. So I didn't see the checkered flag. I'm not sure if you did. I think they're still going through. Well, it looks like there is one more to go at least. Certainly on the graphic it said that the last lap had already begun. We must be into it now then. So Williams 9.1 ahead. Emilio Pereira second from Nelly Newth, Freddie Taylor, then Finley Stiles and Joey Adazich. James Dermott P7, Austin Dilks is 8th. Sticky Bun going well in 9th place. Charlie Bunn ahead of Randy Carter, and then Logan Paisley. Everybody's still circulating. That's important as well. You don't want to start the day with a DNF. You want to make sure that the bike is working well and that you're in a good position. Yeah,
I think a lot of people have found it difficult this weekend because obviously there's not been the practice day on the Friday. There's been just the qualifying, and that's normally where you get your gear in, test all the things that you need to be testing, but obviously you've just gone straight out to practice then qualify.
Very important to get as much opportunity from these moments as you can. Here's Tommy Williams coming through the final bend. Is the checkered flag in the air this time by? Doesn't appear to be. Well, the graphic is telling a different story for what the racing is actually going to be. We'll keep it going. It looks like we're going to get 2 extra last laps on the board then. But Tommy Williams is still enjoying himself. The guys at the side of the road having a very good time of it indeed. There's a lot of excitement out there.
Yeah.
Can you hear that when you're actually going around? Is that a big motivator?
I can see the people, but I can't hear them. I'm too concentrating too much to be able to have any idea what they are saying.
Yeah, you're too much in your zone at that point, aren't you? But it must be a nice little motivator when you fly past the pits. Another new fastest lap recently for Tommy Williams. On the 10th lap, he actually did a 104.0. He's flirting with 103 pace. It's amazing this point in the morning. Don't forget that there's still not a lot of rubber that's gone down on the road since the morning practice session. There was a lot of dew overnight, so the circuit's still a bit damp.
It was quite slippery this morning in practice.
I can imagine it would be. So Tommy Williams making his way into the chicane then as he finishes off the lap. Comes through to continue on in fine style. Now, what about the battles further back? Because we've got Pereira now a second ahead of Nelly Newth. But Freddie Taylor, he's not far away from her. Freddie Taylor's got a real chance to manoeuvre this on. Finley Stiles in 5th position. Then Joey Adazich, P6.
Got a 10-second lead there now.
Yeah, that is massive at this point. That must be such a confidence booster. Right, now we've got a nice little gaggle of bikes having a great race. This is Dermott, Dilks and Bunn. So this is 7th, 8th and 9th. And just because you're not winning the race, Isabel, it's so important, I imagine, psychologically, to get the win against the riders you're up against. Yeah, in a battle, it's so important, even if you're not winning the race, winning your little battle, because people are coming through at their own pace, their own speeds. Everyone's always going to be getting quicker, and winning your little battle means so much compared,
obviously winning the race would be so much better, but winning your battle means so much.
It's also good learning as well, because you can take that in next time. If you can improve the bike next time, this battle may be for 7th position now, but next time it'll be for the podium.
Yeah.
So this is a tricky one for James Dermott. He's got a bit of a lead over Dilkson Bunn, but they are definitely starting to put a little bit of pressure on him now as they come through Ashby. Great little run this. James Dermott, 27, at the head of these three. Still very tight.
You got to be careful a little bit back there because there's some paint and there's a few bumps in it, so you got to be careful not to run over them, especially on these mini motos. Yeah,
it must be really difficult because you haven't got a massive amount of ground clearance. The wheelbase is quite short as well, so it can be very easy to upset. There is Nelly Newth, 3rd position, 0.3 of a second ahead of that man, Freddie Taylor. This must be so much pressure to soak up as she continues her valiant ride in 3rd position. Look at Freddie Taylor, good run off the turn, just not quite close enough to take full advantage of that opportunity yet. And they've got a slow rider in front of them. I think that's Logan Paisley for the 2nd time. So as they work their way around him, this time Freddie Taylor learned from his mistake earlier. That was really wise from Freddie. He actually took a breath, waited till he could get around the outside, and he lost no time. That's incredible knowledge acquired there from Freddie Taylor in the space of just a few laps. Checkered flag is out. Tommy Williams gets the victory. Emilio Pereira is going to come through for 2nd, but look at Freddie Taylor. He might just be able to steal 3rd position on the line here as Nelly Newth just hangs on for close. 3rd position. That was tight. Very good.
0.4 between them.
Yeah, very good knowledge there acquired from Freddie Taylor as well. A lot of confidence. Right, here's that battle for 7th position. This could go right the way to the wire because a renewed confidence from Austin Dilks, and he's getting back on terms with James Dermott now. Finley Stiles comes through for P5. Joey Adasic comes through for P6. Well done to those two. But this is going to be all the way down the toe of the boot now. Watch as they come through into the left and the right to finish off the lap. Dermott staying in front of Dilks. Charlie Bunn just trying to stick his nose in there, but it's job done. No worries at all there for Dilks, actually. It is Dilks who got ahead of Dermott, my apologies. So Dilks did find the move on James Dermott at the end of the race there. So Charlie Bunn in 9th position ahead of Randy Carter. Logan Paisley coming through a couple of laps adrift. But a very solid start racing there. And does that give you a little bit of idea, Isabel, as to what the circuit's doing, having seen how they've gone about it?
Yeah, I'm not on until like 1:30, so tired, we don't even have the warmers on yet. So I'm going to be definitely paying attention to the race or two before mine.
So good to hear from Isabel Wingate. She'll be here throughout the course of the day. Obviously, when she's out on track, that'll be different. But Tommy Williams taking the victory from Emilio Pereira. Nelly Newth in 3rd position ahead of Freddie Taylor, Finley Stiles and Joey Adasic. Austin Dilks snatching a 7th place right at the end there from James Dermott. Charlie Bunn, 9th position ahead of Randy Carter. A lap adrift, Logan Paisley, 2 adrift. But fair play to all of them, managing to come through without any falls. Excellent stuff. Mini Moto rookie gets off to a very solid start then. Great to have your comments on the stream. Matt Pierce says you're doing a good job, Isabel, so that's always that's an extra fan for you.
Thank you.
Doing a very good job. Right, off we go then into the mix. Time for the big daddies, the mini bike 140s. These guys are horrendously noisy, great fun, and these guys do not pull their punches. This is where you want to be one day.
Hopefully on bigger bikes than these.
Always a good start. I mean, but these bikes, the pit bikes, actually do teach you an awful lot about ride and poise, don't they?
Yeah, I think definitely the body position is a massive thing to learn on like a pit bike or an Ovale or anything like that. The body positions are massive.
Yeah, these upright bikes really do teach you an awful lot. So we'll go through the starting order. Harley McCabe and Stuart Hardman will be at the front of the field. Michael Med and Simon Gates. Then Tim Patterson and Tommy Armand. Stephen Humphreys and Dan Merrin. Ben Johnson and Jordan Merriweather from Tom Wise and Liam Trinder. Adam Harris and Simon Portis. Lindsay Yates and Ryan Hayburn. And then Dean Carver, Harry Swan, Mark Portis, Dean Rowland, Zach James and Jack Stanford. 22 riders around the Whilton Mills circuit. A very tricky race circuit to tame at the best of times. But certainly things are going to be pretty intriguing. Harley McCabe and Michael Med from the front row of the starting grid for this one. 54.2 seconds for Harley McCabe in qualifying. Almost 0.8 of a second. In fact, just over 0.8 of a second quicker than the nearest rider. That kind of advantage is actually quite hard to find around here.
Yeah, I think I counted earlier there were 16 turns in corners. So obviously every turn's going to be more different.
What part of the circuit do you really like on this track? Where do you really get a buzz?
I don't actually know the name of it, but at the back of the straight, that bit there.
Up towards Christmas, yeah, the far corner. It's a very exciting part of the track. Right, let's get to business one more time. It is the mini bike 140s. The green flag is at the back of the field. We're up and away, and it's a good start for the front of the field. No problems at all for the hard chargers at the front. Michael Med hoping to get through to the lead, but it's not going to be the way it will be so easy, because Patterson is right in there behind. Watch out for Stuart Hardman as well as they work their way through to Christmas for the first time. Round the right-hander, hugging the apex. McCabe getting a great start, though. Harley McCabe from the original pole position, launching away, and no problems at all as they work their way through. Out of Christmas, up through Inkermans, and on to Ashby. Get back on the power again. Stuart Hardman obviously wanting to make a bit of an impression in these opening couple of laps, but there is your leader, Harley McCabe, having a very clean start. No issues at all for him. He's obviously going to have a little bit of pressure in the early doors from Michael Med. So as they work their way through in the first couple of moments of the race, it's already looking pretty neat and tidy for the two leaders to get clear. That is Tim Patterson, who's come through in third position. So as they head out of the heel of the boot for the first time, they continue on through, and it's Harley McCabe from Michael Med. Then it is Dan Merrin, who's actually worked his way through to third position, the treble eight. Then Patterson, Armand, Hardman, Humphreys, Gates, and Jordan Merriweather in front of Ben Johnson, Tom Wise, Liam Trinder, Adam Harris, Simon Portis, Dean Carver. Then Mark Portis ahead of Lindsay Yates, 17th place for her at the moment, Harry Swan. Then Ryan Hayburn in 19th, and Dean Rowland. And we got Harrison Quincy in the mix there as well. He didn't transpond on the first time around, so it was actually Merrin in fourth position. I did think it was Merrin in fourth when he came across the line, but Harrison Quincy was missing on the transponder. So it's actually 23 riders out there, not 22. And we got yellow flags out there on the course, so somebody has come down on the exit of Ashby. Not entirely sure who that is. We need to focus in on it. So the rider desperately trying to get the bike started again.
Yeah, just trying to start the bike. Sometimes when they're warm, the hardest to start when they're that warm.
And your adrenaline's pumping as well. You're trying to keep composed. You're trying to stay focused. Can't be terribly easy.
No, trying to keep composed whilst all the people that you should be racing with are battling, and you're just there trying to start your bike.
Well, Harrison Quincy is tumbling down the order, but I have a feeling that's actually because of his transponder. It's Jordan Merriweather who's in trouble, so that's really unfortunate. Yellow flags then for Jordan Merriweather, whose bike is struggling to restart. I think Jordan Merriweather's finally given up the ghost. Oh, that's such a shame. And it was the 118 of Jordan Merriweather. Very unfortunate indeed. There are two 118s in this field, of course. You're not quite so fussy about bike numbers when it's British mini bikes level. So there is your leader. Or is that actually, that might be Michael Med. My apologies, it is Michael Med trying to chase down Harley McCabe in second position. The number one bike having a very easy time of it as he runs through, just trying to hustle Harley McCabe, but it's very clear that McCabe has just got this relentless fast pace out of the blocks. He's currently lapping 0.8 of a second quicker than anybody else.
Well, that's really important as well, as some people tire like 3/4 or last few laps. So if you have that gap, it's definitely helpful.
Now there is Harrison Quincy, 7.55, currently in third position. This is getting pretty spicy, isn't it? We've got Hardman, Patterson, Merrin, Armand, Gates and Humphreys having a nice little tussle, and this is where things get really tricky. You've really got to concentrate when you've got so many riders around you in a long line. One little error and it changes the whole dynamic of the race for you.
That looks like a good battle there, but I don't actually know who it's with.
This is a very tricky lead battle. It's Stuart Hardman in the lead of it, I think. 104, though, right around the outside. Goodness me, that is a tricky manoeuvre to pull off for any rider around the outside of that corner. That takes some bravery, I tell you. So McCabe is your leader from Med, Quincy and Hardman, but the battle further back is already getting a little bit spicy, as that was the move from Armand, I think, to get the move around the outside. Well, Patterson, no, it was Tim Patterson, my apologies. Tim Patterson getting the move there on Dan Merrin around the outside. And that is, well, would you try a move like that, Isabel? That's quite brave.
Yeah, I guess. If you see a gap, you just have to go for it, don't you? You can see that rider just pushing his bike back there.
Yeah, there is another difficulty there, or is that the same one? That might be Jordan Merriweather, joined by another rider to the sidelines there, but certainly Merriweather, the first of our retirements. Dan Merrin under pressure from Tommy Armand. Armand is really starting to step up the attack now as they come up to the boot. This could be the opportunity for Armand to sling it up the inside and hope that the bike's going to give him enough traction. Oh, this is tricky now, going through the traffic. That's Jack Stanford, and they just want to make sure that they don't trip over him, but it's so easy to do. One of the toughest things to do in this sport is to gauge traffic.
Yeah, you obviously want to get past and continue with your race, but you have to be careful to not, to be wary of them as well.
Yeah, it's very tricky. Timing is everything in this sport. So there is Merrin all over the back of Patterson. Patterson still trying to lend his bike away in the hope that he's going to have a fairly easy time of it. Riding for, oh no, sorry, that's Harrison Quincy now, isn't it? Harrison Quincy having his moment. We're now finding himself in 5th position because Stuart Hardman has not only overtaken but found a way to get away. So Dan Merrin under pressure here from Armand. Armand still giving him a lot of hustle. The 13, Tim Patterson. There's the chance for Armand. Going to try and throw it on the inside line. Nicely done. Tommy Armand determined here that he was going to make the move. Uses the traffic to his advantage as well to hold off in front of Zach James. And James unfortunately ends up holding up Dan Merrin. So there's no way back. And Tommy Armand, he timed that to perfection. A little bit longer and that would have essentially cost him a chance to go for the move.
That's the thing. In normal life with everything, you're just 2 seconds is barely any time, whereas on a track 2 seconds could be a race winner or ninth.
Really good battle here. This is Simon Gates on the 172, sharing the racetrack with Stephen Humphreys. Humphreys trying to find a way past as well. This is the battle for 8th position. So what has Humphreys got in response to Simon Gates? This must be such a difficult battle to gauge, because essentially you have to spend a couple of laps just riding in the haunches of the guy in front of you, trying to gauge where they are. Where are they strong? Where are they weak? You're almost picking your moment.
Yeah. If that's the thing, you have to see where you're weak and they're stronger and just try and get past them and where they're weaker than you.
This is always a fascinating element of any motorcycle race for me, particularly in the British mini bikes, because you've got so many fantastic talents out here, and all it takes is just one moment of momentum. Watch for Simon Gates. He's really got Merrin on the run now. He'll get his opportunity. Merrin, I wonder if Merrin's actually got a problem developing, because he's lost not one place but 2 places now, as through goes Simon Gates and Humphreys as well.
It looked like he had his hand off on the straight there.
So is that an issue on the throttle? Is that an engine difficulty? What could that tell us?
He was keep running wide and making them mistakes, so I do think he has an issue, but I'm unsure what that is, because he's definitely dropping back quite a lot now.
Yeah, the pace seems to be falling away rather sadly for Dan Merrin, as high as 2nd at one point in the early phase of the race, but it hasn't worked out. Well, high as 3rd, I suppose, because it's been Harley McCabe and Michael Med all the way through. Still a lot of pressure on Simon Gates from Stephen Humphreys. Humphreys is determined that he's going to outfox Gates at some point.
It's the last lap.
It is according to the timing and gauge, the last lap is about to begin now, so that gives us the chance to work our way through. Oh, this is going to be tricky, negotiating traffic whilst also having a race for position. Couple of riders, this could be the chance. 3 into 1, is it going to go? Oh my goodness, that got very nasty as Stephen Humphreys tried his best to use the back marker to get past Simon Gates. He got squeezed, he ended up having to come right off the throttle. How did they avoid hitting each other?
That was close, that. I think it looked 3 into the corner.
Yeah, very nearly. I mean, you must have been in a situation where it's got that close before. Is that just a case of hang on and hope, or do you almost close your eyes at that moment?
I just keep trying and just be hopefully someone else backs out first.
Yeah, you're always hoping that your opponent is going to get the trick. Meanwhile, out front, it's been Harley McCabe. He's come across the line with a checkered flag flying in the air. Michael Med in 2nd position. Stuart Hardman 3rd position in front of Tim Patterson. Tommy Armand. It is Simon Gates that comes through to 6th in the end. He manages to hang on in front of Stephen Humphreys. Harrison Quincy is replaced in the mix in 4th position ahead of Patterson and Armand, so Gates gets 7th in front of Humphreys. Dan Merrin slipped to 9th in the end ahead of Ben Johnson. So there are your leaders in the inset we just saw there. Harley McCabe dominant out in front, 4.6 seconds clear with a best time of 55.6. That's a very good racing lap.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, a rider like you in your class, you'd give your right teeth to get a 55-second lap.
I think the front runners of my group are doing about 55, 56s.
So very good. Michael Med in 2nd, hustling all the way. And again, just the one hiccup, realistically, for Jordan Merriweather in the race. So from 2 races, we've only had 1 retirement up to this point so far. But a perfect ride for Harley McCabe. No issues out in front at all. So a fantastic run. So a good performance in the first couple of races so far then, but the mini bike 140s, a very solid race so far then. Harley McCabe taking the win by 4.6 to Michael Mead. 2 seconds further up the road is Stuart Hardman. Then Harrison Quincy, despite the transponder issues, P4 in the end from Tim Patterson, and then Tommy Armand, who fought his way beautifully in that one. Simon Gates and Stephen Humphreys gave us a great show right to the last lap. Dan Merrin struggled to 9th position in the end. Hopefully his bike issues will get sorted later from Ben Johnson in P10. Then Tom Wise ahead of Adam Harris, Mark Portis, Liam Trinder, Simon Portis and Dean Carver. 17th for Lindsay Yates in the end, ahead of Ryan Hayburn. And then Harry Swan, Dean Rowland, Zach James, Jack Stanford and Jordan Merriweather sadly retiring from the race. So that is the mini bike 140s, all done and dusted. Great racing all the way through the course of the day. And the circuit is only going to get hotter as the day progresses. That's definitely going to make the track conditions a little bit more bearable. With your race coming up at about 1:30, Isabel, you must be really looking forward to all the grease and all the surface moisture rubbing away from the track.
Definitely. I'm just hoping that, like, they make the track perfect and then I can just go out and have it not damp, not greasy, just nice dry track.
Because this is a really fast circuit by its nature, so you really want to be able to have a race circuit that gives you a lot rather than takes away.
Yeah, definitely. I think these are all kids, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, indeed. We're in the 190-70 race coming up now, of course. The Mini GP 190-70. And it's the 70s, I think, that are actually out first on this occasion. Wilson Dilks, Travis Shaw, Jensen Bishop, Thomas Matthew, Lucy Curtis, David Whilton, Rupert White and Marco Holt. I'm informed reliably that the Mini GP 190 and 70 are actually being separated on this occasion because there is a big championship fight, of course, in the Mini GP 190s. That's the official FIM class, of course. And in the top 3 stakes, the top 3 riders in the championship obviously get the chance to race in the British Road to Moto GP World Junior Series playoffs. And that's a big moment for any rider. That's obviously what everyone wants to fight for.
Yeah, that's a massive achievement, that.
From yourself, obviously, Isabel, I know obviously you're only 12 years old at the moment, but as a rider that's building up to that sort of thing, that's got to be the prize you've got your eyes on.
Yeah, definitely.
Fantastic. The riders getting into position, getting themselves geared up. Wilson Dilks and Jensen Bishop will be taking residency at the sharp end of the field. So it's going to be an exciting one as they all build up for excitement. Wilson Dilks from pole position got a 51.6 in time qualifying. He's been the form maker in the 70 class all the way through this season. Red lights are on. They go out and we're off and away. And no shocks out of the front end. It's a launch and a half for Wilson Dilks, who's already shot through to the lead of the race. No problems at all getting away. Jensen Bishop running well in second position in front of Thomas Matthew early doors, and no danger so far.
I think Wilson Dilks is on a 190 in this.
So well could be, yes, but he's obviously not running in the official FIM, so it's open category, isn't it? Looking very good out in front.
Yeah, that's no value.
Yeah, but he's going to step up to the big show in 190. Myself and Alan Taddeo, we've been talking about this all year long. 2025, that's the year he's really going to showcase himself. I mean, these performances have been very well and good. When the grid has been combined, he's certainly been a rider who's been threatening to go in amongst the 190s on his own merit. So it'll be exciting to see what he does in 2025. But certainly for the moment, look at the class ride he's having at the moment. Learning by doing. The opening lap is a 120.57. As the rest of the riders work their way through. There is the chasing pack as they continue to work their way through up on the sharp end of the dais. No problems at all out in the lead as the riders are mixing their way through. So really exciting start to proceedings, but already the victory is, well, that's decided. That's well and truly gone. You've got Jensen Bishop and Travis Shaw now for second position. As they work their way through to Wilkins. Dropping down the path to Oziers. This is really tricky in the opening couple of laps of a race when the tyres are still cold, when you're not quite in your position yet. This must be so easy to drop it.
Yeah, definitely.
Going through the hairpin, working their way up down the bottom of the boot. Up to the finish line once again. And across comes Bishop, second position in front of Travis Shaw. Then Thomas Matthew, fourth position, I should say. I keep thinking it's third, but then Wilson Dilks has already disappeared into the stratosphere. Bishop, Shaw, Matthew and Marco Holt having a great race of it. Then Lucy Curtis, P6 at the moment, mixing it with David Whilton and Rupert White, but she's pulling clear, so it looks like a fairly safe sixth position at the moment for Lucy Curtis. But this is the battle for P2, and my goodness, is it a tough one. Here comes the charge as Travis Shaw hustles Jensen Bishop.
Wilson Dilks already has a 5.7 second lead, which is massive.
Yeah, considering it's only lap 3, this is well and truly done, isn't it, for Wilson Dilks? But Travis Shaw wants to stake his claim right underneath Jensen Bishop. Bishop is doing everything he needs to do, holding the ultimate line, and that's the key factor in a race like this, Isabel. The onus is on the guy in front to control where he places the bike. If you want to overtake the guy, then you've got to respond to where he puts the bike.
Yeah.
Coming out of Oblivion, up Fine Lady, along Manuel's bank. Is this going to be the charge up the inside? Oh, beautiful into Christmas. No worries at all for Travis Shaw. He gets the run there in a second position. Now, the onus is on Jensen Bishop now to fight back. Has he got anything in response? And you don't want to leave it too late. You want to try and get straight back in there.
You know, you sometimes you want to make a last corner and dive, but sometimes you need to get past and get away and try and pull from them at that point.
It's all part of the mind games, I guess, when you're trying to psych out your opponent.
Yeah, and it's sometimes like nearly moved from Marco Holt there. It's all like you want to pass them before you get past yourself by someone behind you, especially in this three-way battle.
Yeah, Marco Holt has done a fantastic job in the last couple of laps. He's dealt with Thomas Matthew, dropped him, and now he's trying to get into second position himself. Here comes the retaliation. Good run from Jensen Bishop along Fine Lady into Christmas, back in a second position. Watch for Marco Holt, though. He's there in fourth position, and he will not take another invitation. He'll just go straight in for it. Fourth position at the moment, looking really comfortable with Dilks out in front. Then Bishop, then Shaw, then Holt. Holt is getting close to these two as once again Travis Shaw has a think about Jensen Bishop to get back into second position. Travis Shaw, though, is in a bit of a difficult situation because here comes Marco Holt, and we know Marco of old. He is not going to wait around for a second invitation. He'll just dive straight up the inside. When there's a whiff of a gap, he'll go for it.
Wilson Dilks, I think that's at a 10-point-something lead.
That's crazy, isn't it? Absolutely crazy at this point. Oh, here comes the charge from Marco Holt. Through Crook, up the inside into third position. That's full of confidence then for Marco Holt. Beautiful ride. And into third position he goes. That's a big game changer in this race because now Jensen Bishop's going to have a very different opponent trying to get him into second.
Yeah, Travis Shaw will now be like wanting to get back, but he'd been looking at where Jensen Bishop has been this whole time and seeing where he was weaker. But then now he has to do that on Marco Holt to try and fight back.
What's the advantage of him now on focusing? As Marco Holt has his first think about Jensen Bishop. I was going to say to you, Isabel, what's the focus from Travis Shaw's point of view? Does he now follow Marco Holt's instinct? Is he now watching him like a hawk to see if he can gain a benefit on Jensen?
Yeah, or to be honest, if he just sees a gap, I think he might just try and dive for it.
He's certainly close enough to make that bit of a lunge, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's a long way back, but come towards Christmas, he may get a shot as Marco Holt is finding it a lot tougher to get past Jensen Bishop than he did on Travis Shaw. Good run out of Manuel's bank and up Fine Lady. He's got the throttle application though. Can he slingshot up the inside at Christmas? Yes, he can. Brilliant from Marco Holt from fifth position all the way now to second place. This is a great ride from Marco Holt. He may have struggled in quali, but I tell you what, in race trim, he's looking strong.
Yeah, the thing in practice that in practice on the Saturday or whenever you're racing, you have to make sure that you're on the correct tyres for the whole of the day because you don't want to be bending your new tyres in the race. So
excellent work from Marco Holt. Now P2. Good move on Travis Shaw and a better move on Jensen Bishop down into Christmas. So Marco Holt trying his best to do some of the damage that's been left by Wilson Dilks, but the gap is monstrous, 15.5 seconds. And you've got to take into account that obviously Wilson's on a slightly different configuration of bike to these guys. Now, there is Wilson Dilks just carving his way through the traffic, dealing with the likes of Rupert White and David Whilton. So White first, there is David Whilton. And this is the tough thing, because this is you know, there's no club racing at this level. You can't just go and run regionals. You've got to go into the national championships right from the hard point. This must be so tough. I mean, you as a rider, Isabel, know, you know, you're trying to learn how to get faster, more confident, get better with the bike. You
Definitely.
Can't do that in club races. You've got to go straight into the British and hope it sticks.
Hopefully. Like, you have to just try and do your best, and I think that Wilson Dukes should pass Lucy Curtis there.
Yeah, so not a bad run for so far from Lucy Curtis. And again, it's those small victories. You know, she's got Whilton and White behind her, and she's leaving them for dead. You know, she's not letting them get back on terms with her. So the fact of the matter is, she's got the more composed to starts at the moment. And it's these little victories. That's what spur you on to get better.
Yeah, she's doing a high 58 there.
When you're out on your own, I'm guessing that's what you're looking at. You know, when you're kind of a race on your own, you're looking at lap times. You're looking at where you can make gains personally.
Whenever I'm out, because I know I'm not at the front, but I'm getting them little parts, like trying to get half a second each time, or just making them little changes that all add up together to make me not that far off.
Yeah, you're chipping away for your personal best every time, aren't you? It's important that you give yourself those little victories as you continue on through. So this battle continues. It's Bishop versus Shaw again, but now that Marco Holt is through into second position, it has changed. The dynamic is now for third position between Bishop and Shaw. There is Wilson Dilks, still out in front, 15.8 seconds. Keeping it nice and strong at the moment. He's working his way through Wilkins and up towards Oziers. There's a great duel going on between Jensen Bishop and Travis Shaw. The other close battle on the road actually is now Whilton and White. So as they've worked out of the way of some of the leaders, they've actually tightened up a bit. Now they're half a second adrift of each other. Just look at the confidence of Wilson Dukes. This is what you want to get to as a rider, isn't it? You want to be in this kind of flow. You want to be in this kind of rhythm.
You were talking about that battle for 7th and 8th. It does look like White has a better lap time than Whilton.
It does, doesn't it? And consistently. It's not just in one lap, it's in a couple of laps. So White has started to find that confidence now to close back into David Whilton. The gap is only 0.6 this time, so you do kind of sense that a move is imminent. Meanwhile, between Bishop and Shaw, it's even more imminent. They're very close together. Less than 0.3 of a second between those two as they came through. Bishop in third, Shaw in fourth, and they're going to be battling away. They've both just set their previous best lap times as well. Wilson Dilks actually looking down at his feet there as he came off the turn.
That looked like maybe a knee slider or something that came off there.
Yeah, something. Well, not entirely sure what it is.
Oh, yes. Knee slider's definitely come off there.
Yeah, he's having a bit of a difficulty, isn't he?
Track.
I mean, he's got 15 seconds advantage, 16 seconds advantage over everybody else, but that's the kind of thing that just gets in your head a little bit, isn't it? It kind of puts you off, it irritates you.
I was in a race once and my knee slider came off and it just totally gets you out your flow, and you just need to compose yourself and do the best that you can. Obviously you're not going to be able to still be going at the same speed that you was, but just try and think about what you're doing.
Right, we've had a proper shuffle of the deck here because Shaw is into second, Bishop is into third. What's happened to Marco Holt? Because Marco Holt was in second position and doesn't appear to be anymore. So I think Marco Holt, the 58, has had an issue somewhere. Has there been a mechanical problem? Because Wilson Dilks looked like he lost a knee slider on the previous lap, but it looks like Marco Holt has had a real problem of his own, because he's now showing up in fifth position. Well, he's just done a 52.9 for the last lap, which is unusual. Well, no, his last lap has not been completed, so Marco Holt has not completed the previous tour, so there's definitely a problem for Marco Holt. I can't see where he is out on the racetrack anymore. So I wonder if he's actually peeled into the pits to retire. Can't see him down in pit lane, but certainly big problems for Marco Holt because he was P2. Now Shaw is back into second, ahead of Jensen Bishop one more time. And here again is the rhythm for Wilson Dilks. Right, there's the move, Jensen Bishop on the inside in the inset. Now making the bid to get back through on Travis Shaw. Great racing. This is for second place now because with the absence of Marco Holt, and yes, Marco Holt has retired from the race. We don't know what happened to him. We were so busy focusing on the leader, Wilson Dilks, that we missed what happened. Jensen Bishop really started to get back into it. And it's the absence of Marco Holt that's really increased the urgency for both riders. Now they know that second place is very much on the cards.
Yeah, now both of them will be getting on the podium, so it's just whoever gets second or third.
So that's Thomas Matthew putting a lap on Lucy Curtis. So Matthew has been inherited a 4th position here. Not bad work from Thomas Matthew. But there is Wilson Dilks, still out in 1st position. I'm just looking around at the side of the circuit to see if we can see an errant Marco Holt. But I can't see him stopped out on circuit, so I wonder if he had a mechanical and just brought it into the pits. That'll be devastating for Marco Holt. When you've done everything right and something's gone wrong,
Yeah.
must be agonising. I wouldn't know myself, but, you know, the emotions that you're feeling at that point, it must just seem like, you know, a waste of time.
Kind of. You're like, obviously devastated, but I think he'll be out again in 2, maybe 3. So he'll just be wanting to get the bike back and get it out for the FIM one.
Checkered flag flies for Wilson Dilks. Job done. Long way ahead of the rest of the field. But what about Shaw versus Bishop? Because they were swapping positions all the way. So it could be fascinating to see how they finish up. So there is Bishop in front of Travis Shaw as they come across the line. They're going to be side by side. 1/100th of a second, 1/10 of a second, sorry, between Shaw and Bishop as they came through there. So close, and it's Travis Shaw that gets it in front of Jensen Bishop. Thomas Matthew is going to come through for 4th position. Lucy Curtis will ride on to P5 in front of David Whilton and Rupert White. Very sad, but Marco Holt sadly unable to finish the race when he was running in P2 at the time.
Very unfortunate there.
And that must get in your head a little bit as well. You've done all that hard work and then it just comes to nothing.
Quite disappointing.
So an excellent ride for Wilson Dilks out front. He takes the victory, a full 25 seconds clear of everybody else. Thanks to Isabel Wingate. I know you've got a race to prepare for a little bit later on, so we'll catch you on track for that.
I'll be back for the FIM 190s in a few races' time.
Fantastic. Thanks very much.
Bye, thank you.
Excellent performance so far, both on track from Wilson Dilks and off track from Isabel Wingate. I've got myself a great sidekick for the race weekend. That'll all be good. No worries, mate. So we'll crack on. Let's talk you through the results, provisional as they are in the Mini GP 190-70, although of course 70 has actually been separated from 190. Wilson Dilks taking the victory in 70 Cup ahead of Travis Shaw by 25 seconds, only 1/10 of a second ahead of Jensen Bishop. Thomas Matthew P4, then Lucy Curtis in the top 5 from David Whilton and Rupert White, who took their battle to the end. Very unfortunate to see Marco Holt retiring on the last couple of stages of the race. So we go straight from the 70 Cup into the Junior Supermoto 90. Very excited to see how this race gets underway. It's been a very exciting duel all season long for them, and they're going to continue that battle. Carter Spinks was the one who got the pole position, a 101.331 from Carter Spinks at the start of the day. Cian Daly in 2nd, William Dickinson 3rd on the grid from Thomas Med, then Dan Tanton and Rex Armand, JJ Manchester alongside Dylan Cook, and then CJ Maguire, Ryan Merrin and Oliver Med to complete the field. Now, of course, you're going to get a nice little spread of the Junior Supermotos here, of course. These high stances on these bikes. Always going to see how things are ready to progress. So now the riders just getting themselves dialed in, and it'll be fascinating to see who gets the most of it from the outset. Do share your comments and your questions. Tell us who it is that you're rooting for. When it comes to expert questions, I'm afraid I can't answer, but when Isabel Wingate returns, I'm sure she'll be able to answer any questions that you may have as a rider in the British mini bikes world. So all of the competitors gearing up. Good luck to JJ, says Denise. That's young JJ Manchester going off the 4th row of the grid, I do believe, for this one. 7th on the starting grid alongside Dylan Cook. But it's going to be the battle right off the bounce between Carter Spinks and Cian Daly. Just 1/10 of a second between them in qualifying, and they were 2 seconds faster than everybody else. Expect those two to disappear into the distance and make it a 2-man brawl. But everybody else is definitely going to have an exciting time of it. Junior Supermoto 90 getting ready for an exciting showcase here at Whilton Mill. A track that bites back when you're not ready for it. But they're all in position. We're waiting for the green flag at the back. There it is. And we're going to get the lights on. When they go out, we'll be racing. Off we go! Great start from Spinks and Daly. No issues at all for those two riders, although a little bit sluggish from, I think that's Carter Spinks, losing ground initially. So Cian Daly is the one that gets away up to the first turn without issue. Through they go the first couple of laps then. will be an interesting one for our two leaders out in front, and already a couple of riders battling for position, jockeying away. That's Dixon, Tom Med, Dan Tanton, all having a nice little run in the first couple of laps of racing. I noticed it's going to be very tight through the first few turns. They go out of Ashby, back on the power. This is where you're really going to get to see some exciting battles. It is actually Carter Spinks who leads the way. Cian Daly in second place. If you've just tuned in, we're in British Mini Bikes, the road to Moto GP, round 5 at Whilton Mill, and that's going to be a big charge forward from Cian Daly to get into the lead. Nicely done for Cian Daly. Storms in past Carter Spinks. I don't think Carter was ready for that. And Cian Daly able to make mincemeat of him on the way to the boot. Now he's got to control the pace of the bike and compose it as they come back off the turns. But Cian Daly deciding he was second to him in qualifying. He's not going to be second to him in race trim. So Cian Daly out in front of Carter Spinks. Then it's Will Dickinson. Then JJ Manchester, who's made a terrific start from 7th on the grid. Now in P4. Then it is Dan Tanton, Thomas Med, Dylan Cook and Rex Armand. Then CJ Maguire, Ryan Merrin and Oliver Med. But a great start to the race from Cian Daly. Definitely going well. There's a problem for Carter Spinks. Carter Spinks is breaking down. Up at the top end of the course, he's run off the road. Something's gone wrong with the bike. So Carter Spinks is dropping back. Big problems then for Carter Spinks. I'm not sure what it is, but he's let at least 4 riders go now. Daly's through, Dickinson's through, Manchester's through, and Tanton's through. So Carter Spinks down to P5. Big problems then. I'm going to try and see out of my commentary box window. Has Carter Spinks got himself back up to speed again? Tough to tell, but certainly really struggling. Cian Daly, meanwhile, is just enjoying life in the lead on his own. He's got a bit of pressure cooking up from Will Dickinson and JJ Manchester. JJ Manchester is having a terrific ride at the moment. Now P3, looking likely that it could go to second place anytime soon. Certainly putting Will Dickinson under some pressure. And actually, of the 2 riders on that last lap, JJ Manchester is actually the quicker of the 2. He's just got to keep this trajectory and make it continue on. But he has got pressure from behind. Dan Tanton, they're looking good for a move on the number 5 bike. Now Carter Spinks has got going again. 6th position, but he lost a good 5 seconds there. So definitely some problems brewing for Carter Spinks. He might be able to make it back to second place, but I think his chances of catching back up to Cian Daly may have taken a proper hammer blow. But there's a great race brewing. Will Dickinson versus JJ Manchester with Dan Tanton in the wings, and Thomas Med is not far away. And don't forget too much about Carter Spinks either. He may have had a bit of a sluggish start, but there's every chance he can get back into it. There's real confidence from JJ Manchester in the braking zone, starting to look really menacing behind Will Dickinson, just starting to get confident on the bike. He knows he's catching, he knows that back wheel is getting bigger all the time. Surely he's going to throw it to the inside of crook. I thought he was going to be brave and gamble it. He thinks better of it. Out through Oblivion. Along Manuel's bank. Up Fine Lady. JJ Manchester's faster out of the turn, interestingly. So up towards Christmas, he's able to gain a lot of ground. This is now where we're starting to get a bit hungry. Oh, JJ Manchester, he thought the gap was open there for Will Dickinson. Had to bail out of it. It's a long race, Will. A long race, JJ. Just patience. Just take your moment. Read the situation in front. But the confidence, the stance of JJ Manchester is really starting to show true. In behind Will Dickinson. He looks pretty hungry. Dickinson's riding well. JJ Manchester's definitely getting aggressive with his throttle application. Looking for the chance to try and come around. In through the heel of the boot, out through the toe now, and up towards the ankle. This is where JJ Manchester could try something really brave. I really thought he was going to go for it in the new chicane. Again, he just decides, do you know what? I'm going to put him under some pressure, but I'm not going to let him know where I'm going yet. As Oliver Med is the bike in front of them. Pick the moment in the traffic. Don't get het up. Don't get caught out. Nice riding from both Dickinson and Manchester. They both take good advantage of that. So Will Dickinson going well here. Second position. Trying to keep up with Cian Daly. But Daly, your race leader, is now 5 seconds clear. JJ Manchester thinking about it into Ashby. Plenty of time still. Will Dickinson, P2. JJ Manchester, 3rd position. Dan Tanton still holding off Thomas Med for the moment. Carter Spinks is just trying to settle the bike back in P6. Then it's Rex Armand, Dylan Cook, CJ Maguire, Ryan Merrin and Oliver Med. Watch for JJ Manchester. Oh, and there's a fall. That's Carter Spinks. Carter Spinks is gone. So big issues then, I'm afraid, for Carter Spinks. He had problems with the bike, and now I'm afraid he's gone down, and it's reds. Red flags, red flags. So red flags around the course then. So that's very unfortunate. The way that Carter Spinks went down was obviously awkward, so they've decided to red flag the race. Now, I'm not sure if there's going to be a restart to that, because according to the timing screen in front of me, we had only completed 4 laps at that point. Now, it does look as though Carter Spinks, in essence, is okay. They just needed to red flag it as a precaution, because the bike is still on the road, of course. And the priority is actually for the rider, not for the bike. So, while they could have moved the bike off the racetrack, they've got to attend to the rider before anybody else, or before anything else, of course. Now, looking at the laps we've got left, I'm not entirely sure whether we'll restart this race or not. If we do, then we've got a fascinating battle when we return, because we've got Will Dickinson and JJ Manchester. JJ Manchester was just starting to look like a second place finisher there. He was starting to look like he had what it took to take him on. So the riders come back to the scene. Just trying to make out which of the riders has come back. I think it was Carter Spinks that went down initially, but I want to double check that, because there is another yellow bike in the field. That's the number 5 that's showing up there. That's Dan Tanton. So if that is the case, then yeah, it is Dan Tanton. It was a yellow overalls, not a yellow bike. So the yellow bike is definitely that of Carter Spinks. So sadly, he won't be taking the start. Now, it doesn't look to me as though this is going to turn into a wrap-up of the race. I think they may want to restart this. It's worth double checking, but we'll wait for the official decisions of the officials and the marshals. Obviously, they've got plenty of other races still to come today. And all of these different areas of protocol have to be taken into consideration. We're under red flag conditions here. Don't panic, everybody, because it's a protocol red flag rather than a serious incident red flag. Essentially, the race had to be stopped because Carter Spinks was showing a little bit of discomfort. He was able to walk away from the bike, but because the bike was left on the road, medical attention is the most important thing to take into consideration in this, and therefore Carter Spinks is more important than his bike. And so, obviously, therefore, the onus has got to be on the recovery crew. So there you can see the medical team, the good doctor, heading over to Carter Spinks just to make sure everything's okay. That's up at Christmas Corner, that. There was also a little bit of fluid that went down on the road. With these young riders, that's also got to be a factor into whether or not the race could be red flagged or not, because you do not want these guys racing at full pelt on slick tyres on a dry track and then hitting some fluid at full speed. That doesn't even bear thinking about. So the safety protocol has to come first in all of these things, and the crew here at British Mini Bikes are always very, very hot on that. And it looks to me as though, in essence, Carter Spinks is okay, but it's obviously important in these situations, particularly with young riders. It's better to be safe than sorry, and I've witnessed so many times in motorsport, even with kids in karting and in bikes in the past, where the onus in the past has been, let's just see what happens. You can't afford to have that stance in motorsport. We've learned so many lessons over the years with so many riders, so many racers. You just don't want to play that card. And even though it looks fairly straightforward that Carter Spinks is going to be perfectly okay, better not to risk it. So the red flags are out here at Whilton Mill just to ascertain Carter Spinks' condition. You can see for yourself on the live stream there that Carter Spinks is walking under his own volition with the doctor for a precautionary check. The bike is obviously going to be recovered. You got to feel for Carter Spinks. He was fastest in qualifying and was looking good for the win when he was battling away with Cian Daly at one point. But clearly something went wrong with the bike initially to drop him back, and then something else went wrong with it to drop him off. So the riders are now returned to the pit lane. I'm actually curious as to whether we're going to restart this or not. You can see CJ Maguire on the number 15, the overalls on his bike, the 58 in the mix there as well. That's Ryan Merrin. So they've just all been returned to the pits. I think this is in order to restart them, because obviously if we weren't going to restart them, they would just be sent back to the paddock. So I think the race is going to recover. Now, they're going to take it a lap back, because the last full lap completed was actually lap 3, not lap 4. So I think they're going to return them back into race trim after 3 complete racing laps. That means that the order would be Cian Daly leading the race, Will Dickinson in second place, JJ Manchester in third position and looking very threatening with it, I have to say. Fourth position, Dan Tanton looks pretty racy. Thomas Med would be fifth, and then obviously there would be no Carter Spinks on the grid. So up to sixth would go Rex Armand, then Dylan Cook, CJ Maguire, Ryan Merrin and Oliver Med. So we'll just hope that we can get things underway fairly soon. Of course, the clean-up job needs to be completed, and not only does the clean-up job need to be completed, but the medical car also needs to be put back into its original inset position. Otherwise, they cannot go racing again. Katie just sending a message for Carter Spinks. Hope he's okay. In essence, Katie, it does look as though he is to me. He's certainly up on his haunches and certainly able to walk himself to the medical team. It's just protocol, you know. We just need to make sure that obviously, you know, common sense needs to preside, and safety procedures obviously very important. You can see for yourself that the medical teams are already dealing with Carter. He's just going for a precautionary check, so that is very good news indeed. So hopefully he'll be out for the later race, but obviously it's a life that's much more important than a race, so that's the important thing to make sure of. So the medical car now puts itself back into its original position. It has to make sure that it's in the correct position before we can go racing. If it's not, then if we have another incident, then it could cause all sorts of difficulties. But now that it is back into its original position again, we should be able to return back to racing in normal style. And that means that after 3 completed laps, Cian Daly is going to go back out onto the Whilton Mill circuit with the lead. Will Dickinson will be second ahead of JJ Manchester, and that was the closest battle before the red flag came out. So expect that one to be the race that essentially gets our heartbeats going, because that's the one that's definitely going to give us plenty of entertainment right off the bat. So with everybody gearing ourselves up and ready in fine position, we'll obviously need to continue once we get started again. So we'll make sure everybody is in the correct position. And we'll put ourselves into our seats again, ready for a decent run for this second half, hopefully second half of this race. Looks like it could be a really exciting challenge for all of the contenders. So out we go onto the circuit then. Looks like we are going to get ourselves ready for a new battle. So everybody heading back out onto the circuit then. Cian Daly, Will Dickinson, JJ Manchester and Dan Tanton, then Thomas Med and Rex Armand, Dylan Cook, CJ Maguire, Ryan Merrin and Oliver Med. If you've just joined us, we've been under red flag conditions due to a fall by Carter Spinks, who was the original pole position sitter. Fortunately, he is okay. He is just going for medical checks as a precautionary measure. And with the race having been stopped after 3 laps, it now means that the riders can get back on with the racing into the second half of the race. They will be gridded up again, but they will be in the order that they completed lap 3. We were on the end of lap 4 when the red flags came out, but because not every rider had completed lap 4, they have taken the positions back 1 lap. It hasn't actually changed the order that the racers were in. It's just meant that they're going to complete 1 extra lap of racing. But it means then, of course, that the riders get the chance to complete the full race distance. It's unfortunate because, of course, Carter Spinks is not going to be part of that now. But the main thing is that the rest of the racers will get their chance from the sharp end of the field. JJ Manchester just getting into his position on the grid. A little bit of pressure now on Will Dickinson. If he gets a better start than Cian Daly, he suddenly gets into the lead of the race. So here we are then, the Junior Supermoto 90. As part of the British Mini Bikes weekend, the road to MotoGP. Just waiting for the last positions to be made here. Jake Sanson with you in the commentary box today and tomorrow for rounds 5 and 6 of the British Mini Bikes 2024. Having had 4 fantastic race weekends so far. So everybody get themselves ready. The grid is cleared. Great weekend so far this year, from Teesside to Rowrah to Pembrey to Three Sisters. Now we're here at Whilton Mill. Lights are on. We're going to go out again, and we're racing once more. Good start from Cian Daly. Brilliant start from JJ Manchester through to second position. Big launch from Manchester, and already hustling Cian Daly as they work their way along Fine Lady, up Manuel's Bank and up towards Christmas. A brilliant start from JJ Manchester in a second behind Cian Daly. Wow, excellent start to proceedings then. Will Dickinson looking pretty comfortable now that he's got himself into a rhythm. But it is a pretty tricky start to the race as everybody is getting themselves back into the hunt once more. But certainly JJ Manchester has decided, I'm not going to wait around in this second chance. I'm going to go straight for it into second place. And it is a stupendous launch from JJ. Excellent stuff. So an excellent performance from everybody, and a great start to racing on this restart. Everybody's giving him a lot of support back home, including Stacey, including Denise. You can do this, they say, and certainly he's getting on with the job. Cian Daly in first position, ahead of JJ Manchester. Third is Dan Tanton. Then it is Dylan Cook, who's made a terrific launch forward, ahead of Thomas Med. Rex Armand in sixth position. CJ Maguire. Ryan Merrin is in eighth position. So we seem to have lost Will Dickinson. I think he had problems on the restart. And so Will Dickinson looks like he's had mechanical problems as well as having issues there for Carter Spinks. So Will Dickinson's gone through. Oliver Med has got through, but Will Dickinson has not. So I think Will Dickinson has actually pulled off the circuit to retire. That's really unfortunate. So we've lost Carter Spinks and we've lost Will Dickinson. But this is great news for JJ Manchester. One bike's loss is another rider's gain. So JJ Manchester trying to hunt down Cian Daly. There's a bit of pressure coming in from Dan Tanton, though. This isn't over yet by any means. So Dan Tanton fancies his chances on JJ Manchester for second place. So much for the supporters club for JJ Manchester. There's so many of them cheering him on. Even Sophie getting in there. Come on, JJ, you're doing amazing. Really putting on a great show. And Susan Woodward wanting to say hello to Harrison Quincy. First time she's been watching today. And she wishes good luck to all the riders. So far, so good. It's been a very solid start. Will Dickinson has come through in third position, apparently. But there was a headache with the transponder, so that explains it. I did wonder why I didn't see Will Dickinson off to the side of the road. In fact, there he is behind JJ Manchester, third position. It is Dan Tanton in fourth. So Tanton is there in fourth position. But certainly on the timing screen, we had an absence there of Will Dickinson for the moment. But Dickinson's going to want to come back at JJ Manchester. Manchester beating him off the line. So already an interesting start to proceedings. Can JJ Manchester hold off the charge of Will Dickinson? His fastest racing lap, JJ Manchester, is a 1:02.9. Cian Daly's just done a 1:01.4. That's monstrous pace from Cian Daly. Fastest lap of the race. But JJ Manchester is in a very confident stance now ahead of Will Dickinson as they duel for second position. Dickinson needs to get himself back up to it. But this is almost a bit of an anti-climax for JJ Manchester. He spent so long in the initial start hustling Will Dickinson to then just beat him off the line. He almost looks like he's in a more relaxed phase of mind to actually fight with him rather than to pull away. But he looks over his right shoulder and he knows that Dickinson is there. So now he needs to get himself back up to a more comfortable pace. This is all about building strength, building resurgence, building confidence. It's also about building a natural stance on the bike. It doesn't come until your formative years, and this is where you're really starting to mould that as a rider. It doesn't all come at once. So Cian Daly has the advantage at the moment. JJ Manchester building well on being in second position ahead of Will Dickinson. Very solid race from these two at the moment. What's really going to count now is how they deal with the traffic. There is the leader, Cian Daly, going along Fine Lady and up Manuel's Bank to the right of your inset. Through to Christmas. But going along that run, JJ Manchester dealing with the traffic very well indeed, it has to be said. No issues there for Manchester or Dickinson. They don't get caught out there by Oliver Med. So they managed to get around him without incident. tricky situation for Oliver Med as well. You've got to give him full credit. Like we said before, we were talking about this with Isabel Wingate. You don't have club racing at this level. You just go straight into the British Championships, and you have to learn on the job. You have to learn while doing. It is the toughest sport in the world for scrutiny, this. You don't get any other form of sport, football, rugby, tennis, cricket, where you're under the gaze of the world's spotlight being live streamed. But in the world of motorsport, on bikes and karts, you do. It's very tough. Cian Daly, though, coming through to take the checkered flag this time by. The checkered flag flies for him. Second place is going to be JJ Manchester after a thrilling duel with him and Will Dickinson. Good run from Manchester. Really solid race for him. P2, best result of the season, I'm fairly sure. And a very exciting charge from him. That will give him so much confidence moving forward. And that's a big boost for JJ Manchester. Fourth place for Dan Tanton behind Will Dickinson. Then Thomas Med in P5 ahead of Rex Armand. Dylan Cook will come through for 7th place ahead of CJ Maguire. Ryan Merrin is going to be P9. And then Oliver Med will be a lap adrift in P10. But sadly, for Carter Spinks, there is to be no finish on this occasion. Mechanical problems after he was qualifying in pole position. And it hasn't really worked out in his favour this time. There is another chance, though. So he'll come back for the later race. And that was just for starters. There's still more racing to come over the course of the weekend as well. Great to see that the JJ Manchester fan club has got into overdrive with messages from all sorts of people. From Lish, from Sujo, from Stacey, from Denise, all backing up JJ Manchester's good efforts. We can't all get to the race circuits, but thanks to the world of live streaming, we can watch in spirit. And we can be there, patting JJ Manchester on the back, and he's very happy with a second place finish. It's a good start. There's more to build on, but what a confident start to the day for him. So an excellent launch forward then for Cian Daly, who takes a very quiet victory out in the lead by the look of things. He kind of got on with it once Carter Spinks faded away with mechanical problems with the bike. And despite a race interruption, it was Cian Daly that got the honours there in fantastic fashion. There's more great racing still to come, but here is the provisional results of the British mini bikes in Junior Supermoto 90. Cian Daly takes the win. JJ Manchester 8 seconds back, but in second place ahead of Will Dickinson after a race-long duel. Dan Tanton P4 in front of Thomas Med. Then Rex Armand ahead of Dylan Cook, CJ Maguire and Ryan Merrin. Oliver Med was a couple of laps adrift. Carter Spinks sadly brought out the red flags with a mechanical problem that led to a fall. He's okay. The bike is not, for the moment. They'll have to repair it. So back into the action once again then we will go here at Whilton Mill. There's more great bikes to focus on as we gear ourselves up for the mini bike 160. And it's going to be really interesting to see what these riders give us. Richard Rice and Robert Med will be charging away from the front. It's the BMB 160-50 Cup with the mini bike 160s out on the charge. Great battles, of course. They don't just have this weekend to look forward to. They also have Red Lodge coming up in the autumn as well. But it's great to be able to focus on these guys as they give us plenty of excitement. And we'll get to a really tight battle from them. Tim Patterson going to be on pole position for this one. 56.395 was his time in qualifying ahead of Ben Johnson. Then Richard Rice and Dave Cook from Robert Med and Liam Booth. Then Adam Harris in the X73 and Michael Judkins in 8th place. 9th is Pete Johnson in the 213, and then Jamie McClelland on the 60, Barry Clark on the 88, Gaz Jacobs on the 205, Oliver White on the 40, Andy Williams on the 50 and Sam Morrison on the 147. So the latter two were not able to set a time in qualifying, but they do still get to take their residency on the start of the grid. Tim Patterson's time in qualifying, 56.395, as I mentioned. That's almost 7/10 of a second quicker than Ben Johnson in second place, who had another 7/10 on Richard Rice. So this is very much going to be a race against the clock in so many ways, because these riders are obviously going to be focusing very hard on getting their stuff done. A lot of it at this point comes down to the great motivation that they've ploughed into it. So let's see how it all goes from the start, and a very decent launch off the line then as up through the first couple of corners. Tim Patterson hoping to get charging away, but he's actually got a bit of work to do off the start. So Tim Patterson is actually in second position behind Ben Johnson, who's got the best start of it. Patterson looking for the move to the inside line in Christmas. No chance. You're not going to get through that easy on turn one. Try something else as the riders work their way through on the opening lap. So it is Johnson who leads the way on the 34. No worries at all for him. Patterson having to give best in second position. Qualifying not the same as racing, as it's proved. Richard Rice on the 21 in third position as they work their way through Wilkins and up towards Osiers. Then they'll get back on the throttle, lean out to the right and up towards the toe of the boot. Very tricky section of the course, this. A little bit of adaptation is needed to the circuit to bring it up to the safety regulations needed for these mini bikes. A few Formula 1 tyres added around the circuit just to give that little bit of extra buoyancy and a little bit of safety for these riders. But it's Ben Johnson who leads, Tim Patterson second, then Rice, Cook, Booth. Sixth position is Michael Judkins, ahead of Robert Med, Adam Harris and Gaz Jacobs. Then it's Johnson, McClelland, Barry Clark and Sam Morrison. So a perfectly easy start for Ben Johnson. A lot easier than he thought it was probably going to be after the qualifying deficit. Tim Patterson had over 7/10 of a second, nearly 7/10 of a second over Ben Johnson, but the tables have been flipped on this particular run. So an excellent job so far from Ben Johnson, leading the way comfortably in Mini Bike 160. But Patterson's definitely giving him some pressure as they run down that back straight through the left square and then up to the toe of the boot. Look at that pressure, the hassle coming in from Tim Patterson. Really starting to knock on the door here of Ben Johnson. Through the bottom hairpin, back on the power. Just try and pick your moment. You don't want to rush these things. You just want to make sure you've done it at exactly the right moment. Out through Crook and Oblivion. Along Manuel's Bank, up Fine Lady. Here's the charge from Patterson. Looks good on the run of Christmas. Surely he's going to make mincemeat into the right-hander. Does indeed. And Patterson takes the lead from Ben Johnson up at Christmas Corner. They go through Inkermans, up towards Ashby, running the gauntlet there on the white line, but Tim Patterson has got the job done and into the lead. No issues at all for him now as he runs down towards Wilkins through to the left-hander. So a great charge forward from Patterson. Not a lot, really, that Tim Patterson is able to... not a lot that Ben Johnson is able to do to retaliate here. He's just got to pursue him and hope that Patterson makes a few mistakes. So at the moment, Ben Johnson is just having a very tricky race to chase back after him. Look at the squabble that's going on mid-pack. This is Jacobs, Med and Harris, I do believe, along with Pete Johnson in the mix. So that's 4 bikes, all hustling it out for 7th place, led by Gaz Jacobs. So Patterson, Johnson, Rice and Cook. 5th place is Liam Booth, 6th is Michael Judkins, and then we've got this incredible run further back. It's actually Jacobs in 7th, and then it's Med, Harris, Johnson and McClelland. So there's 4 of them in the mix together. Not far behind them is Barry Clark, by the way, only about a second and a half further back. And Sam Morrison is just taking the rough with the smooth and obviously trying to increase his pace as he goes. A 103.6 was his last flying lap. He's just increased that to a 102.5. So again, you've just got to learn on the job. Look at this squabble between 8th place men, 9th place men and 10th place men. Robert Med, Harris and Johnson. So Robert Med going well. Then we've actually got 4 riders. Make it 5 if you add Barry Clark to the mix. Because you've got Robert Med, Adam Harris, Pete Johnson, Jamie McClelland and Barry Clark. Having a terrific run of it. Not easy to tell who's going to get the best of it for the moment. Adam Harris is swarming around behind Robert Med and he runs a bit wide. That's going to be enough for the move. Adam Harris manages to catch out Robert Med, who just gets it slightly wrong, like a little bit of a twitch there through the toe of the boot, and that's good enough for Adam Harris. He gets through. It's actually Pete Johnson, my apologies. So he managed to get past both Harris and Robert Med in one fell swoop there. So Pete Johnson is the man who's in 8th position. He's the one who gets the benefit of it. Little bit of defensive tactics from Robert Med as he got a problem with the bike brewing here, because now he's got Adam Harris and Jamie McClelland all over the back of him. So Adam Harris in the X73 looking for a chance to pull clear, trying to chop up the inside line. He can't make it stick. 2 bikes, both with the number 73. The only difference between them is the stance of bike. So of course X73 Adam Harris on the upright, trying to get the move here on Robert Med. And you've also got Jamie McClelland pressuring further back. Meanwhile, up front, no worries for Tim Patterson. Now that he's got into the lead, he's got back to business as usual. Pulled clear of Ben Johnson by 2.9 seconds on the last tour. Richard Rice in 3rd position, 6.9 further back from Ben Johnson. So definitely some tricky stuff going on at the moment. But Tim Paterson is having a really dominant race of this. Ben Johnson held his own initially off the line. This is where things are going to get a little bit tricky between Robert Med and Adam Harris. Harris has actually held back, and as a result, Jamie McClellan has picked up the momentum on both of them. So Jamie McClellan gets past them both, up into 9th place then. Big headache for Robert Med and Adam Harris. Both thought they were outfoxing the other. Then they got off the throttle, and again, Adam Harris tries to get the move there into Ashby on Robert Med, but it's not going to happen. On this occasion, he's just got to give best to him. But that's full credit to Jamie McClellan for keeping his nose in there and going, do you know what? If you guys don't want it, I'll take it. On the inset, dominant ride from Tim Paterson, just really cruising away, having opened up the taps now to 4 seconds to Ben Johnson behind him. And now that Jamie McClellan has got that move done, he's checked out and left these two, Med and Harris, having their own private squabble. And Barry Clark in 12th position is sat there going, right, well, if he can pick up the pieces, so can I. These two just keep tripping over each other. 3 laps to go by my reckoning. On the far side, what is Adam Harris going to get the chance to do here on Robert Med? They go down Manuel Bank and up Fine Lady. Oh, he's not going to get the chance into Christmas. He had a real think of it again, but has just not been able to maximise that opportunity. 2 laps to go for the leader, Tim Paterson. He comes through without issue. And again, Adam Harris on the upright, having a look at Robert Med in the 73 on the Metra kit. And this is not easy to judge who's going to have the best of it. And as they hold each other up, here comes Barry Clark. Barry Clark fancies his chances in 12th position of getting into the top 10. In the inset, there is Tim Paterson, having a very solid race of it. 56.76 for him at the moment, the fastest lap of the race. His last lap was a 56.9, so he's still lapping almost 2 seconds a lap quicker than Ben Johnson. And here comes Barry Clark. He's really putting Med and Harris under pressure. 2 to go, and Adam Harris really wants to get this overtake on Robert Med, but he just doesn't seem to have the authority, hasn't quite found the confidence yet to nail the overtake. He's just got to have the bravado to go for it, especially now that Barry Clark is on his left side. He's going to get him on the run through Christmas. He's already got past Adam Harris. Can he now get past Robert Med as well? These two are clearly holding each other up. And so Barry Clark has thought, right, well, if Jamie McClellan can get past you both, I probably can as well. He's certainly got past one of them. Now can he get past the other? It's taking you too long, Adam. You can't get past him. Let me have a go. And there is Tim Paterson, having just done a 56.67. Monstrous pace from Tim Paterson. I said before the race that qualifying is not the same as racing, and he's going to have to dig deep to find that sort of pace again. Well, in the early part of the race, he didn't find it. Ben Johnson took the lead, but Tim Paterson dug deep, found his rhythm, and there he is, very nearly tripping over Harris as the checkered flag is set to come out. And there it is. Excellent run from Tim Paterson as he backs down out of it. He doesn't need to trip over the back markers on his final tour. So Paterson gets the win, but this race is not over yet. Barry Clark still getting frustrated, sat behind Robert Med. He can't quite chuck it in up the inside at Christmas, but these two riders have pulled clear of Adam Harris. So clearly they were holding each other up there. Harris is just waiting in case there's another chance. Johnson comes through in second. Richard Rice is through in third place. Dave Cook will beat Liam Booth over the line. That's in the top 5. They finish off their run. But still, Barry Clark fancies the top 10 here from Robert Med, as we just see Michael Judkins going across the line, as Jacobs was caught there at the end by Pete Johnson, who couldn't sadly do anything about it. There is Jamie McClelland coming through. 9th place, having overtaken these two and then disappeared. One last chance, Barry. What have you got? Not enough is the answer. Robert Med is going to hold on to it for 10th position. A nice chance, a drag race to the line, but it is Robert Med that beats Barry Clark to 10th position. 12th place for Adam Harris, 13th for Sam Morrison, a lap adrift. Good comeback ride then from Tim Paterson. Did a good job to get himself back into position once more. And in the British mini bikes, mini bike 160 over 50 Cup, very nicely handled by Tim Paterson. Just cruised away once he opened up the taps, and that was a fairly mundane victory from his point of view. Certainly did a really strong job of it in the closing stages. His fastest lap was a 56.67, nearly a second quicker than anybody else was able to manage. Non-starts in the end, sadly, for Oliver White and Andy Williams. So those two were absent from the fray. So a provisional result then in minibike 160. Tim Patterson taking the victory then in front of Ben Johnson by 8.6 seconds in the end. Richard Rice in third from Dave Cook and Liam Booth. Then Michael Judkins in P6 from Gaz Jacobs. Pete Johnson charged his way to 8th in the end from Jamie McClelland, who managed to get the better of Robert Med, Barry Clark and Adam Harris, who kept their battle alive to the end. Sam Morrison a lap adrift, and non-starts for Oliver White and Andy Williams. So we continue the battle here at Whilton Mill, and I'm joined in the commentary box once again by Isabel Wingate. Hi mate, how you doing?
Alright, good, thanks.
What was the preparation like getting ready for your race earlier on? Anything that's been chatted about in the paddock so far?
No, just tyre choice really, that's all.
So tell us a little bit about that. What is the tyre choice and how does that affect things when you're looking around the paddock?
I think I have an option of an R, which is like, it's not a wet, but it's like a bit of an intermediate between. It's like, whereas the SS, the super soft, which obviously in its name. So, but I did have a few big moments on that this morning. But it's warming up now, so I think I will stay on that. But it's just deciding. I think I rarely use the R, but just when it was warm and not as warm and a bit damp this morning, that's just what I was. Maybe I should have gone out on that, but I did all right. I was 8th, I think. I
think you just try to hedge your bets and try to figure out as well. You don't get a lot of time to dial it in.
Yeah.
So, no, that'd be fascinating. We'll look forward to seeing that and seeing how that race goes on a little bit later on. First of all, though, we have some great battles from the Mini GP UK 190s. This is the fight for the top 3 positions going to the World Series, of course. Henry McCartney on pole position, Marco Holt in second, Blake Wilson, Jensen Bishop, Annabelle McCarthy, Sid Marshall and Arnie Carr. 7 riders, but hey, in the days of Lewis Hamilton's karting days, he only had 7 opponents in the British Championship. It's not about quantity, it's about quality, and we have got 7 really quality riders in this field. They clear the grid, and so it's time for the bikers to go to battle. Let's see what will happen in this first tilt. Marco Holt has a great chance, so too does Henry McCartney. Let's race at Whilton Mill! And it's a cracking start from both men, but it's going to be Henry McCartney who just holds his nerve through the first couple of corners. No, he runs in behind Marco Holt. So Holt has got away first, McCartney in second place. Then it is the 8 of Blake Wilson. So this challenge for the title is going full guns blazing between these 3. And we know of old, Isabel, this is going to be one of the fights to watch this weekend between these 3 riders.
I think this is definitely the quickest class as well. Get some very quick lap times in.
So let's see what happens from McCartney's point of view. He wants to get back on terms with Marco Holt, who's already had a mechanical problem earlier today and dropped out of the race in his earlier class. Now here he is in 190. This is the one that matters to him, and he really wants to make good headway of it. It's been a fascinating battle leading up to this, and already a lot of great battles all the way through. Marco Holt currently second in the championship coming in this weekend, 27 points back from Blake Wilson. But don't forget, there's 25 points on offer for a race win, and there are 4 races this weekend for this class, so that's 100 points. It's still very open indeed. Technically, the top 6 can still be champion. Annabelle McCarthy could still get it if she wins all 4 races and the other 5 drop out, don't score points. But in reality, it is going to be these 3. Bit of a headache from McCartney. He had a big wobble through Inkermans, and that was enough for Blake Wilson to have a think about it into second place. So they work their way down the hill out of Wilkins and Osiers. And this is where the big pressure really rocks, Isabel. These guys know what's at stake. They know one missed race, one off on the bike now, and it's all to play for. Blake Wilson in third position is actually a win clear of the 2 guys in front of him. The pressure's off him. It's the 2 up front that have got to deliver. Yeah,
it's also behind that top 3 there's Jensen Bishop, who's Sid Marshall, Annie Carr and Annabelle.
And there's a nice little battle cooking up between Marshall and Carr. Those 2 are very close together, and Annabelle McCarthy is just keeping herself in the game at the moment by being there in 7th position, just waiting for the opportunity to rise. Now normally these guys would race on the same track as the 190-50 obviously, but they've 190.70, I should say, sorry, the 190.70 Cup. But because there's so much at stake in 190, they didn't want to have the 70 Cup riders tripping over these guys and costing them any points. So they just decided to have two separate races for this category. So the Mini GP UK 190s just race themselves on this occasion. They don't have the traffic to deal with because there is a championship up for grabs. Don't forget, these are the final 2 rounds of their championship in the road to MotoGP. Blake Wilson hustling Henry McCartney, but he's in full confidence mode here in 3rd position. He doesn't have to beat the guys in front of him in this first race. He's still got that 27-point cushion. It's 25 points for the win, 20 for 2nd, 16 for 3rd. So by being in 3rd place, he's only going to lose 9 points to Marco Holt.
Who's that, Blake?
Blake Wilson, yeah. So from his point of view, Wilson is in the perfect position. He's in 3rd. He's pressuring Henry McCartney to making a mistake, which of course we saw him make at Three Sisters last time out. So
yeah, this
is all good news for Blake Wilson. He's in 3rd. Okay, he wants to win, but being in 3rd with a 27-point lead, he's in the comfortable position.
Yeah. How many points did you say you get for 2nd?
It's 20.
But 20 is a lot better than 16. Then 4 points do make a difference.
Certainly could. I mean, he certainly wants to put McCartney under enough pressure that he can slip by on his own, but he can certainly do all the hard work. He can leave all the hard work, I should say, to Holt and McCartney. They can do all the tough stuff. He can just sit there behind them in 3rd place and chase. If you're a racer, this is where you want to be. You want to be putting pressure on the guy in front.
Yeah. You just don't want to be the guy in front at this point.
So again, Blake Wilson's being so crafty in 3rd position. He's not really gunning too hard into Henry McCartney here. He's just hustling him. He's currently irritating him. He's like an angry wasp at a picnic right now. Come on, get on with it, Henry. Move it. But he doesn't have to put pressure on him. He's already got a decent lead over both Holt and McCartney. So this is comfortable riding for Blake Wilson. It's in the next 3 races after this that he'll really want to open up the taps. He can afford a comfortable, quiet race here. That's Jensen Bishop on the inset, 4th position, having driven his bike well away from Arnie Carr and Sid Marshall, who are having a fairly decent race of it themselves. Annabelle McCarthy still taking close quarters with them, though, in 7th place.
The thing is, like, all these battles, they're all friends. When you're off the track, you're friends, but when you're on the track, you're enemies.
It must be really tough when you know that you're hanging out with these guys, you know, at the side of the road. You're eating breakfast with them, you're going to play football, you're going to play cards or whatever, and then here you are racing wheel to wheel, knowing that there's a place in the World Series up for grabs. Blake Wilson having a very tasty run of it in 3rd place. All the pressure in the world on Henry McCartney, but he doesn't have to make a move. That's the thing. He's got a comfortable cushion. That's Annabelle McCarthy in the inset, just trying to close up on Arnie Carr and Sid Marshall. But again, all she can do is just improve on her lap times. 57.0 is her best at the moment. Blake Wilson on a 52.3 compared to Henry McCartney on a 52.3. Marco Holt up in front is on a 51.6. That shows you how much time they're losing. That's incredible. That's per lap as well.
I wonder if Blake does get past Henry, then maybe will Blake start to pull a gap on him? Is Blake trying to wait for that opportunity so he doesn't have to, like, defend it for so long?
Well, that move into Wilkins was the first real sniff that Blake Wilson has had to get into 2nd position here. He's not really made any moves on Henry McCartney up until that point. So he's clearly just trying to bide his time and pick his moment. But you're right, a 2nd position. That's 4 more points in the championship. If he gets a chance to get past McCartney in the closing stages, that gives him a really hefty buffer. So McCartney on 154, Marco Holt on 160. So important for Marco Holt to take advantage of this opportunity now. He had a really precautionary tail at Pembrino. Again, here's the move on the inside. Is it? Oh, so close. Wilson nearly threw caution to the winds there on McCartney. That got pretty spicy between the two of them. Very, very nearly a headache. And McCartney, having already dropped it once last time out at Three Sisters, he knows he can't afford to fall again. Otherwise, that's 25 points gone. And don't forget, in the junior class, if you fall, that's it. You can't get up again.
That's something that I am quite new to. I used to race with Nora Sport, and if you crash, you just pick it back up. But these bikes break a lot easier, and they do more damage, and you're obviously going quicker and things like that. So that's something that you have to think about. You can't just pick it back up if you've crashed. You have to just accept that, which obviously you're not going to be very happy about doing.
No, indeed. It's a safety precaution in the regulations here, because with these bikes being quite fragile, you don't know if the bike is going to be okay when you pick it up and race again. The instinct is just to get back on it and go. But obviously these guys are still young racers, and if something were to happen on a bike that is damaged, you don't even want to think about the consequences. So for safety reasons, they don't allow you to pick up the bike again and go racing if you've fallen. This is tricky now for Wilson. He really does seem hungry. But the reason he's starting to get on with this now is that he's run out of time to go after Marco Holt, because that gap has actually grown to 4.5 seconds. That gap's got bigger than I think he was hoping it would get.
I think he was hoping for it to just be like 1, maybe 2, and do you know what I'm saying? Whereas it's got a lot bigger than I expected it to be.
So again, there's your leader, Marco Holt, having the perfect race, and he needs this. He really needed a decent run. 25 points is looking good for him. That'll put him on 185. With Blake Wilson on 16 in third position, that will put him on 203. So that still gives Blake Wilson the advantage. But when you know that there's only 100 points left to fight for on the table with 4 races to go, you don't want to sacrifice any points you don't have to. Look at the way Blake Wilson is still hustling Henry McCartney on the main set. This is really tricky now. Wilson wants it.
He's passed.
Was that him in front? Yes, it is.
Yeah.
No, you're right. It is. It is Blake Wilson ahead. My apologies. They look so similar, the bikes. I didn't register that it was Blake Wilson in front, but he has got through on Henry McCartney. So now that's Marco Holt in the lead, but it is Blake Wilson up to second place. And that's because he essentially had the time. He had the time to be able to make that call. I was so busy looking at the points, I didn't see him actually make the move. So that will need to be one I go back and look at again. But Marco Holt definitely doing the business. But that's an extra 4 points. Blake Wilson, as you said, that's going to put him on 207 compared to Marco Holt on 185. That's going to be a crucial 22-point lead with 75 on the table if it stays like this. It's still advantage Blake Wilson, but that lead is going to evaporate big time if anybody comes a cropper. But look at Henry McCartney. He does not want Blake Wilson to have this second place. He's digging deep. He's going to try and find some more. He's not done yet, is he? This is a very determined Henry McCartney. Out of the toe of the boot, through the chicane. Little bit of a twitch from both riders. They are determined. They've got a little bit of traffic to deal with. That's Annabelle McCartney in front. She's going to have to move aside for them, but she's got to control her own race. Oh, big wobble from Wilson. McCartney not able to take advantage of it.
The important thing is just staying on your own line. When you're being lapped, just stay on your own line, because if you try and, for example, move to the left, they might think, oh, there's a gap there, but you start moving to the left to try and help them out, but it never ends well.
You're absolutely right, Isabel. It's so important that the rider being lapped just stays where they are. The onus is on the rider coming up to lap the racer. That's where they need to make the advantage. So, pretty tricky stuff then between Blake Wilson and Henry McCartney. They swapped positions a couple of laps ago. But Blake Wilson in second place, running a decent race here in front of Henry McCartney. Is there going to be a chance? Well, they're going to have to be careful because they've got slow rider Sid Marshall in the way. Marshall's not going to want to give them anything they don't want. And through they both go, Wilson and McCartney. Still very close together. 2 laps to go by our reckoning. But this is tight. This is so tricky now. Henry McCartney really wanting to size himself back into this battle. Wants to get himself back into the mix again. But let's see if Henry McCartney's got what it takes to take on Blake Wilson.
I think Blake might have this.
What gives you that thought?
I just feel like he has that little bit of a maybe not.
It's tricky to tell, isn't it? Because McCartney is really starting to throw things back at him at the inside. They cannot afford to fall over. Oh, beautiful from McCartney. Oh, that was unbelievable from Henry McCartney.
That was so tight, wasn't it?
How close can you run it? Blake Wilson very nearly on the ground. McCartney likewise. But Henry McCartney knows he's got to pull something special out of the bag to catch up to Blake and Marco in the championship fight. That's about as special as it gets from Henry McCartney. That's going to move him back up to 20 points from this race. That'll put him on 174. Oh my goodness. That is about as tight as it gets in the battle for second place. He clearly heard you. He clearly thought, oh well, he's tipped off Blake and not me. I'm going to show her something. Out in front though, Marco Holt is going to take a crucial 25 points. That'll put him on 185. Henry McCartney will go up to 174 unless Blake Wilson can do something spectacular in the toe of the boot. He's going to try his best to sprint back out into the chicane. It's going to be Marco Holt that takes the win up front. But who will be second? Will it be McCartney or will it be Wilson? It'll be tight to the line, but it is Henry McCartney. He keeps the title fight a little more alive with a 174 score now. Marco Holt on 176. That's how important that was. McCartney has now taken that gap down between the two of them from 6 points to 2.
There was only 0.2 of a second between that. So very, very close there.
That was so tricky. So Blake Wilson ends the race on 203 points. Marco Holt picks up 25. That puts him on 185. Henry McCartney picks up 20. That puts him on 174. Look at the celebrations on this slowing down lap. I don't blame him. That was a very important moment. Excellent stuff. And a very happy Marco Holt after the misery of Pembrey. He absolutely deserves to celebrate. Good lad.
That must bring you a lot of confidence, like winning by 4.8.
4.8 seconds.
Nearly 5 seconds. Like with people that you're very close, like with racing, like you're always within half a second or something like that. Pulling a 5 second gap is a massive achievement.
Yeah, and you've got to remember, it's been a very tough season. McCartney's had a fall at Three Sisters. Marco had one at Pembrey. Blake Wilson hasn't had one yet. If he has one this weekend, then suddenly this championship fight comes alive again. Marco Holt takes the win. Henry McCartney second for Blake Wilson in a comfortable but very aggressive third. Jensen Bishop in fourth place ahead of Arnie Carr. Sid Marshall P6. Annabelle McCarthy P7. We've had one roll of the dice in this championship. We've got 3 more to come this weekend. I'm so excited to see which way it's going to go. On paper, it looks like it's going Blake Wilson's way, but he cannot afford to fall off the bike. If he falls off once, this is wide open.
Yep, definitely. I think they've changed the running order, the timetable, like not from what Bart said, but I was quite confused a minute ago because I was previously out after the Super Minis, and the Super Minis are just going out now.
So there's a very good chance you may just have to drop everything and run for it in a bit.
It's the 110s after, but it changed and I was really confused.
You just have to keep one hand on your mobile because you may just get a call. Come on, we got to go. Fair enough. That's the way it is in racing. Brilliant stuff so far. House of Moto giving us a message. Good luck to everyone today, especially to our girls, Nellie Newth and Lucy Curtis. And they're wishing you a good job as well. So there you go. That's House of Moto. They're your new best mates. All right, so let's crack on with the race action once again, and it's the Super Minis. This will be a fascinating one. Bailey Stewart Campbell got the pole position in qualifying, 52.81. Clayton Edmonds half a second back on a 53.3. Then Lawrence Wardle in third, Andrea Todea in fourth, Jake Smith in fifth ahead of Louis Smith, and then Leo Caulfield, Michael Med, Nathan Gardner and James Sidebottom, then Lee Thompson and Sam Morrison, George Muscat and Joe Milnes. Then Nektarios Katakis is in 15th in front of Tyler Clark. A very intriguing battle, this one. 16 riders if we've got all of them in the drink. And again, these Super Minis, they just have an aggression all of their own. It's a completely different riding style to what you see from the Mini GPs or the Mini Motos. It's just such an aggressive stance. You're up high, you're on the upright, you can just throw the bike in. But you've also got to be a little bit delicate because that long wheelbase really does change the way you ride.
These are the bikes that I'm used to, the 85. I know there's Tyler Clark, he's 13th, and we raced together, but he has the foot out style, whereas I have the knee out style. But the difference between them and the Oval is quite significant. Like you say, they're a lot longer, and obviously the difference between 2-stroke and 4-stroke is a massive.
So when you're in the middle of a fast lap, how big a difference in the stance is there? Because it's not just when you grip the throttle and when you go for the brake. I guess how you position yourself through the corners, it's all very different.
What, on the difference between the two bikes?
Yeah, in terms of the styles between the two bikes.
Yeah, you're more sat up on the 85, whereas the first time I rode the Ovalie, like my neck was hurting from dropping my head and all different things like that. I'm obviously getting used to it now, but it was quite different.
Off we go then, into the first couple of corners of the Super Minis. No problems at all for Bailey Stewart Campbell. Goes straight into business as usual as he rides through the first turn. And again, everybody playing sensible through the first couple of corners, up to Christmas for the first time. No worries for BSC. Bailey Stewart-Campbell running well up at the sharp end of the dais. And the 99 runs very well indeed. Pop a flake in it and he's done. Out through the first couple of corners, through Ashby. And on the run up towards Wilkins and Osiers. Clayton Edmonds going well.
I've just realised these have a quite long race, don't they? 14 laps.
They do indeed, yeah. It's a long race for this particular category, the Super Minis. But it should be a really interesting ride nonetheless. There is the man in second. That's Andrea Tadea. So Andrea Tadea doing actually a very good job as he runs through in position. So Bailey Stewart-Campbell comes through at the end of the lap. No worries at all there. Tadea in second position. Lawrence Wardle third. Then Jake Smith. Michael Med in fifth position, Clayton Edmonds, Louis Smith, Nathan Gardner and James Sidebottom. But this is already turning into a really proper race of it. Watch out on the far side, that's Michael Med trying to shake off Clayton Edmonds as they work their way out of Christmas. Got to try and get underneath your opponent. Is this going to be the move on the inside of Jake Smith? No, he tried his best there to get through into Ashby, but not easy. You get so much throttle off that right kink. But it's about whether you've got the bravery and the space to throw the bike up the inside. Now he's going to get the run into Osiers, and this time he gets it on the exit. Oh, goodness me! On the throttle, a little bit quick there, and it completely unsettled him.
That was very close for high side there, wasn't it?
That must be so terrifying. I'm sure a couple of times in testing and everything, you'll have done that, and it just completely upsets you.
I headbutted the tank yesterday. When doing that, I just run forward, and it totally unsettles the way that you're riding. Like, you have a flow, and then that lap, your lap time's gone down by 2 seconds, up by 2 seconds, and it's so annoying.
A total shift and transference of weight as you come off the handlebars as well. It must be so difficult for Michael Med to get his rhythm back again, chasing down Jake Smith for fourth position. He had the move. It was a very nice move as well. The trouble is he just got a little bit too cheeky on the throttle, and the whole bike was like, no, I'm not ready for that. He was very lucky to catch it before it threw him into the grass, and he could well have had a grass sandwich there. But he manages to get away with it. Down the back straight, up towards the boot again. Louis Smith is looking pretty hungry as well. So this is fascinating. We've got a Michael Med sandwich on Smith bread, because you've got Jake in front, Louis behind, and watch out, because Clayton Edmonds is not far away in 7th place either. And even a couple of bike lengths back, you've got Nathan Gardner looking for a chance to come through into the top 5. So these riders have got to take care of each other to a certain extent. They don't want to end up all coming a cropper. But this is all Jake Smith's race, very much from his control in 4th position. Up front, it's still Bailey Stewart-Campbell from Andre Tadea and Lawrence Wardle. But this battle for 4th position is irresistible. And for a moment there, I thought Clayton Edmonds was going to have the run for 6th position. Didn't make it in the end. Louis Smith able to hold it. Here comes Michael Med trying again. Yeah, Jake Smith's wise to that. Come on, is that all you've got? Try a proper move. Out of the braking zone for the boot. And this must be so frustrating.
I don't know who that is, but the one at the front of that battle on the back 56.
Jake Smith, yeah.
He definitely got on the throttle a lot earlier than who was.
He's got Michael Med behind him, yeah.
He definitely got on the throttle a lot earlier, because you could see the pull out the corner was so different.
Not so easy to try and get the advantage on your opponent, but certainly Jake Smith able to. Right, here comes the charge from further back. Looked like Clayton Edmonds was going to get a run there to move up into 6th position, but Louis Smith was wise to it. He's not going to give him any free overtakes today. Michael Med coming straight back at the 56 of Jake Smith. It's fascinating. The top 3 are well clear, but 4th position downwards is anybody's guess. Michael Med tight in behind Jake Smith again. On the throttle, hoping for a charge down the back straight, up to the left-hander in the heel of the boot. This is where he might get a chance. Up towards, out of the toe, in through to the ankle. This is not easy for Michael Med. He's trying to get a bit more throttle than Jake Smith to come off the turn. But it's just...
so difficult, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? Because you want the confidence of that flow. Oh, now he might get him round the far side. Commits to the left side of the circuit. Can he take it right round the outside of Christmas? No way! Oh, he had to think about it.
Just ran wide at the end of the straight corner. I don't know the names of these corners, to be honest.
Fair enough. Christmas is a tricky corner to get right in the best of times, but Michael Med very nearly learned about that the hard way, right round the outside. That would have been a magic overtake if he'd have pulled it off, and he was certainly committed to it. But I think he suddenly found out he ran out of road. Now here's the chance from Louis Smith, diving at the inside. Sorry, Michael. Oh, really sorry, because Clayton Edmonds gets him as well. That's so frustrating when you're nearly in 4th position and then all of a sudden you find yourself down in 7th. Heartbreak. So tricky. Jake Smith, Louis Smith, Clayton Edmonds. Now Clayton Edmonds has found his feet. This is going to be his chance. Oh, look at the transfer. It's the switch from left to right. But Louis Smith is ready for him in the braking zone. No chance. Up through the flick, out of the kink from Inkermans, then into Ashby again. So difficult because you can't afford to be too aggressive on the knee slide, can you? You've just got to be balanced and it's got to be deliberate. You can't afford to be too fluid. Louis on the inside of Jake. That was close. They just about keep away from it. Here comes Clayton Edmonds, though. He fancies his chances, and he's there. Lovely from Clayton Edmonds. That was great reactionary riding. So now he's split the two of them. Can he get his way into 4th position from 7th place?
This would be a mega ride, that, wouldn't it?
It certainly would, yeah, to go from the back of the train to the front. And that's all you can do as a rider in these races, is just try and figure out how to unlock the puzzle. Here's the move on the inside line. Better throttle. Out of Manuel's bank. Up Fine Lady towards Christmas. Can he finish it off? Job done.
Wow. I was going to say that on that corner, I'd prefer to have the outer line, but like to try and make a move, but that definitely worked there.
Inside line for Clayton Edmonds, and that's magic from 7th to 6th to 5th to 4th, and he really made that one look like child's play. Never give up, never say die, you never know what's coming round the bend, and Clayton Edmonds has worked his way through from 7th to 4th. That's genius bit of riding. Now Louis Smith taking on Jake Smith again, and oh dear, I'm afraid to say that it's all gone wrong for Michael Med. I think he's had a mechanical. Michael Med's had a mechanical problem somewhere. That's really disheartening as well. He was down by as high as 4th position. I think I just saw his bike, actually. I think it might be off to the sidelines there.
Do you reckon he's crashed then?
Potentially, yeah. I think he's well out of harm's way. But I think it was a bike I saw on the sidelines there. Maybe my eyes were deceiving me, not sure. But certainly, it's game over for Michael Med after 6 laps. So everyone else has completed 8. So very unfortunate indeed for Michael Med.
We're coming up to some traffic now.
Yeah, this is where you are really tested as a rider. You can get squeezed in the wrong place on the wrong corner, and it's actually worth it just to take a little bit of time. Tyler Clark is the rider in front of them. So Jake Smith approaches, catches him at the wrong angle. Oh, this is so irritating, so frustrating.
In this chicane, you can only go as quick as the person in front of you is going. Like, there's nothing else that you can do about that.
Yeah, you can't just force them to one side. There are no blue flags in this sport. You can't just order them off the road. You've got to do the hard work to lap them. So Jake Smith just about hanging on there from Louis Smith, but it was close at one point, wasn't it? Very tight stuff between them. So for the moment, Bailey Stewart Campbell in the lead from Andre Todea and Lawrence Wardle. 5 laps remaining here. Clayton Edmonds in P4, then Jake Smith and Louis Smith having this terrific battle. The 5th position. It's not ending between them. If anything, Louis Smith is going to try and have another crack at it. The trouble is that back marker really has opened up the gap a little bit between them, hasn't it?
Sometimes back markers work in your favour and sometimes they just don't.
And it's frustrating because you can never really tell from one lap to the next how it's going to go.
No.
And I guess the other thing as well is it doesn't even matter where that back marker is in the racetrack. They can be dead last or they can be in a fight for 10th position. It's just all about trying to read the situation as best as possible, where to place yourself, where to place them.
Yeah, sometimes you like when you're lapping someone, there's a certain part of the track, like I'm going to say on this track it's going to be the chicane, you just don't want to catch them because certain corners you just have to go through same speed as the other person. There's no way that you can get past them in certain corners and there's nothing you can do about that.
Yeah, it's always tricky stuff in this particular field. Now we've got a nice little battle further back. This is the Joe Milnes George Muscat scrap. Every little battle counts. It's just outside the top 10, but who says that the lead is any more important than 11th position? Only the championship tables. Everyone is obviously paying the same amount to be here. So they've obviously got to make sure they get the same sort of race coverage as well. George Muscat trying to find this move on Joe Mills. So easy to get wrong on a circuit like this. And you can see that there's a lot of moisture in the air. The clouds have come back in over the circuit. That must be weighing on the minds of the riders as well.
Yeah, it's definitely, people just see it as this riding, but you have to think about the tyres, like if the air's got some damp in it and how cold the track is, all these different things that people don't really think about, but they are so important.
Well, there's a very decent chance that you may have to get those hard tyres on standby after all.
I was just thinking that.
Right, Bailey Stewart Campbell in front of Andre Todea. Then Lawrence Wardle in third position. Clayton Edmonds P4. Then Jake Smith in front of Louis Smith. Nathan Gardner P7. 8th place is James Sidebottom. 9th is Lee Thompson. 10th Sam Morrison. Then Joe Milnes and George Muscat. But this particular man has been large and in charge all the way through. No worries at all for BSC. Bailey Stewart Campbell having a very solid ride of it. He's been at the front end of these Super Minis title fights for so long now. One of the strongest competitors in the British mini bikes paddock. Such a fantastic run. I was talking about angry wasps at picnic this morning. They're trying to invade our commentary box at exactly the wrong moment. They've just attacked us both. How dare you? Don't you know we're live on air? Anyway, BSC comes through to start the final lap. This is the big one for him. And he's right in the midst of this 11th place battle. He's got past George Muscat. Now he takes on Joe Milnes. All about timing. You just got to think about how much time can you afford to lose? Where can you place the bike? Where's going to be a good place to get it done? So tricky to balance.
Yeah, you just have to, in your head, find which line's better. Obviously, you don't know where they're going to be going, because when you're up battling with the people that you're normally with, you know where their lines are, you know all these things. But when you're coming up to lap someone, you have no idea where their lines are, any of that, apart from just hoping that you're taking the right line.
I imagine there's a lot of trust involved with your fellow riders as well.
Yeah.
So here they come. Final lap then for Bailey Stewart Campbell. Final turn as well. The checkered flag is in the air, and it's going to be a ride to victory for Bailey Stewart Campbell. Perfect run, and he even gets a 54.3 on his final lap as well. It's only a second away from his best with traffic. So not bad at all from BSC. Andre Todea will come through for second position. Decent ride for him. Third place as well for Clayton Edmonds. What a ride from 7th place to catch up to Lawrence Wardle and get him for third place. That's an amazing run from Clayton Edmonds. Definitely one of the riders of the day so far. 4th place for Wardle, 5th place for Jake Smith, 6th place for Louis Smith. Excellent riding so far. So, looking at the clouds then, Isabel, are tyres perhaps a factor?
I don't know, I'm going to go now and go speak to my dad.
Fair enough. Good luck for the race later, mate.
See ya.
Yeah, we're hoping that it's a very successful race for Isabel Wingate. We'll keep you up to date with that in a short while. So, Bailey Stewart Campbell taking the win in Super Mini. No worries at all there so far. Andre Todea having a good race of it in second place in front of Clayton Edmonds in third, who managed to charge his way through from what was originally 7th position at the back of the queue of 4 and then found his way forward. So here's the provisional results in Super Mini then, race 1. Bailey Stewart Campbell ahead of Andre Todea by 12.5 seconds in the end. Clayton Edmonds, what a ride, up to third position. Lawrence Wardle 4th from Jake Smith, Louis Smith and Nathan Gardner. James Sidebottom in 8th place, Lee Thompson and Sam Morrison rounding out the top 10. George Muscat actually got past Joe Milnes on the final lap in front of Nectarios Katakis and Tyler Clark. Michael Med had mechanical problems after 6 laps. Leo Caulfield didn't start. So a fascinating race battle then in Super Mini. For Bailey Stewart Campbell, it was, well, pretty concise, wasn't it? No issues there at all. But next up, it's the BMB 110s with the Ovali 110 Cup. And this has been one of the most exciting battles of the 2024 season. Max Robinson leads coming into this one on 222 points with 4 very concise and very sturdy races over the course of the first 4 rounds. He's got a decent advantage coming into this one. 59 points, I should say, is the advantage that he currently has over Sebastian Kozlowski. So it's almost done and dusted for Max Robinson, but he's still got to get the job done. And this weekend so far, his first race of the weekend sees him only third, because it's Sebastian Kozlowski who's got the pole. Mason Federick, the ever-improving superstar, who's only in his third weekend this year, actually. He wasn't there for the first 2 weekends at Teesside and Rowra, but he joined in from Pembrey, and then last time out at Three Sisters, he had a very decent weekend. But Sebastian Kozlowski scoring a full 75 points last time out has definitely put him into the vanguard of chasing after Max Robinson. But he's running out of time. There's no second way of putting this, because essentially there's only 100 points available, 50 per day. And it's definitely going to be a tricky one for Sebastian Kozlowski to get the gap down. But all he can do is his best, and his pole position going into this one. Mason Federick second, Max Robinson third, from Caden Herring in fourth place. Then Leo Soliu from Leon Simpson in sixth position. Mason Hams in seventh from Cian Daly, and then Austin Whilton, Jasper O'Neill-White, and Ella Mosgrove in 11th position. So once again, it's time for a decent showcase. Max Robinson has the championship lead, 222 points. Sebastian Kozlowski is 59 points back on 163. But even with a 59-point deficit, there is still 100 points on the table. It ain't over till the fat lady sings, and she hasn't even warmed up her vocal cords yet. This title won't be won until race 2 at the earliest. So what damage can Kozlowski do to Max Robinson's title attack? The 99 is to the far right of your picture. What can he do from third? Let's find out. Great start from Sebastian Kozlowski. Gets straight into the lead, no worries at all for him. Not a bad start either for Max Robinson. He slots in very tidily behind Mason Federick. There's a non-starter on the grid. Now that looks like it's on the third row, so I would guess that's probably, well, that could well be a non-start for Mason Hams. Trying to see who it is that's got away now in 11th position. Maybe it's Jasper O'Neill-White, actually. Yeah, it is Jasper O'Neill-White. My apologies. So Sebastian Kozlowski leading the way. But look who's thwarting his opponent. It's Mason Federick, right in behind Sebastian Kozlowski. This is really impressive from Federick, considering he's only done half the season. He's already going for Kozlowski on the first lap. Tries to look for the inside gap. Has not been able to make it through. There's Jasper O'Neill-White on the inset, managing to start the race then. But Mason Federick all over the back of Sebastian Kozlowski. So Kozlowski, Federick, and then I think it's Caden Herring who's actually in third position in front of Max Robinson. That's great news for Kozlowski, with Robinson being down in P5, not P4, because Leon Simpson's got ahead of him. Right, well, this definitely changes things up, because if it stays like this, then Kozlowski's going to score 25 points, and Max Robinson is only going to score 11. So that's a big swing. That's 14 points to the good for Kozlowski. So Max Robinson really needs to get on with this. He's in fifth position, but his closest rival, Sebastian Kozlowski, is in the lead. Mason Federick second. Really starting to put him under some pressure. Now, this is not plain sailing for Kozlowski at all, because Mason Federick has no issue here trying to go past him. He gets a good run off the Ozier's kink. Again, he just doesn't quite have the gusto to slingshot up the inside. So Mason Federick is not in championship contention. I mean, mathematically, he can still get second, but he would have to win all 4 races this weekend, and for Kozlowski not to score to do it. So from Mason Federick's point of view, it's just, well, let's just get on with it and see what we can do. It's bragging rights. Coaxing it through Crooked Oblivion. Manuel's bank. Cross Fine Lady. Here's the chance into Christmas. Can this be the move from Mason Federick? Yes, it is! Mason Federick takes the lead at Christmas. Brilliant overtake. So Federick now leads. Excellent opportunity now for him to continue and add another 25 to his score. Brilliant racing from Mason Federick. Meanwhile, further back, Max Robinson has got ahead of Leon Simpson. That puts him into 4th position. Bad news for Kozlowski. That drops him to 20 points, with Max Robinson now on 13. So that cuts the advantage that he'll gain in half, from 14 points to 7 points. This is properly getting interesting now for the title battle. You're actually looking at the battle for 3rd position on the inset there briefly. That was Caden Herring, Max Robinson and Leon Simpson behind the 2 leaders. And this is where the championship is being fought over the course of this weekend. 4 races, 100 points available, and a gap of 59. So it's really important that Sebastian Kozlowski takes as many points out of Max Robinson's lead in these first 2 races of the weekend as humanly possible. If he can get it under 50 points, then the championship goes on to tomorrow. So Mason Federick leads the way here. Sebastian Kozlowski second. Here's Max Robinson in the second bike of the queue, trying to take on Caden Herring. Now, Max Robertson cannot afford to rush this. He's got a huge lead in the championship fight. He can afford to finish in 4th position, particularly with Kozlowski being in 2nd. But he doesn't want to rush this. A fall, and he gets no points whatsoever. In the junior classes, you cannot pick the bike up if you fall down. So Max Robertson's got to be patient. He can even afford to drop to 5th position. He's got a decent enough gap that he doesn't have to panic yet. This is very much his championship to lose at the moment with a 59-point lead. So he's just got to be patient. Sits behind Caden Herring. Through to Crook. Through to Oblivion, the right-hander. Careful, because now there are a lot of clouds over Whilton Mill. It was a perfectly beautiful sunny day at the start. But now the cloud cover's coming over. Max Robertson having a think about 3rd place. Can't quite get the move on Caden Herring. Has to think again. Tricky stuff. Very tricky stuff. Still riding very close in. Through the hairpin. Back on the charge again. Down to Wilkins, through the left. Flip on the power, through to Oziers in the next left. And you can see that Max Robertson is really starting to get himself into a rhythm now. And he needs to, because he doesn't have to panic at this point. Just sit behind Caden Herring, let him do all the hard work. You could even pick up a 3rd place in the closing couple of laps of this race. Just always be thinking about championship. You don't have to win every race. You just need to score enough points to have that cushion and be comfortable. But if he can get himself into 3rd position later, that gives him another 3 points. And then he'll only lose 4 to Kozlowski, which will put him on a lead of 55 points. Here he goes. Max Robertson has a think about it. Caden Herring resists him. Now, if Robinson can get past Caden Herring, he has a really decent chance of wrapping up the championship today. And that's why he's just got to take his time about this. He doesn't need to rush. He can afford to wait till tomorrow, but he doesn't want to wait till tomorrow. He wants to get through on Caden Herring. Now, he cannot win the championship in this race, but he can in the second one if he gets ahead of Caden Herring and doesn't lose too many points to Kozlowski in the second race later this afternoon. So it's important for Max Robertson that he doesn't rush this. He's got plenty of time. 4 races in hand, 59 points to the good, and 100 points available. It's achievable this weekend, but he just doesn't need to rush it. Meanwhile, Mason Federick is still only 0.6 of a second ahead of Sebastian Kozlowski for the lead overall. Robertson's got a great run off of Oblivion, surely 3rd position, and it is indeed Max Robertson through to 3rd place. That puts one hand on the championship title. Great run from Max Robertson. Excellently done, and it couldn't have been better timed either. 3rd position. Playing the percentages, not taking too many risks. Such a composed rider, Max Robertson. That's how he got into this lead in the first place, taking full advantage of the opportunities. He had the perfect score at Rowra, perfect score at Pembrey, and now he's in a very neat position to get it done again here. Doesn't even need to win the races, just a few points on the board will do. But out in front, Mason Federick still leads the way, ahead of Sebastian Kozlowski, who's just doing everything he can to take these points gaps down. A little more here, a little more there. It's still potentially doable, but only if you keep the faith. There is a mathematical chance for Leo Soliu and Caden Herring to win this championship, but in reality, I think they're both well aware of the fact that they need a miracle if they're going to be champion in 2024. So they can still have a fairly sizable race battle elsewhere, though. This is a little further back. This is Caden Herring and Leo Soliu that we are looking at. Max Robertson having now got through into 3rd position, pulling away. Soliu fancying his chances. And don't forget that they are still duelling for 3rd position. The top 3 go to the World Series. My apologies, that's only in the 190 and 160. But certainly the bragging rights for the top 3 of the championship is still very strong. Leo Soliu and Caden Herring dueling for 3rd position in the championship. They came in separated by just 2 points. So with 100 available, you know that this could go either rider's way. So Herring in 4th. Leon Simpson in 5th place and Leo Soliu in 6th position behind these two. So Leo Soliu really wants to pick up the pace, but he's currently 6 seconds behind them. It's going to be a race one bout to Caden Herring in the fight for 3rd in the championship. They'll have to go back to the drawing board and find something else ready ahead of race 2. But with the weather looking like it could change, that could be the difference that they need. So Mason Federic leading the race here from Sebastian Goslavsky. He's pulled the gap up to 1.2 seconds. Robinson doing a fabulous job in third place. But Caden Herring also doing well to keep back Leon Simpson. In the inset to the right of your screen, you can see the leader. That is Mason Federic on the orange-black machine. Riding beautifully, just keeping himself to himself out front. Doesn't need to push too hard here. Has opened up enough of a gap over Sebastian Goslavsky to be comfortable. And up in front on the main set, you can see Max Robinson ahead of Caden Herring and Leon Simpson. That's third, fourth and fifth. So a very important chapter in this title fight in Mini GP 110. The Ovali 110 Cup is being played out here. A very important one indeed. Now we're getting the traffic. That's where things can get a little bit more interesting. Got to be careful how you place this. I think that's Jasper O'Neill-White in front of them. Or is that the 22 of Ella Mosgrove? I think that might actually be Ella Mosgrove. They've just lapped. So Mason Federic getting through there without issue. Sebastian Goslavsky did the same thing. And now third, fourth and fifth have done the same. So that was indeed Ella Mosgrove that they just lapped there. Next up is going to be Jasper O'Neill-White. There is Caden Herring. Frustration. Fourth position. Not really where he wanted to be. Has a chance still to catch up to Max Robinson again. But Max Robinson is now in such a smooth rhythm in third position. I think that's Austin Whilton that he's just put a lap over. But an excellent run from Caden Herring. Still trying to take on all comers. Dives up the inside of Austin Whilton to try and put a lap on him. There he does the job. So, no issues there really as the riders move aside. Mason Federic, though, out in front on the inset, has now pulled out the gap lead to 2.4 seconds. This is Mason Federic all over. A great appearance mid-season, and hopefully we're going to see a lot more from Mason Federic in the paddock in 2025. This is a rider with a lot of potential, and certainly with an amazing opportunity in the future. A ride like this mid-season to come into the championship, joining in Pembrey, and really showcasing that he's full of confidence. His ride last time out at Three Sisters was extraordinary, and here he is going to come of age at Whilton Mill. If he continues this brilliant ride, then Mason Federic is not just going to win this race, he's going to completely demoralise the opposition. But in terms of the championship fight, it's quite significant because Sebastian Goslavsky is in second, but Max Robinson is in third. So that will drop the gap down from 59 points to 54 points. Oh, no, sorry, it'll drop it to 55 points. And then essentially all Max Robinson has to do is the same job again. If Goslavsky finishes second, he would finish third, and he would win the championship this afternoon. So it's still very tight at the top. All the way through, you've got to be very careful what risks you take. Mason Federic has taken just enough risk out there to put himself up alongside Goslavsky when he knew that Goslavsky had a championship to lose. So he was able to take full advantage of the situation, get the place, get the run, ride beautifully. There is Sebastian Goslavsky, second place at the toe of the boot. Full credit to him. He needed to beat Max Robinson in this race, and he has done that quite consistently and quite dispassionately as well. So through goes Goslavsky. No issues at all for him in second place. This will do a bit of the job, but it's not all done yet. Third place for Max Robinson. And in championship winning mode, Max Robinson being in third position, 2.3 ahead of Caden Herring. Fifth place for Leon Simpson. Sixth is Leo Soliu. Seventh is Kian Daly ahead of Mason Hams, Austin Whilton, Jasper O'Neill-White and Ella Mosgrove. But this is a big moment for Mason Federic, and they deserve to take full advantage of this. This is a celebration that has been building in the mid part of the season, and it was inevitable. To the boot for the last time. Mason Federic has been so solid and smooth in this race. He's just got one back marker to deal with in the final turn. No panic, no disaster. Mason Federic comes through for the victory, and what a ride it was too. Excellent display for Mason Federic. Second place for Sebastian Goslavsky. And third position, one step closer to the championship, Max Robinson. A very mature ride to third position for Max Robinson. They may have lost a lot of time to the leaders, but he doesn't care. Third position is more than enough to keep his championship on course. So the lead drops from 59 points to 55 points for Max Robinson, but that's still all to the good. There are only 75 points available now in the British Championship for the Avali 110 Cup. But Mason Federic is victorious, and deservedly so. What a terrific ride against Sebastian Goslavsky. But Mason Federic, remember the name, with a ride like that, he's got a big, big future. And what a commanding display in the end from Mason Federic. Took his time to get the lead, but he had a plan. As soon as he was in the lead, you were never going to see him again. Excellent run from Mason Federic. He may not be in the championship fight, but you know what? He's got championship written all over him. 2025 could be his to clean up. So an excellent display and a great performance. That's very nearly the end of all the race ones, because we're going to go into race twos very soon. Mason Federic getting the victory then in front of Sebastian Goslavsky. Max Robinson deadens the blow in the championship from 59 down to just 55. Caden Herring in fourth position ahead of Leon Simpson. He takes first blood in the third place battle with Leo Soliu in sixth. Cian Daly ahead of Mason Hams. Then Austin Whilton, Jasper O'Neill-White and Ella Mosgrove. And that's all she wrote for this first of the 4 races you'll see this weekend in the Avali 110 Cup. There's 3 more to come this weekend, 1 more this afternoon. And if it finishes like this, with Goslavsky in second ahead of Robinson in third, then Max Robinson will be the champion. But there's a long, long way still to go. Into the action then for the BMB 140s. This is one of the most exciting championships that we get to see. And in the AMR Moto British Mini Bike 140 Championship, there's been so much excitement all the way through the season. Great to see these guys back out on the course for the second time today. Harley McCabe got the job done earlier, of course. Now we're going to go into it again today for the second time. Harley McCabe hoping to get the job done in one more time. Now, remember that in the mini bikes there are 3 races over the course of the day. And it's a different point scoring system for the mini bikes. 60 points for the win, and 3 races means there's 180 points up for grabs this weekend. And while Harley McCabe is not really in the championship fight, as this is his first weekend of the season, he can still certainly put himself right up the order. 180 points twice still gives you 360 points. That would be enough to put him into the top 10 of the championship. So he can be very happy with that if that's the way it's going to go. So Harley McCabe alongside Stuart Hardman on the front row of the grid for this one. Then Michael Med and Tim Patterson, Tommy Almond and Simon Gates, Stephen Humphreys, Dan Merrin, Ben Johnson and Tom Wise to complete the top 10. Then Adam Harris, Mark Portis, Jordan Merriweather and Simon Portis from Liam Trinder, Dean Carver, Lindsay Yates and Ryan Hayburn, Dean Rowland, Harry Swan, Zach James, Jack Stanford, Reese Morgan, Warren Henry, Harrison Quincy and Sam Morrison. So that is where we currently find ourselves in the mix. All been a very exciting battle so far. So now we're going to get ourselves ready for the second race of the day for this particular class. They get 3 races over the course of the day. So very exciting to see how the riders will line up in this one. Can Harley McCabe make it 2 out of 2? We'll have to see how it all goes. Engine revs rise. And what will Harley McCabe do from the pole position? Here at Whilton Mill, we are about to find out. A long hold on the grid. As the engine revs rise big time. Green flag now at the back of the field. Now we're rising. Avanti! And it's a great start from Harley McCabe. But it's a better start on the far side. He manages to shut the door before they go through, but that was very nearly a Stuart Hardman lead as they went through. It is Harley McCabe that takes the lead on the run to Christmas, and riding behind that's Michael Med in third position, trying to get into the top 2 ahead of Stuart Hardman. but a very tough race battle so far, as they all put in an excellent showcase. So through they come. A very tricky situation for them as they run through. 9 laps to go in this one. It's not a particularly long race, this one. But the mini bikes have 3 races over the course of the day, 60 points for the win, so 180 points in the title fight this weekend. And then, of course, they have round 6 tomorrow, and then they have round 7 at Red Lodge in the autumn. But Harley McCabe has absolutely stamped his authority on this one. Look at him go, disappearing into the distance already. Stuart Hardman, second position. Michael Med, the number 1, in 3rd place. And then it is Tommy Armand, 4th position ahead of Tim Patterson, Simon Gates, Stephen Humphries and Dan Merrion. Out of the braking zone for Christmas. They go through, left kink, up the run to Inkermans, and then they get on the brakes into the tight hairpin at Ashby. So a really solid battle as they continue in fine stead. They work their way through on the far side of the course. This is really good racing so far from them. So they continue to work their way forward into the braking zone for the boot. Look at how threatening Michael Med is getting, already on the back wheel of Stuart Hardman, trying to get through on the inside line of the toe of the boot with the smallest gap in history to play with. So Harley McCabe leading the way here. Stuart Hardman second from Michael Med, Tommy Armand, Tim Patterson and Simon Gates. Little bit of a twitch there from Patterson on the 13, and that's going to be enough for Simon Gates. Surely he'll get him on the through. Yes, he does. Squeaks the throttle a little earlier, up to the inside line, into P6. Into P5 even, sorry. So Patterson down to 6th position. Now he's got Stephen Humphries and Dan Merrin to thwart his attack. So let's see how it all progresses. It's a really interesting challenge for the riders as they continue on. So they'll continue on the charge forward. They will battle away. In the inset, you can see a nice little battle taking on just outside the top 10 as well. I think this is Adam Harris and Tom Wise. Certainly a very close one in the midfield, as well as this battle towards the sharp end. But Tim Patterson down to 5th has definitely got, down to 6th place, sorry, has got pressure from Stephen Humphries, and at the back of the queue, that's Dan Merrin. So Harley McCabe has already pulled 2 seconds on Stuart Hardman and Michael Med battling for 2nd place. Is this going to be the charge forward from Stephen Humphries? Dives on the inside of Patterson! Oh, beautifully done in Christmas. That'll be job done. There's a penalty being shown here. That's for the 184 to Dean Carver. And there's another penalty. That's for Stuart Hardman. So Stuart Hardman has been given a penalty. I wonder if that's for jumping the start, you know. Because Stuart Hardman did get a very quick launch indeed. But apparently he has been issued with a penalty. I've not noticed many penalties so far today. So it looks as though they're going to start cracking down on things a little bit more. Either that or just everybody was very clean and safe in the first race, and now they're being a little bit more aggressive in the second. But certainly Dean Carver and Stuart Hardman have both picked up penalties. Now for Stuart Hardman, that's going to drop him behind Michael Med. I don't know by how much though, that's the thing, because I think Michael Med has actually overtaken him on merit. So Med is now ahead of Stuart Hardman on merit anyway. Here comes the charge from Merrin to dive up the inside of Patterson once again for 7th position. It's very hard to know where to look at the moment. So much going on. Patterson trying to get back on terms with Stephen Humphries. He does not want to sit in 6th position for long. Can he dive through on the inside line? No is the answer. Try again. Is that all you've got? Think on. Comes off the turn again. Squeaks back on the throttle, hoping for a chance to dive forward. Here's another opportunity, knocking on the door. Dan Merrin just can't find his feet on Tim Patterson. So Patterson will take on Stephen Humphries again, and it becomes stalemate between these 3 riders. Somebody's got to make the difference. Humphries, Patterson, Merrin, 6th, 7th, 8th. Meanwhile, out in front, there's your man, Harley McCabe, on the inset, leading the race comfortably here. 24 riders out there. All of them still having a very good race of it at the moment. No major concerns as Patterson dives in and gets the place, and so does Merrin. So both Tim Patterson and Dan Merrin get the run there on Stephen Humphries. And there's a yellow flag. Somebody's gone down in front of them. Now, who is that that's gone? desperately trying to start the engine up again. That looks like a 2. Is that Tommy Armand? I wonder if that's Tommy Armand that's had an issue there. So Tommy Armand, who was in 4th position in front of these guys, I think he's had an issue and then had to restart it. So that is devastating if that's the case. And that gift wraps 4th position to Simon Gates. Is it Tommy Armand who was in trouble? Yes, it was. So Simon Gates is now P4. Dan Merrin is up to 5th. Humphries is 6th. Patterson 7th. Harrison Quincy is up to 8th position now. So a lot of exciting battles out there. But I tell you what, I don't think any of them were expecting this was going to be a 4th place battle by this point. So Dan Merrin is now P5. 6th is Humphries, 7th is Patterson. Patterson wants to try and get back into it. Oh, that was so brave from Stephen Humphries, but he clips the rear wheel of Dan Merrin, and Tim Patterson is able to slip through instead. That was such a gamble from Stephen Humphries. I'm not sure whether he missed his braking or whether he genuinely thought a gap might open up. Either way, though, the result is the same, and Stephen Humphries has slipped to 7th place behind Tim Patterson. Now Patterson has got the gusto to go after Dan Merrin. Never lose ground, never lose heart, because even if you drop back a little bit, you'll still get another chance later. These guys are having a great race of it. Tim Patterson back on terms with Dan Merrin. They've got a slower bike in front of them. Keep yourself to yourself. Is Patterson able to stay on the throttle just that little bit longer and round the far side into Christmas? He thought about it. Protective from Dan Merrin, but Patterson can now slingshot his way through on the undercut. Merrin moves across just in the nick of time. So Patterson unable to get the slingshot manoeuvre. Great racing here at Whilton Mill. Tim Patterson tries again. Big dive on the inside. No, you don't, says Dan Merrin. Is that all you've got, mate? Come on. Come and have a real overtake. All right, then. Let's try it into the boot. And this time he's done it. Patterson is there. Lovely overtake from Tim Patterson. That'll get the job done nicely. Into 5th position. His next target, Simon Gates. But has he got enough time? The last lap begins. There is Simon Gates, just up the road in front of the... How did he cut through the traffic so beautifully? Amazing how he just slingshotted his way around it. And that's Stephen Humphries able to get the back on Dan Merrin. But the real beneficiary there was Tim Patterson, who's now swarming around behind Simon Gates as the leader, Harley McCabe, just gets on with it on his own. Look at that on the main screen. Tim Patterson all over the back of Simon Gates now. 4th position is on. He knows it. In through the pair of lefts, through Wilkins and up to Oziers. He's got one more crack at it. Diving at the inside. He forces it. Tim Patterson through to P4. Lovely job. Out front, it's going to be Harley McCabe that takes the victory in flamboyant fashion. He does it. Michael Med in 2nd place. 3rd is going to be Hardman, but of course he has a penalty. But what about Tim Patterson? The final couple of laps were the ride of a master. 4th position from Patterson. 5th place for Simon Gates, ahead of Stephen Humphries and Dan Merrin. Stunning, absolutely stunning last couple of laps from Tim Patterson. That was absolutely edge of seat stuff. And we're only about a quarter of the way through the weekend. Magic, 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 magic. Well done to Tim Patterson there, upstaging the 3 men up front for an incredible comeback ride to P4. That's the kind of fun you can have when you get into the zone. Those clouds overhead are looking a little bit ominous, aren't they? Things could get a little bit more interesting here. I think it might be a call for a change of compounds before long. But certainly the racing at Whilton Mill, and we've not even got to 1 o'clock yet, has been really, really strong. Great stuff from the Minibike 140s. 2nd race of the day. And even though Harley McCabe may be running away from it, I tell you, the action has been fever pitch behind. Stunning racing all the way. Really enjoying it. Harley McCabe takes the win then from Michael Med and Stuart Hardman, who has got a penalty, so that will need to be applied. But Tim Patterson, what a last couple of laps that was from him. P4 ahead of Simon Gates, Stephen Humphries and Dan Merrin. Harrison Quincy, a very solid 8th place there in the end, just in behind Merrin. Then Tommy Armand, Ben Johnson, Tom Wise and Mark Portis, from Adam Harris, Liam Trinder, Simon Portis and Jordan Merriweather. Then it was Dean Carver ahead of Lindsay Yates, Ryan Hayburn and Rhys Morgan, Harry Swan, Dean Rowland, Zach James, Jack Stanford and then Warren Henry. And Sam Morrison did not start the race. Junior Supermotos, once again. Let's see what these guys can give us. Anything more than the Tim Paterson Roadshow? And it's certainly going well at the moment as the Junior Supermotos head out onto the circuit once again. And of course, it's the battles that we saw earlier on that take us to where we currently are. And Cian Daly has the pole position for this one from JJ Manchester, second on the grid. Carter Spinks is third from William Dickinson. Then Daniel Tanton and Thomas Med. Rex Armand is seventh from Dylan Cook. CJ Maguire, Ryan Merrin and Oliver Med. So once again, it's time for the JJ Manchester fan club to put on a spurt. 93% humidity here. Very cloudy overhead. It does kind of feel like rain is imminent here at Whilton Mill. So it's going to be an interesting one for the competitors here. Let's see whether it stays together. Well, based on what we can see on my Met Office live timing app, while there is going to be high humidity, apparently the clouds are not going to break. It's just going to be overcast for the entirety of. But I don't see any raindrops on my weather monitor. I don't see any for Sunday either, interestingly enough. It's going to be a bit brighter tomorrow. But then again, if Michael Fish can be wrong about a hurricane, anything's possible. Yeah, you have to be a certain age for that gag. Even I'm not quite old enough for that particular gag, but I do read up. So JJ Manchester, front of the grid, which is empty at the moment. That's interesting. Why is JJ Manchester alone on the front row of the grid? Where is Cian Daly? Well, Cian Daly's just finished one race. Here he is. So he's a bit late to the grid because obviously he's just finished his previous race a couple of races ago and now having to get into a completely different bike. Here he is on the front row of the grid. So, Cian Daly versus JJ Manchester to the first corner. Watch out for Carter Spinks as well. His bike is back to normal. And it'll be interesting to see how this race goes to the first turn. Three very motivated, very excited young lads to charge forward. Cian Daly, pole position. JJ Manchester, second. Carter Spinks, third. So who's going to get the charge to the first corner? We wait for the lights. Off we go! Cian Daly gets a good start. JJ Manchester gets an absolute firecracker as well. Not a great launch from Carter Spinks, who has dropped back to fourth position behind Will Dickinson. So a good start from Cian Daly. Manchester getting away well. Second position for the moment as they work their way through Christmas for the first time. So all going well for the moment as the riders work their way at the top end of the course through Inkermans and up to Ashby. So JJ Manchester again giving Cian Daly a little bit of gusto on this first lap. Just wants to put him under a bit of pressure. Then Will Dickinson third place, Carter Spinks in fourth. Hopefully they've got the problems he had earlier on with his bike sorted. But it isn't going to be easy to judge how this race is going to play out for anybody. So Cian Daly looking good. Conditions are very different compared to their race earlier on. This is race 2 in the Junior Supermoto. There is your man Cian Daly having a very solid race of it out in front, like he did earlier on as well. And of course in Junior Supermoto it's been particularly competitive all season long. They want to continue having a great race of it in this one. Certainly looking very solid out front, Cian Daly. Looking comfortable ahead of JJ Manchester. JJ Manchester, of course, second in the championship coming into this one on 232 points. And don't forget that they've got 180. Sorry, they've got they've got their MotoGP points, I should say, sorry, in Junior Supermoto. So there's still a chance of 75 on the board today and 75 on the board tomorrow. Plus, of course, they've got the race at Red Lodge. So it's still very much game on in the championship fight. There is JJ Manchester, who came into the weekend in second place in the championship. Still looking really strong and solid. Wants to keep the fight going all the way if he can. Not going to be easy to see how he finishes up. but it's certainly looking very strong and stable at the moment. Across the line, and Cian Daly is your leader, JJ Magister second, Will Dickinson third from Carter Spinks. Then it is Dan Tanton and Thomas Med. Dylan Cook in 7th place, CJ Maguire 8th position from Rex Armand and Oliver Med, then Ryan Merrin in 11th position for the time being. So still the battles rage as we watch Will Dickinson, 3rd position, trying to get back on terms with JJ Magister, having lost out to him earlier on. But Will Dickinson is still a very new face in this category. He only made his first appearance of 2024 at Three Sisters in Wigan just a few short weeks ago. Good to see him back on terms again. Hoping to continue to make his progress, and that's all you can do at this level of motorsport. You've just got to keep progressing, keep making the advancements to progress and do more. So Cian Daly, runaway leader in this championship, but it doesn't mean that it's all game over for him. For JJ Magister, still 3.6 seconds adrift. He's just got to stay in front of Will Dickinson and have a fairly decent run of it all the way through. Doesn't want to get himself into hot water at all. Carter Spinks, P4, Dan Tanton, P5, Thomas Med, P6 at the moment. So certainly for the moment, all guns blazing for Cian Daly, who's hoping to continue extending that lead. JJ Magister still doing what he needs to do to keep Will Dickinson at bay for the moment, but Dickinson definitely looking hungrier for the overtake. So this is going to be a real test of JJ Magister's prowess. In the earlier race, of course, the roles were reversed. Magister was the man chasing Will Dickinson, and then at the red flag, they managed to swap positions because Magister got a better restart. But Will Dickinson is now the man giving chase to JJ Magister. This will be fascinating to see how Magister deals with a chaser rather than being the one in the chase. But so far so good. His lap times are pretty comfortable, 103.2s all the way, and consistently so actually. Of the riders out there other than the leader Cian Daly, Magister is the most consistent on lap times, cuts across on Dickinson through Christmas. I wasn't quite sure the move was incoming there at the hairpin. Got to be so careful. You don't want to lose too many points in a fall down. And you also want to make sure you can actually fight for every position you can. You get too greedy in one corner, you lose your race and lose your chance to have another go at it. It's all about playing the percentages at this level. So JJ Magister having a very solid race of it in 2nd place in both the race and the championship. Well, the absence of Taylor Davies definitely gives him a little bit more respite, because the next man in the championship is Dan Tanton, and he's already beat him once and looks like he's going to do so again, with Tanton in 5th position behind Carter Spinks. So as far as the championship is concerned, JJ Magister's P2 is looking pretty safe. Cian Daly, meanwhile, is out in front, pulling away, enjoying his life in the lead. No major concerns in the Junior Supermoto then, as the championship leader continues to run for glory out in the lead, having had a very solid first race of the day. Looking good for another one in the second. So now they're trying to work their way through the traffic. This is where things get a little bit hesitant for the couple of the riders. Magister just able to slingshot across on Will Dickinson at exactly the right moment. But what's really changed things up is that Carter Spinks is now in town and he wants to go for it. So Carter Spinks has made up a lot of time on these two in the traffic. Oh, and off the road goes JJ Magister. He drifts wide, but somehow he had a big enough advantage out of that traffic to keep himself in position. Boy, was JJ Magister lucky. So he carries on in 2nd place as if nothing has happened at all. Will Dickinson in 3rd, 4th place Carter Spinks, then 5th is Dan Tanton. It's very close between these 4 now, and in the final 3 laps of this race, it really is going to be tight between these quartet. So this quartet is really going to be a tight one. Will Dickinson's got a good run out of Manuel's Bank and up Fine Lady. Can he pull level? No, he's got to get on the brakes before they get to Christmas. Carter Spinks and Dan Tanton are not far away. JJ Magister, 2nd position at the moment. On the edge of his bike is the 3rd man, Will Dickinson. Carter Spinks on the yellow bike in 3rd position of the queue, 4th position in the race. Really tightening up the gap, and there's Dan Tanton. This will literally go anybody's way. JJ Manchester corrects the mistake from the previous lap, perhaps a little bit more cautious than he needed to be, but he wants to stay in it. Look at Dan Tanton hustling Carter Spinks around the outside. How to think about it, into the boot. More great battles in the inset as well. Everybody having a decent race of it. I think that's CJ Maguire and Rex Armand dueling away for position in the further back positions. I think that's 7th and 8th between those two. This is getting spicy for second. Manchester, Dickinson, Spinks, Tanton. Dickinson's got a good run off the turn. This time he can get up alongside JJ Manchester. Down to the brakies over Christmas. Not enough. JJ's got enough in the tank to hold him off. Good run too from Carter Spinks. Really eating up the road to Dickinson and Manchester up front. Carter Spinks has a chance at third and he knows it. Really hunting through Ashby. Dan Tanton's not far away as well. He can just play it smart in the 4th position of this queue and just let the 3 riders up front squabble amongst themselves. Now JJ Manchester is really hoping that Carter Spinks gets a run on Will Dickinson before Dickinson gets a run on him. Meanwhile, still more battles further back in the pack. I think that's the 6th place rider, Thomas Med, who is a good 15 seconds back from this lot. But he's got a bit of pace on Dylan Cook, CJ Maguire and Rex Armand. And then we have Oliver Med and Ryan Merrin to complete the field. Final lap, here we go. Surely this is going to be enough for JJ Manchester to hold on to. Cian Daly on the inset, still your leader, but we can't take our eyes off this 2nd place duel between these 4 brilliant riders. Manchester, Dickinson, Spinks, Tanton, Dickinson trying to go round the far side. No you don't, says JJ Manchester. That could open the door for Carter Spinks. Spinks is trying to tighten up here on Dickinson on the last lap. Manchester still holding second. Dickinson tries again through Ashby. Wants a faster acceleration off the turn to Wilkins. In the left. Little bit of a wobble from Dickinson. Trying to get on terms with Manchester again. As Cian Daly is going to come through to take the victory. But 2nd place is still anybody's guess. Cian Daly is going to get the checkered flag up front. He does so as it waves for him. Cian Daly is the winner. But in 2nd place, Manchester trying to hold on from Dickinson. Don't fall in now. Keep it together. Manchester, Dickinson, Spinks and Tanton. They're going to come through as a cavalry. And it will be JJ Manchester who holds on for 2nd place. How close was that from Dickinson, Spinks and Tanton? Wow, a nail-biter right to the end. One false move and it could have been curtains for any of them. But an excellent performance from JJ Manchester, soaking up all the pressure like a sponge and not letting any moisture out. Beautifully done. Calm, composed, dictatorial. 2nd place is the reward. Well done to JJ Manchester. Tough race out there to win when you've got 3 angry bees flying around the hive. Well, that was very nicely handled by JJ. That'll do for 2nd place. Cian Daly continues his run in the lead. The runaway championship leader with 345 coming into the weekend. Now he's picked up another pair of victories. That's another 50 on the board. So he can be very comfortable and very happy with the way things have played out for him. But the battle completely upstaged by the 2nd place duel. That was really exciting stuff. Really incredible to see how it all worked out together there. So some really exciting battles in the Junior Supermoto 90s. So Cian Daly taking another convincing victory out in front in what is turning into a race that is very much his 2024 season to command. JJ Manchester, the man of the hour, 2nd place, fighting off Will Dickinson, Carter Spinks and Dan Tanton all the way. Thomas Med in 6th position from Dylan Cook and Rex Armand, then CJ Maguire, Oliver Med and Ryan Merrin. Well, I'm delighted to say I'm rejoined in the commentary box by Isabel Wingate, who's just been out and about doing bits and bobs. How's it looking?
I'm back. Thank you.
So tell us what things are like.
I'm nervous.
Yeah?
I think we went with an R rear and front. I think. I'm not 100% on that currently. I think that's what we agreed on.
It's tricky looking at the clouds to know exactly what they're going to do, isn't it?
Yeah, and it isn't particularly warm, so the track won't be very warm either.
Right, because that's the difference. It's not just about having the right tyre to suit the weather conditions, it's also about suiting the track temperature as well.
Yeah, track temperature is obviously like a massive part in this.
So we've now got the Mini GP UK 160s coming out onto the course. We know how exciting it's going to be between these guys. Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphries, Hudson Cooper. That trio is amazing to watch.
It's going to... Oh,
that's an off already. That's an off on the warm-up lap. I can't believe it. We've got drama before the race has even got underway. And absolutely enraged. Now, who was that?
That's Hudson Kai Cooper.
That is Hudson Cooper, the 217. I can't believe it. That's before the race has even got underway. Well, talk about drama here. With a championship on the line, that couldn't have gone any worse for Hudson Cooper. He's come into this weekend 10 points back from Wilson Dilks and 32 back from Tyler Humphries, 42 back, sorry, from Tyler Humphries. That could well be championship game over.
I don't know what happened there.
Let's have a look. Oh, he got cut across, look. So the rider that he was following just cut across him on the way out of Ashby, and he fell. Now, that's before the race has even started, but he's not allowed to restart. Because he's a junior and he's fallen, so he can't even start the race again. Oh my goodness. Wow. Well, that is, I'm afraid to say, that is Hudson Cooper's championship in tatters before he's even turned a lap of racing this weekend.
Oh, wow. I don't know if I'm unsure if there'll be any, that might be reviewed to see what actually happened there. Because I don't think that was particularly his fault, was it? No,
it looked like just a racing incident, although we weren't even racing, of course. But certainly it costs Hudson Cooper a chance to race. He's out. The race is going to get underway without him. So it's going to be Wilson Dilks versus Tyler Humphries. First blood to Wilson Dilks, I should say, in qualifying. Now it's just going to be the two men battling for it. Here we go. This is not going to be easy to call now, as away we go. Tyler Humphries has been beaten off the line by Frankie Watson. Frankie Watson's made a good start of it. So Frankie Watson is now your leader, but Tyler Humphries is coming straight back at him. Let's see if it continues on. Very tricky start, but look at Frankie Watson. He looks so much more composed after the misery of Three Sisters. He now has a real chance this weekend, and he knows it. Wilson Dilks obviously battling with Tyler Humphries, and Frankie Watson in the mix there. But out in front, it's all about the 85. Wilson Dilks trying to take points off Tyler Humphries in this championship fight. Now, Wilson Dilks had a bit of an issue with his transponder initially, but he is the one in front of Tyler Humphries in the lead at the moment. That's why I got a little bit confused about Frankie Watson's presence. But with Tyler Humphries coming into the weekend on 190 and Wilson Dilks coming in on 158, again, there's only 100 points available, and the top three go through to the Junior World Series. So it's a really important moment for all three riders in this fight. And Frankie Watson has now got a big opportunity, because with Hudson Cooper going down, that's a potential top three for him.
Well, that will have absolutely changed all the championship points, definitely. That I don't think, obviously, he will not be very happy about that.
I mean, Hudson Cooper's going to feel it was intentional, but of course we could see that it wasn't. It was just one of those things. Tyler Humphries all over the back of Wilson Dilks. But this is very much where Tyler Humphries wants to be. He wants to be hustling Wilson Dilks in the early stages, because he's got a decent 32-point lead over Wilson Dilks in the championship coming into this one with 100 available. So it's advantage Tyler Humphries all the way, but he can't afford to get too close to Wilson Dilks.
And you also just can't let the pressure get to you, because when the pressure gets to you, you start making them little mistakes that all in all make the big picture of, you see a little twitch there and all them little parts. Then at one time it will be a crash, and that will end the championship. And
it doesn't matter whether you're leading or in second place, anybody can be affected by that. So Tyler Humphries still hustling Wilson Dilks. The gap between them 32 points. Red flags, red flags. So we have a red flag. Something has happened that has brought out the reds. Now we have completed 2 laps.
That was already Hudson from there.
Yeah, so that's already Hudson Cooper from earlier on. I think, we've got 2 riders down at the final turn. Okay, so that will be why. I think one of them was Ollie O'Gorman. The other one, I think, was Chloe Gleeson.
Yes.
So we obviously just need to now focus on their safety. We need to focus on the protocol.
I can see Ollie O'Gorman stood up there in the pits. Looks like he's okay.
That's good news for Ollie O'Gorman. So we obviously need to make sure that both riders are okay, and it's a precautionary measure, obviously, with both riders off their bikes. Now, this is going to be a fascinating conversation to observe, because I think Hudson Cooper is quite irritated with one Tyler Humphries, because it was Tyler's wheel that he went into the back of. I'd quite like to see it again if we got the chance, actually, now that we're under red flags, because that's championship changing.
Yeah, that will. But it didn't really look like Tyler did anything wrong. I think he just tried turning, like Hudson just tried turning, Tyler's back wheel was just there. Like, through no fault of Tyler's, really. Yeah,
correct. I completely agree with you. Tyler did not do anything that was out of the ordinary for a warm-up lap. It just happened to be that Hudson Cooper was there at the same time, and that's what's caused it. Let's look at it again. This is on the formation lap before the start of that race.
That's
now, look,
angle that.
It is a long angle, right? So this could be a revealing angle. The bike in front is Tyler Humphries. The bike behind is Hudson Cooper. And look, he just draws across and bang. There is nothing really that either rider can do in that situation.
Yeah, I think he just tried turning through no fault of anybody's there.
So Hudson Cooper just happens to be quite close to Tyler Humphries.
Yeah.
That was before the race even got started. We're under red flags. We're not going to show you the incident that brought out the red flag, because that's not appropriate. But that incident between Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper, those are two riders that are fighting for the championship and fighting for a World Series place. Hudson Cooper was only 10 points behind Wilson Dilks in the championship fight, and that's the championship leader, Tyler Humphries, that he's driven into.
Yeah, also the crash of Chloe Gleason and Ollie O'Gorman. They are 7th and 8th in the championship. Obviously, like, they can't win it, but they're still, obviously, like we were saying earlier, the battles in between the main winner of the championship, them little battles are so important.
Yeah, and they're only 2 points apart in the championship coming into this weekend as well. So there are so many narratives. So those two that are actually fighting for their position in the championship, they've actually tangled. We've already seen Ollie O'Gorman on his feet. We obviously just have to go through the safety protocols for both riders. But the big talking point here is Tyler Humphries and Hudson Cooper before the start of the race. Now, Hudson is going to feel, well, Tyler threw me off the road. Tyler's going to feel, look, I didn't do anything wrong.
It's just, I personally don't think he did anything. Looks like Chloe's okay now, I think.
Yeah, they're just moving the bikes. Great. Now, we're going to see another... Now, this is another angle. There you go. That's another interesting angle of it. But again, that shows to me... that's two riders just being in the same place on the racetrack at the same time. I don't think Hudson Cooper really has an argument to say that Tyler Humphries threw him off the road on purpose. Tyler Humphries is just there.
He might see that, and like he might, before seeing that, be like, I've been thrown off. Like, that wasn't my fault. But then when you watch it, there isn't anything that Tyler did that'd change it. You can see Sarah, Tyler's mum, up there.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, isn't it? I mean, you can't absolutely, you can't point to that incident and say either rider really has done anything wrong, because it's just a normal formation lap. But whether it's just the adrenaline of the moment, you know, he was running very close to him, but I wouldn't say he was any closer to him than he needed to be or further away than he's used to being. It was just one of those things. But you've got to feel, I mean, Tyler will probably be feeling quite guilty about it. As you were saying before, you know, these guys are really good mates when they're off the racetrack.
Yeah. We were all just like talking last night. Like I keep saying, everyone's friends. So obviously, like you say, he'll be feeling guilty, but he knows that he hasn't done anything. So maybe he won't. But it's such an important championship. Yeah,
it's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, if that fall for Hudson Cooper then gives Frankie Watson the door to come through and be in the top three, because, you know, Frankie Watson's only 20 points back in the championship. Well, he's 19 points back in the championship. Now, if you finish in the top three, that's a guaranteed 16 points.
Yeah.
So that changes things dramatically for both Hudson Cooper and Frankie Watson. What's happening here?
They're all seeing how hot their tyres are.
I love the little bit of banter between these guys. And that's all in good spirit. That's all in good heart. That's Wilson Dilks and Tyler Humphries. You know, there's nothing malicious about those two. They're just saying, you know, how hot are your tyres? Well, mine's a bit hotter than yours. And it's... the banter between them is one of the things I love about this championship. The other thing I quite like is that walking the paddock this morning, what was really nice was seeing, you know, in some junior categories that I've been involved with, there's this little bit of tension from one team to another team. You don't hang out with this team, you don't hang out with that team, you don't make friends with this one. What was lovely this morning was going up and seeing parents of other kids, going, wishing people, you know, good luck, mate. And that was somebody else's kid. You know, good luck, mate, go and have a good race. So the atmosphere, the camaraderie in the paddock between different families and different riders is really quite lovely to observe.
Yeah, they're all trying to start the bikes now.
So what they're going to do then, I guess... Now, here's an interesting debate. How far in the race do they feel they've got?
They definitely were 3/4, so I don't think
Well, no, we were 2 laps in. So does that mean Hudson Cooper is allowed to restart, or isn't he allowed to restart?
I
don't think he is.
His bike hadn't been checked over, so that'd mean he wouldn't.
Yeah, that's a second chance gone for Hudson Cooper. Now, we've got 2 riders at the back here trying to restart their bikes.
I think it looks like Joshua Herring's restarted his, and he's trying to help Frankie Watson start.
So, you know, that's, again, you know, you wouldn't necessarily find that in other forms of motorsport. But the fact that this guy has got a problem with his bike. Ironic, though, that it's Frankie Watson.
Yeah.
How ironic is that? We had Hudson Cooper fall off, and now we've got Frankie Watson, the man who could beat him, having problems at the start. He is so lucky that he can get his bike restarted. But Hudson Cooper is going to be spitting fumes on the sidelines going, there's been a red flag and I can't get my bike back to the line.
Yeah, it's obviously going to be frustrating for him.
I mean, imagine what it was like if that was you. You would be so angry in that situation, wouldn't you?
Yeah, there isn't there'll be 3 people not on the grid, so it'll be a lot smaller grid now, so the first corner won't be as petrifying.
That's true, yeah. You've got no Ollie O'Gorman, no Chloe Gleason, and even more dramatically, no Hudson Cooper. Can you believe the way this has already kicked off? We haven't even finished the first race of the weekend in Mini GP 160, and the championship has just been blown wide open for that 3rd spot in the World Series.
What is the 3 that get to go through?
The top 3 go through, absolutely. So Tyler Humphries is looking relatively comfortable with a 32-point lead. But Dilks, Cooper, Watson, you know, that's 3 riders gunning for only 2 more spots. Not easy.
To be honest, if you're in the top 5, you'd be like, right, this is my time. I'm going to absolutely shine now. Do my best that I physically can, and just... Because I'd say probably top 5 of them... top 4, definitely. Maybe top 5 could get... Yeah, 5th could get to 3rd.
It's not over for Joshua Herring. You're absolutely right. He's only on 102, so he's what, 46 away from Hudson Cooper.
Just walked past our commentary was Chloe Gleason. Was that looked like Hudson going to the... Hudson's just got to the grid.
Well, that is fascinating. Yeah, look, he is. Hudson Cooper's trying to rejoin from the pit lane. Well, the only way that's possible is if they've had time to check his bike, and if they think it's okay. Look, Hudson Cooper's going, can I go to the grid? Can I go to the grid? My bike's fine. Trust me, my bike's fine.
I think it's been checked over in that red flag. You can see his mum trying to direct him there.
So it looks as though Hudson Cooper's chances are not up in smoke after all. They need to double check everything's according to protocol. But if that's the case, then even if Hudson Cooper only starts from the pit lane, that is still perfectly acceptable, and he can score some points. So that is very much the best get-out-of-jail-free card that Hudson Cooper's going to get this weekend.
That is quite lucky, to be honest. Obviously not great for the people that was involved in that red flag, but for Hudson, that will be in between being able to possibly get to top 3 and not.
Yeah, it's game changing for Hudson Cooper. What he's got to do now, of course, now that he's got this chance, is now he's got to breathe. He's just got to focus back in. He's got to dial it all down. That frustration, that anger, that stress, it's all just got to melt away. He's got to focus on the job in hand now, and he's got to get back into his rhythm. This is his chance to redeem himself. It's not like he's done anything wrong. Looks like we've got a false start message on the race control. I'm not sure if that's a timing glitch or whether there's genuinely been an issue there, but certainly this is quite a story unfolding here for Hudson Cooper and the title fight. I love the comments in the YouTube. Glitch in the Matrix has said quite simply, let that kiddo race. Let's see what he can do. It seems like he's going to get the chance. He's there waiting at the end of the pit lane. This kind of reminds me a little bit of a Formula One race I'm far too young to have seen in person. There was a German driver years ago, Hans Heyer, who failed to qualify for a race. When the race started, he went out onto the circuit anyway, joined in, was classified as a DNQ, a DNS, a DNF, and a DSQ because he got disqualified and retired a few laps later.
Let's hope Hudson doesn't retire from this one as well.
Yeah, he really cannot afford to let this chance go.
That looks like Ollie O'Gorman's now being told he can ride as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, if there's... Yeah, look, Ollie O'Gorman is getting himself ready at the end of the pit lane as well.
Someone else has just run off. Oh, my God.
Well, there is chaos at the start of this race then, as riders are contesting whether they can or can't race. We've got engine revs rising.
Hudson's now not there.
Yeah, Hudson isn't there.
He'll have to be medical checked.
Oh, right, so maybe they've got to medical check. Well, this is fascinating. So we are going around. Is this the start or is this a... Well, it's got to be a formation lap, hasn't it?
Yeah, but maybe if Hudson will be allowed to ride, just not from warm-up lap. That's all I can think.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they can just quickly assess him in medical centre, but I don't think he's going to have the time to do it. Well, that is a big disaster for Hudson Cooper if that's the case, because the bike is cleared to race. Is Hudson cleared to race? That's the thing. Well, Ollie O'Gorman looks like he's in there and back in up and running again. There's Wilson Dilks. So he's obviously the man who gets to benefit the most from all of this, because his nearest championship contender behind him, Hudson Cooper, is very nearly confirmed as not restarting. I say very nearly because, you know, stranger things have happened in the past. There is a good chance that he may still get the chance. If they can clear him in the next 10 seconds and he can get back out on the bike, then he might just be able to start the race from the pit lane. He wouldn't be able to take it from the grid.
I haven't seen him run back into...
Looks like they're going around.
He's there.
Yeah, they're going around for a second formation lap. So here he comes. Here comes Hudson Cooper. We're literally getting a Hollywood drama playing out in the pit lane here as Hudson Cooper has run from the medical centre. They flagged them round for a second formation lap to give him a chance to get in the bike and get ready for...
To be honest...
Is he going to go round for a second formation lap? He is. He's just left the pits.
To be honest, I don't think it was just to let him. I think because of how long they were waiting to let them get some heat in the tyres, and coincidentally that just helped him out a bit.
Well, Hudson Cooper, it does look as though he is going to get a chance to restart. Well, what a drama. There he is, Hudson Cooper. The bike's been checked, he's been checked, and he's going around on the formation lap, so he should be able to take his place at the back of the grid to restart. What a crazy race. And we haven't even properly done any racing yet, really. Well, we did the first 2 laps, and then we had the red flag for Ollie O'Gorman and Chloe Gleeson.
And the FIM class is one of, probably the most important
absolutely.
classes. So you're obviously going to... And it's good that everything's been dealt with right.
Yeah, it's all been done by the book. It's all made sure that everybody's okay, but it's also giving these riders who have put so much hard work, so much money, so much time, so much energy, so much enthusiasm to give them the chance to race. Look, this isn't the World Championships yet. These kids have put so much in. If the bike's okay, if he's okay, and we've got time to do it, put him in. And that's exactly what they've done. And he's taking his original grid position. Wow. Oh, here we go.
And Hudson's dad been running up and down, trying to find out if he can go, and taking his original grid position is quite lucky as well.
So now we've got the top 4 riders in the championship together again. Dilks, Humphries, Cooper, Watson. This is where it's going to be big stuff. Tyler Humphries in the championship lead. Will he stay there at the end of this round? At the end of this race, he certainly will.
Ollie O'Gorman is still at the front of that. Well, Ollie's in it as well now.
He is indeed. Let's see how it goes. It's not a great start for Wilson Dilks. It's a brilliant start for Humphries and for Cooper, but Dilks gets Cooper back again on the restart, and Watson gets ahead of Hudson Cooper as well. Maybe Hudson Cooper just being a little bit tentative then on the first couple of laps to dial his rhythm back in after a nasty fall. He's in 4th position, but he can rebuild from there. He's down to 5th though. So maybe the bike is not all well after all. Hudson Cooper dropping back, trying to get himself back into it, but Hudson Cooper is struggling on this first lap. I think that's down to 6th position now.
I think it'll be mind games, to be honest.
Yeah, it could well be his mental agility coming into this one. Could be something with the bike. He will certainly rather blame it on the bike.
Frankie Watson's still up there. he's not that far off them as well.
No, third position, and that's critical for Frankie Whilton to take full advantage of what opportunities he's been given here. But Tyler Humphries, championship leader, is leading the race here from Wilson Dilks. Frankie Whilton then in fourth position. That is Lucas King ahead of Joshua Herring, and Hudson Cooper P6 now in front of Dan Stevenson. Ollie O'Gorman, incredible that he's been able to restart. Then Leo Hams, Harry Rafferty and Ollie Everts. So just one absentee, and that is rather sadly Chloe Gleeson, but hopefully she'll be back for race 2. But now Wilson Dilks, who had the pressure of no pressure at all in the original start, now he's got to try and get past Tyler Humphries. He does not need to let Tyler Humphries' lead get any bigger. It's already at 32 points. He does not need to let it get to 37. Through to the boot. Wilson Dilks hunting this overtake on Tyler Humphries. He knows he can beat him because he was ahead of him on the original start. But on this restart, things have got very different. It's a full restart, I notice. So the original start does not count for anything. So Tyler Humphries is your leader. Wilson Dilks in second. Third is Frankie Whilton. Then it's Herring, King, Stevenson. Hudson Cooper down to 7th place now. Pitch in the Matrix says, I'm so amazed these kids can ride this well at this age. Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, in this paddock, we've got riders as young as 8.
Yeah, I only started 2, maybe 3 years ago. But some of these riders, like you said, 7, 8, around that, and to have the confidence to be going at them speeds at that age must be... Well, I was actually scared of motorbikes bikes till 5 years ago.
I mean, considering now you're only 12 now, so it just shows you how things are in terms of, you know, the bravery you need to race at this level.
The mini motors are so impressive as well, though. Their lap times are absolutely immaculate.
Incredible. Right, Wilson Dilks getting his chance here on Tyler Humphries. He's not going to go ugly early. Building up to the move. Greasy conditions. Tricky situation for all the riders here. Frankie Whilton still third in front of Joshua Herring. So it's going to be an interesting one to see if Wilson Dilks can get on terms here with Tyler Humphries. 25 points for the win, 20 for second, 16 for third, then 13, 11, and then it's 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, all the way down to 15th place with 1 point. So there's a lot of points in the offing.
How much will Hudson be getting?
Well, Hudson Cooper in
position?
7th would be looking at only 9 points at this moment.
Not really how he wants it to be, is it?
No, it's definitely well off where it needs to be. Wilson Dilks got a little bit of a jerk on the throttle prior to where the turn-in was. So Tyler Humphries able to win, but there is Hudson Cooper on the inset.
It looks like he's back on it now, but he seems a lot of a way off of 6th. That will be.
Yeah, well, he needed a couple of laps more to dial himself back in again, didn't he? Because that was a big jolt. He's 4.6 seconds away from Lucas King. He's actually in 6th place now rather than 7th. So he's now got himself 10 points if he stays where he is. But ultimately, he doesn't want to stay where he is. And of course, if anything happens to these two, then it's game on again. And we know how feisty Wilson Dilks is when it comes to Tyler Humphries. And it's not like the original start when Dilks had the advantage on Humphries. Dilks has got to go for Humphries. He cannot afford to lose points to him. He's got to take points off him. 4 races to go. You can't afford to let that lead get any bigger. 32 points. It's almost a third of the amount of points that are available in the weekend. So you cannot afford to lose more points. Here comes the chance. Not going to happen.
That was close.
No easy overtakes.
Running onto that paint there, it isn't actually that slippy, but when you are on the throttle, it does make a difference.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating to see if anything actually changes as a result of Tyler Humphries and Wilson Dilks. Hudson Cooper trying his best to get back into it. It's the confidence. That's what you need to get yourself back up the speed. But he is getting there. He's just gone a second and a half faster than Lucas King in front of him. So he is getting back on with it. He's just got to rebuild. He's got to get himself back to a decent position again. As we follow further back, I think that's Harry Rafferty. He's going to be the first one to be lapped, I think, when they come around next time by. He's got Ollie O'Gorman, Leo Hams and Ollie Everts in front of him. But here comes Wilson Dilks trying to dive in up the inside of Tyler Humphries. Job done. Wilson Dilks takes the lead. Tyler Humphries coming straight back at him though. Up towards Wilkins. Now he protects the inside line. Tyler Humphries is going to dive back in for the inside of Osiers. No, you don't, says Wilson Dilks. If these two come together, it's championship game on. And here comes Frankie Watson. He knows that these two are going to struggle. He's got nothing to lose. So Frankie Watson's going to come straight at both of them. Excellent riding. And at the same time, Hudson Cooper has eaten up the road to Lucas King. So now he's going to try and take 5th position. It's all change again. So Dilks is the leader on Tyler Humphries. Humphries is going to try and come back at him. So instead of losing 5 points to Tyler Humphries, Wilson is going to gain 5 points back from him. That will bring the championship down from 32 points lead to 27 points lead. And it's just that little bit more achievable if you take that 5 points away. In terms of the mental game, taking those 5 points away from Tyler Humphries is so important from Wilson Dilks in this race. It keeps him with the mental edge.
Yeah, like you were saying, every single point is so important because, you know, like Tommy Bridewell and Glenn Irwin, that 1 point that separated them made such, do you know what I mean? Like, I still think
that race you're talking about, Brands Hatch, I still think that's the greatest finish to any race in history. Never mind in motorbikes. That race will always live on in the memory, Bridewell versus Irwin. And this is slowly building to something similar to that if we keep going. Wilson Dilks and Tyler Humphries very close together.
It appears to be the last lap now.
Yeah, I think we've run down the time, and that's why Frankie Watson has suddenly felt, you know what, you two might trip over each other. I might be able to steal a win off you now all of a sudden. Here comes the charge for Tyler Humphries. Trying to dive in on Wilson Dilks. He knows it's the last lap, and he knows that Wilson's going to be a little bit cautious on this last lap. He wants to defend. Can Tyler Humphries have one more crack at Wilson Dilks up to the toe of the boot? Dilks is having to go defensive. Hudson Cooper's through into 5th position. Now Joshua Herring is his next target, but he's going to run out of time. Can Humphries get him out of the final turn? He's got to be very quick off the draw. Dilks is going to get it.
It's not. There was one more lap.
Oh, there was one more lap. So now it's the last lap, in fact. So now Tyler Humphries has got one more chance of it. Yeah, the last lap board came out. I thought it was going to be the checkered flag. But in fact, the last lap board comes out now. Tyler Humphries trying to slingshot.
They're just catching up to Harry Rafferty, so that's going to be...
Oh, they're going to swap ends. And is Tyler Humphries going to be able to carry that round the far side? Wilson Dilks hangs on. My goodness. Tyler Humphries is now going to try and get the switch back across Wilkins to Osiers. Defensive tactics from Dilks. Humphries was ready for it. Now they're on the back straight again.
This will be his last opportunity.
It is indeed. Frankie Watson is there in case something comes a cropper for them. Humphries is doing everything he can. One final chance. Final hairpin. Checkered flag is there. And it's Wilson Dilks who gets it from Tyler Humphries and Frankie Watson. What a final lap that was. And it's just 0.3 of a second between the three of them. Dilks and Humphries fist bump twice on the back straight. What a battle. Watson involved in it as well. Wow.
I am on quite soon, so I'm going to go now.
Go for it, Isabel. Thanks for being part of it.
I'll come back later. See ya. Bye.
Yep, see you in a bit, mate. Well done to the riders out there. What a thrilling duel. Wilson Dilks, Tyler Humphries, Frankie Watson was separated at the flag by 0.398. Absolutely astonishing. Three riders less than 0.4 of a second of the flag. Hudson Cooper given a second chance. He bounces back to claim 11 points. But it's 25 points for Wilson Dilks. It's 20 points for Tyler Humphries. It's 16 points for Frankie Watson. It really is game on for the 3 places in the World Champs. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. But it's Wilson Dilks who takes a crucial victory over Tyler Humphries, and he needed to. The gap is down from 32 points to 27 points with 3 races and 75 points to go. This championship is still wide open. Wilson Dilks takes the win off Tyler Humphries. Frankie Watson in 3rd place. 0.398 between the 3 of them at the flag. Joshua Herring, 4th position ahead of Hudson Cooper, who fights back bravely to P5. after his fall on the formation lap. Lucas King, P6. Dan Stevenson, 7th. Take a bow, Ollie O'Gorman. Despite the fall, the restart, he manages to get there, and he finishes 8th. 9th to Ollie Everts, 10th to Leo Hams, and Harry Rafferty is a couple of laps adrift. Chloe Gleeson doesn't start, nor did William Round or Max Robinson. What a dramatic race that was in Mini GP UK 160, and guess what? That was only one of 4. So now we go into the mini bikes for the 160s and the Vets. Vets, of course, is short for veterans, just in case you wondered if it meant anything else. No fluffy animals in sight, only the ones that are on the leads at the side of the road. What a truly sensational battle we have just witnessed, and there's going to be 3 more of those in the mini bike 160, in the Mini GP UK 160, I should say. Now we're in the mini bike 160, very different class, very different competition, but it's going to be a really exciting challenge for them as we gear up for the next race in the rotation. And it really is going to be a stunning challenge for all the contenders. Tim Patterson, pole position with a 56.67. Ben Johnson alongside Richard Rice and Pete Johnson on the second row. Then Dave Cook and Sam Morrison. Liam Booth and Gaz Jacobs. Then Jamie McClelland, Michael Judkins, Barry Clark, Adam Harris, Robert Med, Oliver White and Andy Williams. 15 riders, hoping for another exciting challenge out there on the course. What a magnificent battle it is turning into here at the OMG Racing British Mini Bikes Road to Moto GP from Whilton Mill. If you've just joined us, boy have you missed some action. Don't worry though, you can watch it straight back again when the live stream finishes up. And of course, there's more great racing on the way this afternoon, and there's more great racing tomorrow as well. This is round 5, tomorrow is round 6. But we are definitely getting to the closing stages of the championship fights in all the Premier categories. Jake Sanson here in the commentary box with occasional sidekick performances from Isabel Wingate, who's been very good indeed in it, being able to give us an expert's insight into what life is like as a rider here at the sidelines. If only I could have that same kind of credence. I'm afraid my motorbike experiences is a 24-hour jaunt around the island of Langkawi in Malaysia. But off we go, and it's a great start for our leaders. Ben Johnson versus Tim Patterson, and it's Patterson that gets first blood, but Johnson is still there with him. So they're still side by side as they go along Manual Bank and up Fine Lady. Who's going to get the run to the first real braking zone? It is going to be Ben Johnson, who beats Tim Patterson to the corner at Christmas. So Ben Johnson is the one in the lead at the moment, in front of Tim Patterson. Third place, that's the 21 of Richard Rice. You really can tell the difference in the shift of the circuit conditions now with the high humidity and the overcast conditions. It's changed the temperature of the circuit compared to earlier on. So there's a little bit more fluidity in Whilton Mill this time around. So Johnson leading, Patterson second. Patterson looking hungry to get him back though. Richard Rice, third position. Fourth place, it should still be Pete Johnson off the start, but certainly this duel up front is going to be the main headline in this race. Ben Johnson, Tim Patterson, Richard Rice, that's your leaders. Then Cook, then it's Sam Morrison, in fact, in fifth ahead of Pete Johnson. Then Michael Judkins, Adam Harris, Jamie McClelland, Liam Booth, Robert Med. And then it's Gaz Jacobs and Barry Clark. Richard Rice having a bit of a go at Tim Patterson. Clearly decides, well, you know what, I'm not really happy with being in third place anymore, thank you. I want to go for second if that's all right with you. Even if it's not all right with you, I'm still going to go for it. So Tim Patterson has to get the hurry up on. Ben Johnson looks over his left shoulder. Ah, right. Tim Patterson has now been joined by Richard Rice. I'd better get a wiggle on. So the 3 riders up front definitely starting to stretch out the advantage now to Dave Cook. They were 2 seconds clear at the end of the previous lap. Look at this battle going on. This is pretty exciting stuff. We've got Pete Johnson, Michael Judkins, Adam Harris and Jamie McClelland. A very nice quartet running around together. A little bit of grease appearing in the final course. I wonder if there's just been a slight bit of drizzle. As far as I could tell on the monitors, there were not due to be any rain clouds. Or sorry, they were meant to be clouds, but they certainly weren't meant to turn into anything. Whether or not they will now, well, that's going to be the interesting thing. There's 20% chance of rain over Whilton Mill in the next hour. That's only 1 in 5, but this is motorsport and this is Whilton Mill. I don't like those odds. Tim Patterson right in behind Ben Johnson. Richard Rice in third. A little bit of a gap back now to Dave Cook, 2.3 seconds back in fourth position. Look at Patterson really starting to hustle Ben Johnson on the back straight. They come up to the boot. Looks for his opportunity. Not going to get it on the first part of the toe. Might get an opportunity through the switch if anything were to befall Ben Johnson. Just taking his time through those last couple of sections of the course. Then back down the home straight again. And Ben Johnson has the advantage over Tim Patterson. Richard Rice still there in a confident third position. So far, so good. They continue to put on the good show here. Down to Christmas, through the right. And Tim Patterson is definitely now dropping Richard Rice. He's now 3.8 seconds adrift of the race leader. So it's looking... Richard Rice is 3.8 seconds clear of Dave Cook, I should say. But he's only 1.9 away from these two. It could get interesting. Patterson having a look. Ben Johnson just having a quick look down at the bike. Maybe he's worried about something. Just trying to make sure that everything is tickety-boo before Tim Patterson has a proper go at him. Always tricky to know when your opponent is going to make their first big move. Richard Rice really is now starting to drop back. 6 laps to go. Up on the far side. Ben Johnson, Tim Patterson. Along that back straight, along Fine Lady, up Manuel's Bank. Here's the move from Tim Patterson into Christmas. He drifts it out wide. Ben Johnson gets him straight back again. No, you don't. Great racing between these two already. Tim Patterson has his first look. Ben Johnson retaliates instantly. Is that all you've got? Come on, man. Give me your A game. None of this namby-pamby, wishy-washy overtakes from you, sir. Come and give me your best shot. Ben Johnson prepared for anything. Tim Patterson will throw at him. Down the back straight. He's got to be careful. Something's happening with the bike. That could be an invitation for Patterson. No, it's not. Ben Johnson slams the door, firmly shutting his face again. And that's Tim Patterson having to back out of it a little bit more. Now we'll have another look down the straight. And again, just looks down. Maybe there's a slight hiccup with Ben Johnson's bike. How long can he really fend off from Tim Patterson? Patterson's got to shut this door again if he gets the move again down Manuel's Bank. Along Fine Lady, up to Christmas. He's not close enough on this lap, but he can get him on the next one. Might even be able to find a space on this lap. He gets a good run out of Inkermans. Up to Ashby. Ben Johnson knows he's going to be there. Pulls across. Reads the defence perfectly. Tim Patterson has no response there. Through Wilkins. Back on the power. Up to Osiers. Can't get through. Not when Ben Johnson knows where he's going to place the bike. Along the back straight again. Head down. Here's the chance for Patterson into the boot. Beautiful. Patterson makes it done. Tim Patterson into the lead, and that's exactly where he wanted to get it done, so that there would be no response, no retaliation from Ben Johnson. Johnson can come back at him, and he really is trying, but Tim Patterson, having got the lead, he'll want to stay there. Johnson's got a good chance out of Crook and Oblivion. Can he bounce back? Can he fight back for another go? Here he has a look, trying to dive in at the inside. No, you don't, says Tim Patterson. See how you like it. Great to see these guys on equal footings, having a great race of it, but this is where Patterson will want to knuckle down and pull clear of Ben Johnson. Having worked hard enough to get past him, now he'll just want to pull the gap, and I think that's it. I think Tim Patterson has now just uncorked the bottle, and now he is disappearing. Caught a lot of curb on the way out of Osiers there. He was lucky that that didn't kick the bike out. Some great duels all the way through this field. There's another nice little battle further back. This is Sam Morrison and Dave Cook, I think, battling away for 4th and 5th. And there's another good battle behind them. In 6th place, we've got Michael Judkins, but he's got pressure from Adam Harris and Pete Johnson. So there's battles everywhere around this course. But certainly Tim Patterson has had to make heavy work of getting past Ben Johnson, but once he was actually through, no second chances. No retaliations. Excellently done and very neatly handled, to be fair. So it's going to be a very interesting situation for all of the contenders in the closing stages of this one. They've just got to keep it together. So now we're going to get to see how things finish off in fine style. It's not going to be easy to finish up. So let's see how it all finishes up. Patterson, Johnson, Rice, Sam Morrison. And Patterson has well and truly got this one. This is now Richard Rice, I believe, trying to fend off from the hard-charging Sam Morrison, who is going very much quicker than him in this flow of the race. But it's going to be Tim Patterson all the way now. He's on the final lap, and there's no way that he's going to lose out to Ben Johnson in the closing stages. The last couple of battles are trickling over the line, but it looks just about enough spaced out between them that we're not going to see too much drama in the closing stages, although there are a couple of riders who want to make a little bit of a go of it. Up to the inside, that is Adam Harris, trying to make the difference there on Michael Judkins. Certainly wants to get the move done, having got his run on Pete Johnson. Meanwhile, the checkered flag is being prepared for Tim Patterson, who will come through in fine style. He gets the win in front of Ben Johnson and Richard Rice a few seconds further back. No worries for Patterson in the end, a second ahead of Ben Johnson. Richard Rice will cruise home in third position, having had a very tough final lap of it, losing a lot of time in the closing stages. But Richard Rice will be in third position ahead of Dave Cook, and then we've got this terrific squabble in the closing stages. Sam Morrison will come through for P5, and here is that battle for sixth position all the way through. Judkins will get P6 ahead of Adam Harris and Pete Johnson. Then Jamie McClellan P9 ahead of Robert Med, Jacobs, Clark and Booth. Great ride from Tim Patterson, the man you're looking at on the inset. Did a fabulous job of it. Really put Ben Johnson under pressure when he needed to. Found the gap, found the undercut manoeuvre, let him go once. For the second time, no second chances. Very nicely handled, and with all of the pressure that was on the riders at that particular point, they needed to make sure they had good work of it. So important there for Tim Patterson. Certainly his run, and it all gets done. Tim Patterson takes the win from Ben Johnson in second, then Richard Rice in third from Dave Cook, Sam Morrison and Michael Judkins from Adam Harris, and then Pete Johnson in eighth position ahead of Jamie McClelland. Robert Med is 10th ahead of Gaz Jacobs, Barry Clark and Liam Booth, who was a couple of laps adrift. Oliver White and Andy Williams did not take the start, but the battle was between Tim Patterson and Ben Johnson, and it was a great one to the end. There was also a penalty handed out in that race for Dave Cook, so I think that's a provisional result. So now we've got the BMB 160/50 Cup. This is where things are going to get very interesting indeed for the competitors. So the competitors are ready for an exciting run of it as they continue on their fast charge forward. Well, apologies there, I just had a message come through, so I'll get back to the focus on this particular battle. And it's Mini GP 160/50 in the 2024 Championship. This is the BMB version as opposed to the FIM version. But that does not mean at all that the racing will be dull. If anything, it'll be very much another spectacular showcase. Travis Shaw and Tyler Humphreys will be on the front row of the grid for this one. Frankie Watson and Bradley Curtis on the second. Then Hudson Cooper and Daniel Stevenson, along with Arnie Carr and Joshua Herring. Then Lucas King in 9th place and Archie Hooper in 10th. My co-commentator, Isabel Wingate, 11th on the grid for this one alongside Harry Rafferty. And then Riley Robinson, along with Thomas Bond, Riley Paisley and William Round. So the riders getting themselves back into position on the main straight. And we'll hopefully get to see a really strong charge forward from our competitors as the races continue to tick down. We really are whizzing through this schedule, aren't we? It doesn't really feel like it's going to be a day long at the races. So after this race, we will have the Mini Bike 160s, then we'll have the Mini GP 160 over 50, Super Minis, Mini GP 190/70 in one of their halves, and then we'll have the Mini GP 110, the Mini Moto Rookies, the Mini Bike 140s, the FIM Mini GP UK 190s, the Junior Supermotos, the Mini GP UK 160s, then the Mini Bike 160 and the Mini GP 160/50 to finish. And that will be the end of round 5. And then we'll head into round 6 tomorrow, of course. Double header this weekend. Very exciting stuff. Hello to Steph, who is watching along from France. Let's go. We are under starters' orders. It's a great start for Tyler Humphries in front of Frankie Watson. But they charge their way forward to first and second without any difficulties at all, as they race their way through along Manuel's Bank and up Fine Lady. It is Tyler Humphries who has hit the front. Now, where is Travis Shaw? The number 4 bike does not appear to be in the top 2 anymore. Well, I can tell you that Travis Shaw is currently there in 3rd or 4th place, I think. So not been the easiest of starts then for Shaw, but Tyler Humphries has certainly taken full advantage of a decent launch away. 19 is in the lead. Frankie Watson right in behind in 2nd place on the black bike with the number 14 on the panel. So it's definitely been a real shake-up of the start on this one, as the riders are definitely starting to make good use of the battles around them. Out of the final turn and charging forward. So Tyler Humphries leads as they come across the line. Watson in 2nd place. 3rd is Bradley Curtis. Travis Shaw all the way down to P4 off the start. Then it is Dan Stevenson ahead of Lucas King, Hudson Cooper, Joshua Herring, Arnie Carr and Archie Hooper. Then it is Rafferty along with Isabel Wingate, and that's the launch up the inside from Hudson Cooper, getting right back on it as he makes his bid there on Lucas King and gets through. His next target is going to be Dan Stevenson. So already some good performances as Hudson Cooper, after his fall earlier on, now gets the chance to battle away again in Mini GP 160. Waiting for the opportunity to come through on the inside line and take the move from Dan Stevenson, but Stevenson's not making it easy for him. Then we've got Josh Herring taking on Lucas King as well. Josh Herring did manage to get the move done fairly concisely. So as they come through this time by, it's going to be Stevenson in 5th, Cooper in 6th, Herring in 7th, ahead of King, Carr and Archie Hooper. So this is Travis Shaw trying to take on Bradley Curtis. This is the battle for 3rd place on the inset, whilst we are still focusing on the duel between Hudson Cooper trying to take on Dan Stevenson. And that's the move from Travis Shaw. Shaw gets the run there on Bradley Curtis. So that's 3rd position into Ashby. The move is made a little bit further back as close stuff for Dan Stevenson to hang on from Hudson Cooper. This is getting pretty racy between these two now for 5th position. So we've seen Travis Shaw get the run on Bradley Curtis. Now we're watching Stevenson versus Cooper. I thought Cooper was going to be brave and hold that right round the outside, to then get the switch back the inside line for the toe. Certainly the kind of position a rider of his calibre could maybe have taken advantage of. Not going to be easy. Won't be easy to get through into 5th position here past Dan Stevenson. Hudson Cooper having a very solid race of it, and he needs to get through on Stevenson fairly rapidly, because that man behind, Josh Herring, in 3rd in the queue, is going to want the place very easily as well. Here comes the move from Cooper, dives in on the inside of Dan Stevenson. That'll do nicely on the exit. Can he tidy it up? No, he can't. Dan Stevenson gets him back again. So this is the kind of time you lose, getting past one machine. You can overtake one bike, that's fine, but there are 4 more to overtake once you've done that. And the amount of time you lose getting past that one bike could be critical. So great battles in the midfield as well as further back. I think this is Isabel Wingate dueling with Harry Rafferty. A couple more riders in the mix in that little gaggle. But it's Humphries ahead of Frankie Watson, then Travis Shaw ahead of Bradley Curtis, then these 3. Dan Stevenson 5th, Hudson Cooper 6th, and 7th is Joshua Herring. So there's great battles all around the course. This is Travis Shaw in 3rd ahead of Bradley Curtis in 4th position. The leaders are well clear. Tyler Humphries and Frankie Watson are 4 seconds up the road from this. and they are separated by a second at this moment. So already some really keen battles and some really exciting race manoeuvres going on. But Tyler Humphries holding his own here in front of Frankie Watson, looking for a way to pull clear. There's still so many great battles. Dan Stevenson ahead of Hudson Cooper and Joshua Herring. Meanwhile, Travis Shaw has not only got ahead of Bradley Curtis, but is actually starting to pull clear of him. But Dan Stevenson still holds 5th position. That's a real thorn in the side for Harrison Cooper. Does not want to be losing this kind of ground. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Thomas Bond has made the move on William Round to get into 14th position. Every overtake counts. Every manoeuvre is still an important one. Diving up the inside. Well, Cooper's taking a few gambles now to see if he can make the move work on Daniel Stevenson. Not so easy when you've got so many competent riders around you who want to make a great race of it. So let's see if Hudson Cooper is going to make his chance now. And there's an elsewhere, so that's one rider who is going to tumble down the order, I'm afraid. Now, who is that's got caught out there in the middle of the road? We'll have to see who tumbles from the timesheets as they come through. Certainly no change in the top 4. And I'm sorry to say that we have one retirement in this race due to what looks to me like a mechanical issue. So that is very much game over for one of our riders. I think potentially, is it Arnie Carr? As Arnie Carr had a problem. Yellow flags. And I want to see again if that is the 83 that is stopped out on the circuit there. I was so busy focusing on this particular... Yeah, it is. It's Arnie Carr. So Arnie Carr, I'm afraid to say, is out of the race then due to mechanical problems, and that was the man who was in 10th place. So that promotes Archie Hooper to 9th and Isabel Wingate to 10th. Meanwhile, still a lot of pressure from the riders behind. Through comes Hudson Cooper, trying to take on and overtake Dan Stevenson, while Josh Herring in the background waits in the wings to see what happens next. It's not going to be very easy to judge this. So many riders wanting a piece of the action. Hard to know who's actually going to have a try of it and who's going to have a successful overtake at the end of the battle. So still they ride in close proximity. Hudson Cooper slamming down on the inside of Dan Stevenson. That's very late. Can he finish it on the exit? No. Just late on the brakes, and Dan Stevenson takes him straight back again. Thanks, buddy. I'll have that. So frustrating for Hudson Cooper to work his way forward and then to lose ground again. You really do get the sense that Hudson Cooper could be fighting for the top 4 here. Had he not had the opportunity taken away. Great battles further back. This is Isabel Wingate battling with Riley Robinson. And I think we've got Rafferty, Round and Bond having a great duel as well. That is the treble one. That is Harry Rafferty, who has managed to get right up close there with his opponents. But it's getting pretty tricky as there goes the leader, Tyler Humphries, starting to lap this traffic. So Tyler Humphries goes through without issue. And we wait for the number 8 bike. That is our colleague in the commentary box, Isabel Wingate. Through goes the treble one, Harry Rafferty. A little further up the road is Isabel Wingate battling away with Riley Robinson. 11 thousandths of a second between the two of them when they came across the line in their duel for 10th position. So Tyler Humphries is 2 seconds now clear of Frankie Watson. Another 2 seconds ahead of Travis Shaw. So it all comes down to pacing yourselves and finishing things off in a good run. Tyler Humphries just working his way through to the lead of the traffic. So too does Frankie Watson. So too nearly does Travis Shaw. Now, this is tricky for the leader because Tyler Humphries is currently in the middle of that battle between Isabel Wingate and Riley Robinson. Two riders dueling for 10th position and the final point in the top 10. At the inside, that's not for position. That is the difference between Travis Shaw and the back markers. So Travis Shaw is able to pull well clear and speed off towards a comfortable victory. Albeit the fact that he is in 3rd place and Humphries and Watson are still ahead of him, although Travis Shaw does have the fastest lap of the race, 53.553. So he is quicker than both of the men who are ahead of him on the race circuit. That's Harry Rafferty, leading with Thomas Bond and William Round. They're having a great duel, those three. Let's see if there's going to be any more manoeuvring in the sharp end of this battle. Here comes Curtis. Bradley Curtis is going to lap these guys who are still in the midst of their own little battle. Got to stay out of harm's way, of course. There is Travis Shaw. Third position for him, looking like a very sensible result as far as his points tally is concerned. Very important to get this right, and obviously you don't want to drop any points you don't have to. So there goes Travis Shaw. Third position, a full 1.8 seconds behind Frankie Whilton, who in turn is now 3.2 down from Tyler Humphries, who's really opened up the taps in the traffic. That's where Tyler Humphries has really got a special gift, to be able to place himself in all the right parts of the circuit to gain the most from it. So it looks like it's going to be Tyler Humphries all the way on a weekend that is very much going his way on the whole. So he definitely needs to keep this bandwagon rolling, especially when you've got so many drivers around you trying to take a few things here or there away. But into the final lap will go Tyler Humphries. 2 laps to go this time by. So for some reason the timing screen on your monitor says that it's last lap. According to mine, it's 2 laps to go. So Tyler Humphries ahead of Frankie Whilton and Travis Shaw. Then it is Bradley Curtis ahead of Dan Stevenson, still causing a headache to Hudson Cooper and Josh Herring. Josh Herring has just set his personal best time, by the way, of 55.0. Here's the leader, Tyler Humphries, having the most perfect of rides. No issues for him at the moment as he runs out ahead of Frankie Whilton, just taking it nicely and in his stride. Doesn't need to overexert himself, certainly doesn't need to push too hard. Just get the job done, essentially, from his point of view. And it's looking pretty neat and tidy, pretty succinct from his point of view. Into the last lap he now goes. So no issues at all for Tyler Humphries out in front of Frankie Whilton, who will take a very comfortable second place ahead of the man in third, that is Travis Shaw. Bradley Curtis, and then Dan Stevenson, Hudson Cooper, Joshua Herring and Lucas King. But a very solid race here for Tyler Humphries, and that certainly puts things back to where they're supposed to be as far as his headspace is concerned. Not just a win, but a consolidatory one as well. Well clear of his opponents. This will certainly help Tyler Humphries' head get right for his next encounter in the Mini GP Fraternity later in the FIM race. He's certainly looking good for that. Out of the final couple of corners he comes. This battle still raging further back as Hudson Cooper and Joshua Herring work their way through the traffic, but it's a victory for Tyler Humphries. He dominates here when he needed to. Frankie Whilton in second ahead of Travis Shaw. The gap coming down to 0.3 of a second at the end of the race there, as Travis Shaw finds the fastest lap at 53.035. Bradley Curtis, a solid P4. Dan Stevenson, he is going to hold on, I think, ahead of Hudson Cooper. It's going to be tight, but Dan Stevenson has got the job done here in front of Hudson Cooper and Josh Herring, who got held up in the traffic. And then the last man on the lead lap is Lucas King. Well, an excellent display then from our race leader, Tyler Humphries, who really has given himself very little to do when we get back into it in the 160s in the BMB race a little bit later on. But certainly from his point of view, he's got a lot that he can be happy with the way this is all played out. And having taken 221 points into this weekend, it's a very important one. With Arnie Carr dropping out of the race, that's devastating for him. Second in the points coming into this one. So that definitely hurts his chances. And it certainly gives Tyler Humphries a bit of a kick towards winning this title and wrapping up the job. But a very solid performance from all of the riders in that one, and we got everybody to the flag except for Arnie Carr. Tyler Humphries then taking the win Frankie Watson just 3/10 ahead of Travis Shaw right at the very end, closed up. Bradley Curtis in 4th ahead of Dan Stevenson, then Hudson Cooper, Joshua Herring, Lucas King, Archie Hooper and Riley Robinson. Isabel Wingate just missing out on the top 10 there ahead of William Round. Then Harry Rafferty, Thomas Bond and Riley Paisley. Sadly, Arnie Carr not able to finish. Second in the championship, looking tough for him to hold on to. We're getting ourselves back together again here at Whilton Mill, and it's for the Super Minis that we get ourselves ready in action once more. Some good race battles earlier on, of course. And now we are into the hunt for the second race. We have got just 9 races after this one, and then we are good to go, I think. Certainly until tomorrow anyway, because there's more great race action tomorrow. Clayton Edmonds getting the pole position for this ahead of Bailey Stewart Campbell. So that'll be an exciting one off the ranch. Then Lawrence Wardle and Andrew Todea. Michael Mead and Louis Smith from Jake Smith, and then Nathan Gardner ahead of James Sidebottom and Lee Thompson. Sam Morrison just outside the top 10 alongside Joe Milnes. Then George Muscat, Nectarios Katakis, Tyler Clark and Leo Caulfield. So the 16 riders left in this one, or going out in this one I should say, having a really interesting run of it in Super Mini in 2024. We've obviously had some really exciting battles from the Brat Bikes Mini Bikes Championships in Super Mini. Lawrence Wardle came into this weekend as the championship leader, of course. But Clayton Edmonds making up some good ground. Bailey Stewart Campbell, of course, a rider that only competed in round 3 of this year's championship. This is very much sharp with the Super Mini and see how many points you got at the end of the year, because there's a lot of good competitions in this particular battle. So we'll see the last few riders come into position on the starting grid. Well, we're in for race 28 of the weekend, as we obviously started the day a little further back from race 28. We actually started today's action with race 15, because there were 14 races yesterday. That just shows you how busy and intense it can get in the world of racing. And now those races do include the qualifying sessions, of course, because we had some qualifying races yesterday. So it's actually the proper races today, of course. So Clayton Edmonds lining up on the front row of that starting grid, hoping that he can continue his charge. Can Lawrence Wardle continue to go one step closer to the title? We'll have to see how it plays out, but it's going to be Clayton Edmonds and Bailey Stewart Campbell on the front row of the starting grid. Let's see who gets to the first corner first. Green flag at the back of the field. Lights come on. They go out. We're racing at Whilton Mill. Great start from Bailey Stewart Campbell. Trying to run round the outside, but it's not going to happen. Clayton Edmonds is going to get the lead as they work their way through Crooked Oblivion along Manuel's Bank, up Fine Lady, and up towards Christmas for the first time. Clayton Edmonds hits the front, and it's very well deserved as well. He's taken good advantage of the situation again, and he's pulled himself clear into a good line. So Clayton Edmonds from Bailey Stewart Campbell. Good launch, good move, and the two riders are already starting to threaten to pull clear of everybody else. So this is a really solid part of the race to start us off from, as the competitors are already very much charging their way further forward. Excellent stuff as they continue their battle up at the sharp end of the dais. But it is full guns blazing for Clayton Edmonds ahead of Bailey Stewart Campbell. Out of the heel of the boot and across the start-finish line to begin the second lap. And with 13 laps in the offing, of course, Clayton Edmonds having a great race of it ahead of Bailey Stewart Campbell. Andre Todea doing a good run in third position. But Clayton Edmonds, after his fantastic run from 7th to 3rd earlier on, now charging through in the lead of the race. Now Bailey Stewart Campbell comes off Inkermans and tries to get himself tied the inside. Do you really want to take that kind of gamble this early on? Bailey Stewart Campbell thought that Clayton Edmonds was getting a little bit hesitant at that point. It wasn't going to happen. Very tight stuff then. Dropping down the hill, coming back out of Osiers along the back straight. Some great racing in both insets, you can see. But Clayton Edmonds has the edge here on Bailey Stewart Campbell. There's a great little tussle in the top 6 as well. Andre Todea, 3rd position ahead of Louis and Jake Smith, 4th and 5th. Michael Med in P6 ahead of Nathan Gardner, and the championship leader Lawrence Wardle 8th place. So it's all about playing the percentages and just keeping those scores favourable for as long as you can over the course of a race weekend. There is Andre Todea, still just about holding on to 3rd place from the 56 bike, the orange machine of Jake Smith. He's got pressure himself from Michael Med, who's just come up to 5th position on the treble 7 bike, the blue and white machine. So there could be a few choice overtakes coming up between these riders. Certainly 3rd, Andre Todea does not have a comfortable 3rd position. We got an off at Ashby. Someone's come off the bike at Ashby, and that is the 28 bike going off. So that is James Sidebottom. Manages to recover though. So a little bit of an issue there, but fortunately James is able to get it back onto the road once more. Meanwhile, Andre Todea runs in front of Jake Smith. Jake Smith's got a good run off the turn. He looks really strong on the throttle. Is he going to get enough to go alongside Andre Todea and get into 3rd? Yes, he does! Magic from Jake Smith. He read that all the way through from Crooked Oblivion. Now Todea is trying to get back at him, and he can't quite make the move stick. Meanwhile, there's a similar battle going on for the lead because Bailey Stewart Campbell is clambering over the back of Clayton Edmonds' bike in his bid to get into the lead. So Clayton Edmonds leading, and there's Michael Med getting through on Jake Smith now as well. So Michael Med is through to 4th position, and there goes Louis Smith right round the outside to get into 5th position. That's heartbreak for Jake Smith, for Andre Todea. So Jake Smith got through, then so did Michael Med, and then so did Louis Smith. Heartbreak for Andre Todea. So Todea goes all the way to 6th position. So Andre Todea, no longer up in the top 5, has got to try and fight his way back. Certainly for Jake Smith, he pulled the pin at exactly the right moment and ran away in 3rd position, leaving everybody else to deal with the fallout. Bailey Stewart Campbell, meanwhile, still hunting for that lead from Clayton Edmonds. On the inset, you can see how hard he's trying. Down to the braking zone for the boot again. Now that Michael Med has got into 4th position, he'll want to try and hustle Jake Smith for a position or two in that part of the race. He's got to control it at this early phase of proceedings. Not so easy to see where he's going to gauge himself on the far side of the course. It's really important we keep an eye on both battles here because 3rd position is under massive pressure. Michael Med hustling Jake Smith, but even more than that, Bailey Stewart Campbell is still threatening the lead to take it away from Clayton Edmonds. So it doesn't really matter where you look on the course, you're always going to find a battle of some kind. Michael Med really ramping up the attack as they come up to Ashby. Can he dive at the inside? No chance. Jake Smith is more than wise to that. Meanwhile, Clayton Edmonds still keeping this one neat and tidy in front of Bailey Stewart Campbell. Cannot afford to lose too much in terms of his position. On through the toe of the boot together. Jake Smith on the orange and black machine ahead of Michael Med on the blue and white bike. So very tight indeed. 56 versus treble 7. And then you've got the 66 of Louis Smith and the 13 of Andre Todea not far away from them. A lot of good battles. So they run through on the far side. Clayton Edmonds and Bailey Stewart Campbell still fighting each other for the lead on the inset. The big picture is the 3rd place battle. You need it to be bigger because there's 4 bikes in it. 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. Jake Smith, Michael Med, Louis Smith, Andre Todea. And then the lead battle ahead of all of them, Clayton Edmonds and Bailey Stewart Campbell. So Michael Med is again attacking Jake Smith in the hope he can find 3rd position. Come off the turn, looking pretty hungry. Michael Med thinks he might have something. Jake Smith determined to hold the gap. Thought for a minute Michael Med might have been brave to sling it up the inside, but there wasn't quite enough space to fit 2 mini bikes at that point. So this super mini race really having a great run of it as Bailey Stewart Campbell continues to hustle Clayton Edmonds for the lead. You can see on the inset the smaller screen to the right hand side. Can Bailey Stewart Campbell hustle him enough? The answer at the moment is no, and that's a charge up the inside there from Andre Todea. Todea gets through past Louis Smith, so that puts him into 5th position behind Michael Med. So Andre Todea certainly gets his man. Been building back up to that one, 5th position. And now his next target, if he can have the time to go for it, is going to be Michael Med. This is going to be tricky. 7 laps remaining. There are long, long races in Super Minis. Round the far side, Michael Med! No way! Michael Med pirouettes round the outside of Jake Smith in the toe of the boot. That is a mastercraft overtake. And Michael Med storms in round the outside, gets the 3rd position. Nothing Jake Smith can do about that one. That is a magic overtake. So brave, so gutsy. And Michael Med makes it stick. Wow, just when you thought we were going to have a bit of a humdrum battle for 3rd position. No way, Jose. Michael Med found it. Beautifully handled. So now Jake Smith has got to come back in response. What have you got? 56 bike will try and come back at him, and that's the move that Andre Tadea has just seen and gone, right, that's the level we're racing at, is it? Well, there is grip round the outside, so I'm going to try and make it happen as well, as they lap George Muscat, who's having some difficulties. Oh no, wait, that is actually Tyler Clark. So George Muscat had so many mechanical difficulties, he's actually pulled out of the race. So it is still Tyler Clark on the 8 bike that's learning by doing. Here comes the charge forward as, oh, Jake Smith is letting Tadea go. Has Jake Smith got a problem? Yes, I think he has. So Jake Smith has dropped back behind Louis Smith now. And Jake Smith appears to be touring in. I think Jake Smith's got a mechanical issue. Limping to the flag might be what Jake Smith is all able to do now. So he's dropped to the tail of the field. He does not look particularly aggressive out there. Certainly something is not quite right with the 56 bike. And look how quickly he's dropping from these 3. Med, Tadea and Louis Smith. So Jake Smith, I'm afraid to say, looks like he's got a mechanical issue that's either developed or was in the process of developing. He's not pulling into the pits to retire it, so clearly he feels that he can keep it going. Now, hustling in the traffic, Bailey Stewart Campbell has got ahead of Clayton Edmonds. So that is all about traffic management. And Bailey Stewart Campbell has taken the lead with only a few laps to go. I'd love to see, maybe we got a replay what actually happened. I didn't quite see that. But Bailey Stewart Campbell able to take the moment there on Clayton Edmonds at a critical moment and with very little time for Clayton Edmonds to respond. So can Clayton Edmonds get his way back onto Bailey Stewart Campbell? Clayton Edmonds, no longer your leader. Bailey Stewart Campbell has taken the lead away at a critical moment and opened up 9/10 of a second as well on Clayton Edmonds. That was just pitching it through in the traffic at exactly the right moment for Bailey Stewart Campbell. He had to take full advantage of it. He did, and was able to make it into the lead. It's looking so greasy out there at the moment. There's this high humidity in the rain clouds here that are not actually falling rain on the circuit. It's pressure high at the moment here at Whilton Mill, and that's definitely taking its toll on the track temperature. But certainly Bailey Stewart Campbell looking pretty comfortable now in the lead of the race that he stole from Clayton Edmonds on the last lap. Through the heel of the boot, and then to finish us off in a good position there. Excellent management of the problems around him for Bailey Stewart Campbell. Meanwhile, it's Clayton Edmonds in second. Tadea is third. Louis Smith is up to 4th place past Michael Med. So I wonder now if Michael Med has got a problem of some kind, because Jake Smith has definitely cruised around down in 6th position. Michael Med just went past me, and I have to say that bike sounded pretty sickly. He's just done a 57.5 compared to Louis Smith on a 53.5. And Jake Smith is on a 58.9. So both Michael Med and Jake Smith then are clearly nursing their bikes to the finish in the hope they don't conk out before they get there. But certainly the race leader, Bailey Stewart Campbell, is about to begin his final lap, and he has looked so comfortable throughout. It's a really decent run of it. There he goes. Final lap comes out on the digiboard. So Bailey Stewart Campbell, who had to bide his time, who had to wait for a little bit of opportunism in the traffic. That's how he dealt with Clayton Edmonds. Sit behind him all the way, wait for the opportunity to come in, uncork the bottle and go. And that's exactly how Bailey Stewart-Campbell has been able to take away the lead of this race in fine style. Really good racing all the way. But it is going to be BSC, the number 99, Bailey Stewart-Campbell, having really hustled Clayton Edmonds all the way. Waited for his opportunity, hoped for another gap to open up. And he's really been able to take it to them. Really nicely handled. Through the toe of the boot for the last time. As Louis Smith is going to take on Andre Todea for third position one last time by the look of it. Here comes Bailey Stewart-Campbell. He takes the win from Clayton Edmonds in second place. Clayton Edmonds is P2, but who's going to be third? We need to look back. Todea has got big pressure from Louis Smith in the closing stages. There is the win for Bailey Stewart-Campbell. On the inset, you can see that is Louis Smith really hustling Todea in the closing stages, but it will be Andre Todea. Todea comes through for third, just ahead of Louis Smith. Great racing between the two of them. Well done to Bailey Stewart-Campbell and Clayton Edmonds. They give us a good race of it. It was the traffic that really sorted it out for those two. But of course, Clayton Edmonds was not in the points before this weekend. Bailey Stewart-Campbell was all the way back in 9th. What about the championship leader, Lawrence Wardle? Well, he was 9th position. So some big battles going on then over the course of the race, but Bailey Stewart-Campbell stealing that win away from Clayton Edmonds, with Andre Todea coming through in third position ahead of Louis Smith. Real mechanical difficulties creeping in though for Michael Med and Jake Smith. Their lap times were a good 5 seconds away from pace at the end there. So clearly they were just nursing the problem home. Clayton Edmonds, a nice high five to everybody in pit lane, but it's that man, 99, BSC, Bailey Stewart-Campbell, that gets the job done. He takes the win ahead of Clayton Edmonds by 3 seconds. Andre Todea holds off Louis Smith in the closing stages. Michael Med and Jake Smith were both in the contention for third place, but both had mechanicals and dropped back. Nathan Gardner just missing out on the top 6 at the end. Sam Morrison P8 ahead of Lawrence Wardle, championship leader, way down. James Sidebottom 10th place. Then Joe Milnes, Nectarios Katakis, Tyler Clark, and the retirement, George Muscat. 2 non-starters, Lee Thompson and Leo Caulfield. Fresh from the trials and tribulations of the race circuit, straight out of her bike and back into the commentary box, Isabel Wingate. It looked pretty greasy out there, I have to say.
Yeah, I had quite a few big slides as well.
So, what can you tell us about the actual track conditions? Describe them to us.
There's a few. It just feels greasy, to be fair. Like, it's not like really slippy, but it's just a few corners that are catching me out, and I think it'll catch most people out, to be honest. And the quicker corners just feel like they have that little bit of a twitch where they didn't used to be.
So are we getting to the stage of the day now where enough rubber's gone down, there's a little bit of moisture in the air, the humidity's really high? Are we going to start to see mistakes creep in a bit more now, do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Interesting. That's very interesting. I mean, you never really get to see all of these things bubble over until they reach the surface, really, so it's going to be fascinating. The 190-70 race now. Obviously, it's the 70 Cup riders that head out first. Wilson Dilks, Marco Holt, Travis Shaw, Jensen Bishop, Thomas Matthew, Lucy Curtis, David Whilton and Rupert White. 8 riders, all gunning for the top spot. And interestingly, one bike has either not transponded or not gone through. Marco Holt. We saw a fantastic run from him earlier on. Are there more problems for him in the 70 Cup race? That'll be interesting. And we see there that it says on the graphic BMW 190 and 70 Cup. On this occasion, normally they race together on the same track at the same time, the two classes, but on this occasion they took the decision that because the 190 was so important this weekend with the championship on their line, they didn't want the 70 Cup to potentially trip them over and ruin the result of the title fight, so that's why they've separated these two classes up.
That's for the FIM, isn't it?
It is indeed, yeah.
So for these, this is the biggest chance for the 70s to be out now, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So Travis Shaw has a great one-on-one chance here with Wilson Dilks. I'm trying to count how many bikes there are there. If there are only 7, then that would certainly suggest that Marco Holt is not out there. Maybe he's prioritising the class that comes straight after this one. Never easy when you're racing multiple bikes in one day. But I do count only 7, so I don't see Marco Holt. So, that's an interesting one. Travis Shaw is basically on his own then on the front row of the grid, although Wilson Dilks is right there with him, of course. But yes, my math sees only 7 bikes there. Lights on, lights out! Barely a start at all for Travis Shaw. Wilson Dilks able to charge forward and get the position. So no worries at all for Wilson Dilks as he launches through the first hairpin and into the lead past Travis Shaw. Third place is Jensen Bishop, already starting to hustle him as they work their way through Christmas, out through the kink, up towards Inkerman's the right-hander, and then that big, heavy braking zone at Ashby.
It looked like there was a few wheelies out that corner as well.
Yeah, I'm guessing that's going to happen a little bit more often now as well.
Yeah. An important thing is to be lent over the front slightly so that it doesn't wheelie as much. You definitely don't want to flip it on the line.
So Wilson Dilks out in front of Travis Shaw. Is Wilson Dilks going to disappear into the lead, or is the change in humidity actually going to give his rivals a bit more of a chance? The answer seems to be quite clearly no. Race 2, it looks like it'll be referred to race 1. And Wilson Dilks really starting to pull clear of Travis Shaw. Jensen Bishop third ahead of Thomas Matthew. And then Lucy Curtis in 5th place ahead of Whilton and White. No sign of Marco Holt. So clearly Marco Holt has decided either to prioritise something else, or the bike has decided, no, I don't want to play with you on this particular occasion. I've known that several times in this paddock. Jensen Bishop, this is a good chance for him. Now he can show the world what he can do as he tries to take on Travis Shaw. This will be fascinating.
It does look like, because previously Travis Shaw's pulled away from him, but it looks like this time he's struggling to do that.
Yeah, Jensen Bishop does seem to have found something quite effective on this lap, and whether it's just a one-lap wonder or whether there's a little bit more to it than meets the eye, I'd be willing to think it's the latter, because Jensen Bishop looks pretty hungry. And Travis Shaw is following all the lines he's supposed to follow, but there's a little bit more of a sense of urgency about Jensen Bishop's riding. He looks much hungrier for the move. He's got
a quicker lap time than Travis Shaw there as well, so I think he definitely wants it.
53.56 compared to a 53.75. Travis Shaw trying to hold on in second position. Not so easy how things continue. House of Moto is cheering on Lucy Curtis, who currently finds herself in 5th place, ducking up behind Thomas Matthew in the hope that one of the top 4 is going to have a little bit of a headache. Look at Jensen Bishop. He's reeling in Travis Shaw. This is going to be when he makes the move rather than if now. So with the boot.
One thing was, I was quite surprised how long the races are. I thought that they were going to be a lot shorter than they were. I didn't expect them to be like 13, 14 laps long.
Where does Jensen Bishop place this? Through Crooked Oblivion. It's a very meaty performance. Look how far ahead Wilson Dilks is as they get to the braking zone. Jensen Bishop dives in. That'll do nicely. Second position for Jensen Bishop. He's been building up to that for a couple of laps now, but that was such a confident overtaking move when he made it. And even Travis Shaw's retaliation doesn't really hold much fruit. Good run from Jensen Bishop there.
That was definitely a great move there. Oh, ran a bit on the grass there.
Yeah, you've got to be careful, and that's the thing. You were talking about this a little earlier when it getting a little bit greasier. When you made a move in slightly hotter conditions, the tyres will bite. Now that they're cooler, they're going to handle very differently.
Yeah, that is one thing that, especially when you get this, you start the race and it's pretty warm, and then you get halfway through it and the tyres are slipping, or maybe you chose the wrong tyre or whatever, and you slide in more and more and more, and you just have to use your brain in that. I think maybe I might drop back a place, but it'll stop me crashing, so you have to prioritise which you'd prefer, and obviously, or just like drop a second lap, not even that, just to make sure that you're going to actually stay on.
It's amazing when you start in the mini bikes, you just think that these are, you know, two-wheeled little balance boards and having a good fun of it, but you become a bit of a tyre whisperer over the time, so you have to be a bit of a scientist out there.
Yeah, to be honest, you do. It was like, obviously, if the track's really hot, then that's an issue as well as if it was really cold.
So now what can Travis Shaw do in response to Jensen Bishop's move? Can he retaliate? Because he does look as though he's actually enjoying being the chaser rather than being the one who's being chased. And the difference between them on lap times there, well, that was 100th of a second difference. 52.96 for Travis Shaw compared to 52.97 for Jensen Bishop. So you literally cannot separate them in terms of talent and ability in this one. They are equally the other's match. Here's the chance for Shaw. Too far back to go too long in. He just had to bail out of it.
The thing about the Metro kits compared to the other hours, Metro kits are a lot longer. So if that's an advantage or disadvantage, I don't know, to be honest. But it's just something you have to actually think about.
So Travis Shaw once again knocking on the door of Jenson Bishop. Great to see this real technical insight into what the riders are doing in the middle of the battle. Moving across from one side of the road to the other. They call that a straight, but on the bike you're obviously treating it a bit like a continuation of the bend.
I don't feel like a straight there.
I'm not surprised you'd say that. It certainly doesn't look like the riders treat it like one. So Bishop and Shaw still at each other's handlebars at the moment.
That part where they're at now is a very good part of the track. It's one of my favourite parts.
So this sort of section here where it sort of feeds into each other.
The bit before that, like from the end of that, what we were saying, is straight, they ain't really a straight to where they were before.
Always fascinated to see how these riders get on in a tricky situation. Again, we've only got 7 bikes out there, but they're still giving us a good run of it. Travis Shaw still fancies a bit of a retaliation on Jenson Bishop. Of course, the longer that you sit behind the rider without making the move, the harder it then becomes to make the move, because you want to make sure that you want to make sure the rider in front is second guessing you. You don't want him to know your every trick.
Yeah.
Waits for the hairpin again. This is much more committed from Shaw. He looks a lot more focused. Going up to the hairpin. Here he goes. Dives on the inside. Oh, he's just not close enough to commit.
I think that's where he's going to pass him, when he's going to pass him, if he's going to pass him. But like you say, it's more of if then. At this point, it's more of an if than when. Whereas with Jenson, it was when he was going to try and do that.
Yeah, it was almost inevitable Jenson was going to get the move, but with Travis, it's almost like he's just trying to second guess what the brakes are doing into the braking zone. He's trying to learn what the bike is actually giving him while he's in the middle of an overtake.
Yeah.
Through Crook, through Oblivion, right-hander. Nice run through the back. There is Wilson Dilks. He's in a different postcode. He's halfway to Shropshire, where he is now. Loving life. But no real danger for these guys to catch up to him.
Got a 7.8 second lead there.
That's comfortable in any rider's language, isn't it?
Yeah.
Off of Ashby, down to Wilkins, through the left, down the drop, up to Oziers again. And this is such a tricky moment, because it's clear that with this competition being as competitive as it is, getting past your opponent does not mean you've beaten them. If anything, it just means that the fight started again. Jenson Bishop getting caught behind Rupert White. This is the worst timing in history, because he's now going to be sitting behind him for 3 corners, and he's going to have an interesting run, because on the far side of him, Travis Shaw decides to split him and go the other way. Didn't work out in an overtake, but Travis Shaw certainly with a better chance of getting it done now.
Yeah, that's given him quite an advantage there. So I think Travis Shaw might try it on. I don't actually know where he previously tried it. I don't know the name of that corner.
This Ashby hairpin, you could be right. As I think, it's just too far back again. It's so big a gamble, that's the thing, to just fling it up the inside there. And you almost want to make Jenson Bishop, as a rider, think, well, that's my corner, that's where I'm going to get you, and then go for him somewhere else.
Yeah.
Very difficult to see where the real pace is going to come, but Travis Shaw still hustling Jenson Bishop's every move. That just shows you the scale of the problem they've got now. Wilson Dilks is already out of Oblivion, and they're just about to come across the line. So up through Christmas Corner goes Wilson Dilks, up through Oblivion now.
That's a nearly 10-second lead, so he's gaining 3 seconds a lap.
Yeah, this is the part of the track you really like, isn't it?
Yeah. In the top screen, I just find it a lot more flowing than other parts.
So let's see if Travis Shaw can actually go 3 steps back to go 2 steps forward. Yeah, he did get held up a little bit. He can't afford to let that happen with the next back marker. He needs to use the next back marker. He's actually quite lucky he didn't lose more time there. So he's right in behind Jenson Bishop with another chance to crack second place. Can he do it? 4 laps to go.
There's Lucy Curtis that they're coming up to lap.
Well done to Lucy Curtis. She suddenly saw that Jenson Bishop was going to be there and actually rolled the power off a little bit. She wasn't able to do it for Travis Shaw, but she sensed where the danger was going to be and then, you know what, I've got my own race here, back off, let him have it. but she didn't do it in a way that was unpredictable. She just rolled off the power. She suddenly sensed it. I guess you kind of get that feeling. You know when someone's kind of there and you kind of have to make that split-second decision.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I think, as a back marker, I think that was a good thing to do, but because she stayed on her line instead of moving from her line, and because then that's when it gets dangerous.
Yeah, she compromised her exit speed, but she knew that by backing off the throttle through the corner, she'd get a decent run, but she'd also lose track position, which kind of gives her the benefit of controlling what happens in that little duel between them. Right, 2 laps to go for Wilson Dilks. For Jensen Bishop and Travis Shaw, they now cross the line and they also have 2 laps to go, but the pressure is all on them. They now have to dig deep and deliver something, particularly Travis Shaw, to see if he can bounce back on Jensen Bishop, who I have to say, Jensen Bishop is doing a great job at the moment. Today he's really turned the corner developmental-wise. He looks a lot more confident on the bike.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Out through the hairpin. Up towards Wilkins. Travis Shaw, he's not quite looking the match of him anymore, is he? Jensen Bishop seems to have found that little bit of an edge since his overtake. He's not really pulled away from Travis Shaw, but at the same time, he's made sure that even if Travis gets a run on the inside line and gets a decent run on the brakes, he's not going to cut across a rider of Jensen Bishop's talent without it causing major headaches. Here's the leader. We've barely seen Wilson Dilks, but in the 70 Cup race, he's just been sublime. No issues at all for him, and looking so comfortable in the lead. He's pulled 12 seconds clear of Jensen Bishop and Travis Shaw, and they are not slow riders.
No, definitely not.
Through to Oziers and onto the back straight for the last time. Wilson Dilks looking confident. Travis Shaw is going to have one final bid on Jensen Bishop by the look of it as they go through Wilkins and up towards Oziers. But the leader is going through the final couple of apexes. There is Wilson Dilks out of the final turn. The checkered flag is prepared for him, and Wilson Dilks takes the flag. Brilliantly done, but Jensen Bishop is going to try one more trick to keep back Travis Shaw. And it'll do nicely. He was just holding the bike, religiously on that inside line. Travis Shaw finishes a quarter of a second back from him. Nothing he can do to actually gain. That was a really mature ride from Jensen Bishop.
Yeah, that was great for Jensen. There you can see Lucy in the bottom. She will have been 5th overall in that race, which is good.
You were right, yeah, 5th position behind Thomas Matthew.
And 6th was David Whilton, and 7th Rupert White.
Yeah, so nice and simple for everybody. Not quite sure what happened to Marco Holt. We never really figured out why he wasn't there on the start. Maybe he's just got other fish to fry.
I think it was like reserving his energy or tyres or whatever it may be for his more important race.
Well, now he knows he's got a championship fight on his hands and he's made a bit of points from it. He's probably going to want to prioritise the thing that makes a big difference for him. So Marco Holt, we'll see him out a bit later on. So Wilson Dilks taking the victory from Jensen Bishop and Travis Shaw after a brilliant battle for them for 2nd and 3rd. Thomas Matthew 4th position. Lucy Curtis in 5th place. Then David Whilton in 6th ahead of Rupert White in 7th place. No sign of Marco Holt in that one. He did not take the start. Clearly prioritising his other races. So more great action to come from Wilton Mill, and a very talented bunch of riders to come up in the next one, because race session number 30 is the Mini GP 110s. Back into the action once again for the Avali 110 Cup, and this really is an exciting battle again. Sebastian Goslavsky and Mason Federick, remember their battle from earlier on? Well, they get to do it all over again. Max Robinson 3rd, Caden Herring in 4th place, Leon Simpson in 5th, from Leo Soliu, Kian Daly, Mason Hams, Jasper O'Neill-White, Austin Wilton and Ella Mosgrove. Now we're starting to get to the point where we may well be just about to crown our first champion, because there was no change to the order between Sebastian Goslavsky and Max Robinson. So Goslavsky finished 2nd, that's 20 points on the board. And then Max Robinson finished 3rd. That's 16 points on the board. So that gap that was 59 points now becomes 55 points. And if Gazlowski finishes second in this race with Max Robinson in third, then by my mathematics, Max Robinson will become the champion with 2 races to spare tomorrow. Because, of course, there are no dropped scores in this category, so it's just the outright points that you score. So, it's going to be an interesting one, that's for certain. Sebastian Gazlowski in pole position, Mason Fedrick in second, Max Robinson in third, Caden Herring fourth from Leon Simpson, Leo Soliu, Cian Daly, Mason Hams, Jasper O'Neill-White, Austin Whilton and Ella Mosgrove. Sebastian Gazlowski needs to outscore Max Robinson by 6 points in this race to take the title to Sunday's finale. If not, then Max Robinson will win the championship today. 55 points is the gap between them. There are 75 points available, but anything can still happen. And with the pace of Mason Fedrick, that could be his undoing in the championship fight. If Fedrick gets the win, Gazlowski will almost certainly lose the title. Let's find out what will happen. Off we go. Great start by Gazlowski. He needed a rocket ship of a start, and that's what he's got. Into the lead for Sebastian Gazlowski. Perfect. Mason Fedrick in second place. That looks like Caden Herring, into third position. Max Robinson just taking his time. He doesn't need to rush this. He's there in fourth position, no problem. So Sebastian Gazlowski needed a rocket boost of a start to keep his championship hopes alive, and that's exactly what he's done. He leads Mason Fedrick. Perfect for Gazlowski. Now he's got to hold this together for 14 laps. 13 and a half now, okay, but it's still a tough old race for Gazlowski. The championship is in the balance. He leads in the early stages. Mason Fedrick second place. Don't focus on championship, focus on race. Focus on each individual lap. Just keep your statistics favourable in this part of the race. Mason Fedrick is riding like a man possessed. He has nothing to lose, and he's going to keep charging forward. Mason Fedrick second, Caden Herring is third, then Robinson, then Simpson, then Soliu, Cian Daly seventh. Then it is Mason Hams ahead of Austin Whilton, Jasper O'Neill-White and Ella Mosgrove. This could be the final fight for the championship. I know that the aficionados amongst us would clearly dearly love for this race to go into tomorrow for the championship fight. But there is a very strong chance that Max Robinson may be about to become the first champion of the weekend. Just got to keep it together. Fourth position would actually keep the title fight alive another day, because Gazlowski is looking good for 25 points and Max Robinson in fourth place would only take home 13. So that would be 12 points in Gazlowski's favour, and that would drop the gap from 55 points down to 43. But here comes Mason Fedrick. Just like we saw in the early race, can Fedrick take on Gazlowski? Fedrick has nothing to lose. He's not fighting for a championship. He's just looking to see what he can do to improve his form for 2025. And here he comes on Sebastian Gazlowski. Gazlowski's got to make that the widest Mini GP 110 in history. Mason Fedrick really attacking Gazlowski. It's now or never for Sebastian. He's got to keep Mason Fedrick behind him and hope that Robinson cannot work his way further forward. It's getting pretty tricky. Of course, if Max Robinson were to drop even further back, then that would keep the championship fight alive a little bit longer, but it's getting pretty tricky out there. Big battle for Sebastian Gazlowski in front of Mason Fedrick. Third place for Caden Herring. Fastest lap of the race from Mason Fedrick the last time by. Here he comes again, looking from one side of the circuit to the other side of the circuit. 57 ones from both riders. Mason Fedrick coming off of Crooked Oblivion. Here comes the chance. He's going to get him alongside Sebastian Gazlowski and take the lead into Christmas. Mason Fedrick hits the front. And this could be championship deciding. Gazlowski drops the second behind Mason Fedrick. Fedrick riding beautifully. Gazlowski's got to come back at him again. So he's after him. Mason Fedrick leads the race one more time. Gazlowski down a second, and if Max Robinson can get past Caden Herring, then the championship is won. He's got plenty of time to do it. 11 laps still, and there is the battle for third position. That's Herring, Robinson, Simpson, Soliu. Four riders very close together. The second in the line is Max Robinson. If he gets ahead of Caden Herring, he becomes the champion. As long as it stays that way to the flag, of course. Mason Federic leads this race, 56.454, the fastest lap. Sebastian Goslavsky, second place. Third is Caden Herring. Fourth is the man who could become the champion today, Max Robinson. At the moment, Goslavsky is looking at 20 points, while Robinson looks at 13. So the gap is down to 13. The gap is reduced by 7. So the gap goes down from 54 to 48. So if it stays like this, then the championship does go on another day. But Max Robinson has got to get into third position if he wants to be champion on Saturday night and have it nice and easy for the next couple of races tomorrow. But an absolutely sensational battle as now Sebastian Goslavsky is getting back on with it, and Robinson is attacking Caden Herring. Well, that's a battle further back by the look of it as well, so we need to keep an eye on Max Robinson on the 99, behind Caden Herring in the 914. Mason Federic still leads the way. But look at Sebastian Goslavsky. Oh, a bit of an error from Federic. Got it wrong there at Christmas. He's not bulletproof. And Sebastian Goslavsky knows that he's got a chance to get some big points back. If he gets ahead of Federic, that's 5 more points in his favour. He may need to do it to win this championship tomorrow. Because if Max Robinson gets into third position and it stays like this, then Max Robinson will seal the champion before we even get to Sunday morning. The gap is big, but it isn't over yet. Still the riders battle on in position. Caden Herring is third position. Now this is one of the battles further back. I think this is Austin Whilton and Jasper O'Neill-White actually tuning away for position. And it's nice to see them, but what we really want to be focusing on is the third place battle. And Sebastian Goslavsky has a great run for the lead of the race. He's going to take it back. Dives up on Mason Federic. Federic shuts the door. Wow, close between the two rivals. Mason Federic with nothing to lose. Goslavsky riding for the title, trying to keep his championship alive here. Mason Federic has nothing to lose. He's not in the championship fight, but he's becoming a real headache for Sebastian Goslavsky. Goslavsky needs to get ahead. He needs to find those extra 5 points. But Federic isn't getting away from Goslavsky. This is going to be a race of battles, a race of wits between the two riders. And the traffic later on could make all the difference. Goslavsky hunts Federic. Come on, Sir Sebastian Goslavsky. I can get you. Through Crook, through Oblivion. The championship very much on the line. Goslavsky can really do with these extra 5 points. Federic holds his bike in the middle of the road. No way left, no way right. This is what Goslavsky doesn't need. He needs to make this pretty concise. Down to Ashby once again. Bit of travel on the back wheel under brakes for Federic, but he controls it. Meanwhile, the battle for third position. I'm going to look back down towards Inkermans to see how it is at the moment. And it is still Herring ahead of Robinson. Robinson's not made it through to third yet. But again, Goslavsky losing a bit of time behind the back marker. That's critical. Federic got through quicker than Goslavsky, but it's not done yet. Goslavsky's now got a bit of breathing space to get back after Federic. He can come from a long way back and charge after him. Meanwhile, that's Robinson. Robinson challenging Herring. Max Robinson nearly getting the move there for fourth position, and he's got Simpson and Soliu right in behind him. He can't afford to get this wrong. Otherwise, he'll lose 2 more places. Max Robinson holds all the cards in the deck here. Fourth position, even if he slips to 6th, he's still got a massive advantage tomorrow. But what if he could win the championship today compared to winning it tomorrow? Here goes Robinson. He's got a good run. Is that going to be enough on Herring? No, it's not. Herring has blocked him on the way to the braking zone. Great racing, great riding from 2 pairs of riders here. Federic versus Goslavsky, Herring versus Robinson. And for good measure, we've still got Simpson versus Soliu behind. The battle is raging for third position. Robinson knows that if he just gets 1 more place on Caden Herring, he'll be the 2024 champion. At the moment, it would be a gap of 48 points with 50 available tomorrow. If he makes 1 more place and gains the extra 3 points, the gap would be 51 points. With 50 available, Robinson would win the title by a minimum of a point. Here he goes. He's going to get the chance at a crook. Oh, he bails out of it. He can't afford to gamble. But he's got another chance on the exit. Oblivion is a little bit wobbly, and that could be it for Max Robinson. He's side by side. Herring's going to break later. What a comeback from Caden Herring. Magnificent the way he blasted that back at the braking zone. I thought that was slam dunk for Robinson. I think Robinson thought so too, but Caden Herring thought otherwise. No, you don't, mate. Bring this kind of racing on. Now they've got a slow bike in front of them. That's Ella Musgrove. She does not hold up either of the first two, and that's great news for Max Robinson. He could have another crack at Caden Herring. Now what's happening between Fedric and Kozlowski, because that's also very important. If Kozlowski can get back on terms with Mason Fedric, and he looks like he is trying, if he suddenly gets ahead, then the championship goes on to tomorrow. This is going to go right to the wire, and we've not got many laps to sort this out. 4 laps remaining here. Max Robinson with another great launch on Caden Herring. Here he goes, side by side. Can he outbrake him into Christmas? No, he can't. Caden Herring again attacks, but on the exit he runs wide. Robinson might get him on the switcheroo. Down to the braking zone for Ashby. He's not going to gamble. If he can wait till tomorrow, then he can wait till tomorrow. He doesn't have to go for the big gamble today. But if he crashes out trying to win it all in one day and hurts himself, then that could be game over there and then. So he's got to be focused on what he could get. He doesn't have to be spectacular today. He can wait till tomorrow to be champion. Kozlowski can't wait. He's got to get ahead of Mason Fedric again. Here he goes, up to the corner of Christmas. Fedric protects the lead again. 2 great battles on your screen at the same time. Fedric versus Kozlowski for the lead of the race on the inset. On the main screen, Caden Herring trying desperately to stay in front of Max Robinson. If Robinson gets ahead, he's champion. No, you don't. Kozlowski needs to get ahead of Fedric to keep the championship alive one more day. Out of the turn. So many nails bitten on the side of the road. It's for wonder everybody's got any fingernails left. Max Robinson, desperate to get into 3rd position. But he knows that he can wait till tomorrow. He's got a massive lead in the championship. There are 75 points on offer. Here comes Robinson. No, you don't, says Caden Herring. I'll pull across you in the braking zone again. Kozlowski's got an amazing run off of Oblivion. Surely he's going to out-accelerate Fedric round the far side at Christmas. Fedric covers the inside line again. Kozlowski comes back one more time. But Fedric holds the lead. This is nail-biting. Will the championship end today, or will it end tomorrow? Kozlowski can't get past Fedric. Robinson's going for Caden Herring. This is for the championship. Not yet. Can't get through at Christmas. Oh, this is nail-biting stuff. But on the exit, he's got him round the outside. Max Robinson into 3rd position on the penultimate lap past Caden Herring. And that could be the championship right there and then. Max Robinson does the double on the exit of Christmas. And if it finishes like this, Max Robinson is the champion for 2024. Final lap begins for Mason Fedric and Sebastian Kozlowski. Kozlowski's got to get ahead of Mason Fedric now. Fedric is not in the championship fight. Kozlowski is. Kozlowski really needs to pull back these 5 points for a win. Can Sebastian Kozlowski do it? One last chance. Up through Ashby. There's still a couple of corners he can do it. He needs to come back from a far way, but look at the way Max Robinson's pulled clear of Caden Herring. He knows this is the championship one if he stays where he is, and if Kozlowski can't get past Fedric, he will be the 2024 of Harley 110 Mini GP champion for 2024. Mason Fedric hanging on in there from Kozlowski. We're looking at the man who could have got the job done. But we need to go back to the leaders. Fedric has got Kozlowski right behind him, but it's going to be Mason Fedric. Fedric wins. Kozlowski is 2nd. Look back. Where's the 99? It's been an amazing 2 races. Kozlowski may have lost the race, but here comes the new champion. Max Robinson in the 99 will cross the line, and he knows that his lead is 51 points. With 50 points available tomorrow, Max Robinson is uncatchable. Max Robinson has done enough in 2 races to win the Mini GP 110 crown. 51 points is the gap, 50 points available tomorrow. So near, but so far. You're looking at Mason Fedrick, the orange and black bike that has taken the victory. We need to see the 99. On the slowing down lap, we'll try and pick up Max Robinson. The 99 bike is the hero of the hour. 2 third places behind Fedrick and Kozlowski. There he is in the background. There is Kozlowski. He did everything he could. A heroic run on 2 occasions for Kozlowski. But he's still looking brilliant for second in the championship. There's Mason Fedrick. What a pair of victories for him. And a very deserving honour for Mason Fedrick. Well done. 2 great victories. But the man we need to wait for is the man who finished third, Max Robinson. We wait for, there's 914, there is Max Robinson in the black and white bike, the 99. He may not have properly realised this yet, but his lead is 51 points with 50 remaining. Max Robinson is uncatchable, and the great motorcycle giveaway, British Mini Bikes, Mini GP 110 Series, has just been won by Max Robinson. Mason Fedrick takes the race win, 2 tenths ahead of Sebastian Kozlowski. Max Robinson fights to third position and now has 51 points with 50 remaining. Job done. Caden Herring, 4th place. Leo Soliu, 5th from Leon Simpson, Keon Daly and Mason Hams. Austin Whilton, Jasper O'Neill-White and Ella Mosgrove. So there are 2 races to go in the Ovali 110 Cup, but never mind about that. Max Robinson is uncatchable. He is the champion. What a fantastic situation and what a fantastic ride. So Max Robinson can rest easy tonight. By our maths, he is 51 clear with 50 remaining. That'll do. So now we go back into Mini Moto Rookie once again. Another championship that's going down to the wire this weekend and has already had some fantastic performances over the course of the last few weeks. Emilio Pereira is the man looking good to get that title won. He currently has 18 points advantage over Finley Stars and Nelly Newth, at least he did when he came into the weekend. But obviously it's been a very exciting race battle up to that point. It was Tommy Williams that got the win earlier on. Emilio Pereira taking a 2nd place. So a 2nd place for Emilio Pereira earlier on, of course, and that was enough for 20 points. 4 more than Nelly Newth. And Finley Stars came home for 5th position. That was enough for 11 points. So that certainly puts Nelly Newth into 2nd in the championship. And well, the gap that was 18 points is now 22 points. So it looks almost guaranteed that the championship will not be decided in Minimoto Rookie today. That will be concluded tomorrow. Tommy Williams, though, will take a great run after his fantastic run earlier on to the victory. And the Minimoto Rookie rider will be pole position for this one ahead of Emilio Pereira. Then Freddie Taylor ahead of Nelly Newth. Finley Stars in 5th from Joey Athasic, Austin Dilks, Charlie Bunn, James Dermott, Randy Carter and Logan Paisley. But a fantastic fight for the title. It looks almost certain that Minimoto Rookie will not be decided until tomorrow in the championship fight. Red lights on, let's go racing. Let's see what happens next. Will Emilio Pereira increase his lead or will Nelly Newth charge forward? Well, it looks like the latter is happening. Nelly Newth has made the big charge forward. And so Nelly Newth is in behind Emilio Pereira. The championship contenders are 1st and 2nd. Tommy Williams is trying to get past her round the outside. Tommy Williams in a 2nd. Great run through Christmas. So Tommy Williams is into B2. Now going to try and take on Emilio Pereira. Diving up the inside line of the hairpin, and that's amazing from Tommy Williams. He's got so much confidence around this place, and has just charged his way through after a poor start from 3rd position, past Nelly Newth, past Emilio Pereira. That'll do. Tommy Williams is leading. Well, a great start once again. So the lead that Emilio Pereira had over Nelly Newth coming into this one was 22 points. It looks like it could increase to 26 with 50 available tomorrow. So it's still very much an open championship in Minimoto Rookie. It's a lot closer than some of the other competitions. But certainly for Emilio Pereira, It's looking good for the title at the moment. 4 points more than Nelly Newth if it stays like this. Nelly Newth is still pushing, though, with Freddie Taylor and Austin Dilks in tow. Finley Stiles is struggling a little bit in 6th position. There is Nelly Newth having a look at Emilio Pereira, trying to get through, but also Freddie Taylor having a think about it. Trying to get the overtaking moves done. Not going to happen just yet. Tommy Williams and Emilio Pereira, first and second. Here comes Freddie Taylor up the inside of Nelly Newth. No, you don't. Nelly Newth, total confidence in Ashby. She's going to hold on to it for the time being. So excellent work all the way through. And look at Tommy Williams. He's just disappeared into the distance. An excellent ride from young Tommy Williams so far. Full of the joys of spring, full of confidence, and just disappearing out in front. No problems. So it's going to be a really interesting situation for all of the contenders there. So we're going to continue to move in pretty situations out there as they run forward. Still the battle rages as Emilio Pereira has now lost ground to Nelly Newth. So Nelly Newth, I just spotted there in 2nd place. So Emilio Pereira, not sure what happened, but Pereira is now down in 3rd position again and actually struggling to fend off from Freddie Taylor. So Nelly Newth really has picked up the pieces on this one and found a bit more pace and got herself back into 2nd position. So this will neutralise the advantage that Pereira gained earlier. He had pulled the gap from 18 points to 22. It looks like Newth is going to get that back down to 18 again, ready for tomorrow. As Freddie Taylor has a look at Emilio Pereira. Can't get through. And Emilio Pereira really having a great race of this. Just trying to hold off Freddie Taylor. Tommy Williams is long gone up front. Nelly Newth, a very confident ride in 2nd place. But Emilio Pereira's got Freddie Taylor for company. Freddie Taylor with another good chance to work on this. Up on the far side. Is there going to be another chance to break forward? Could be an opportunity down the straight. Emilio Pereira just holding cover on Freddie Taylor for the time being. Finley Stiles, 5th position. Austin Dilks, P6. Is this going to be another chance for Freddie Taylor? He has a think about it, but he just doesn't quite have the bike level enough with Emilio Pereira into the braking zone. Now he's got a chance into Wilkins. And again, he gets very close. That's the thing with these narrower bikes and shorter wheelbases, that you've got a lot more racetrack to play with, so you can take a little bit more of a different racing line into these apexes than you would do on, say, a Mini GP 110. So Freddie Taylor tries again then on Emilio Pereira. The battle for 3rd position still raging between these two riders. But Nelly Newth has got ahead and is pulling clear. Freddie Taylor with a much better run down the straight this time. Pereira again just chopping across in front. This is getting pretty tricky for both riders. Freddie Taylor's got a good run off Crook and Oblivion though, and he's going to storm past on the far side. Freddie Taylor into 3rd position. Can Pereira get him back in Christmas? Yes, he can. Freddie Taylor on the exit. Can't get back in front. Oh, great racing between these two little riders. Emilio Pereira versus Freddie Taylor for 3rd position behind the race leader Tommy Williams and 2nd place Nelly Newth. Freddie Taylor, a much better run off of Ashby. Can't get on the inside of Wilkins before the radius. So Freddie Taylor tries again on Emilio Pereira. Amazing racing between these young lads and lasses. Freddie Taylor again tries to take on Emilio Pereira. Looks for a gap on the inside of the boot. Not going to happen. Keeps trying to find the gaps. Cuts through. Tight round the hairpin. Wanting to get back on the throttle again. Is this going to be enough? Side by side. Freddie Taylor almost level with Pereira through Crook and almost out of Oblivion. Going to get the run just on acceleration. This is it for Freddie Taylor and he knows it. He'll sprint out from behind Emilio Pereira. Surely he'll have the inside line for Christmas. No, he won't, because Pereira's a bit more confident on the brakes. So Freddie Taylor does appear to be the faster rider, but Emilio Pereira is so much more confident on the brakes than Freddie Taylor is. And that's the real difference between them at the moment. Freddie Taylor, look, he's just so much faster in a straight line. but it's the confidence and the stance of Emilio Pereira. He knows what he's doing on the brakes. What's that old saying that I'll paraphrase? You know, straights are for fast bikes, corners are for fast riders. Through they come again, up to the hairpin. Emilio Pereira looking very stable in third position at the moment. Freddie Taylor doing everything he can to get ahead. Of course, if Freddie Taylor does get ahead, then it's going to cause a real problem for Emilio Pereira championship-wise, because he's going to lose points to Nelly Newth, and Freddie Taylor dives in on the inside of Crook, gets into third position. Lovely job. So that is Finlay Styles with a little bit more of a chance, because he's in fifth position, one place behind Emilio Pereira. So while Pereira is only going to take a couple of points off Finlay Styles, he's going to lose some points to Nelly Newth. Nelly Newth is looking good for 20 points, while Emilio Pereira is looking good for 13. So that's going to take the gap down from what was 22 points down to 15 points with 2 races to go, if it stays like this. Well, the title battle still very much up for grabs. It's not over yet. But if Nelly Newth picks up a win tomorrow, then all of a sudden things get very tricky. So let's see how things continue to progress, but it's not going to be easy to predict how this all goes in the closing stages. We're certainly going to get an interesting and intriguing run of it all the way to the death. So it'll be a fascinating situation for the contenders as they continue to run through. But certainly for this man, Tommy Williams, it's confidence rising. Well out in front, well clear. And a nice little battle going on further back as well. This is the duel between Finlay Styles and Joey Adasic, I believe. This might actually be one of the rides further back, but it looks to me like this is the battle for P5. So Finlay Styles trying desperately to keep the 67 of Joey Adasic at bay. Yes, it is. So still they ride around in close proximity. Adasic looking for his move on Finlay Styles. Styles is trying to keep his title hopes alive. He doesn't really want to get caught up in this. So it could be a really intriguing situation, a really tough battle for them all, as they continue to chop across each other. But Tommy Williams has the edge out in front, a full 5 seconds clear of Nelly Newth. And he can be very happy with the way things have played out today. A win earlier on, a win today in the second race as well. It all looks fairly neat and tidy, doesn't it, for Tommy Williams? He's not going to score massively in terms of the overall championship, as he's only got a 75-point score from his outing at Rowrah. But certainly a 50 points today will definitely help him out. That will put him up to 125 points. So all of a sudden, actually, the more I say that, the more it suddenly looks as though Tommy Williams is going to be a fairly decent top 5 in the championship, the way he keeps banging these race wins in. And trying to do the math as quickly as possible. I'm fairly sure the Mini Moto rookies only have... the Mini Moto rookies have 4 races this weekend, so if he suddenly comes away with 4 race wins, Tommy Williams, he'll add that to the 75 he's already got, and he suddenly finds himself on 175 points. Now, let's not forget that is more points than Pereira came into the weekend with. So I don't think he's going to win the title, but he's certainly going to get very close to the top 3. There's the most points that Tommy Williams can actually score this weekend and this season, of course, by the time it's all finished, is 175. Emilio Pereira was second place earlier on, so he's on 158. So the most he can score this weekend is 158 plus 75, which I'll try and do the maths very quickly on. 233, I think. So obviously it's still looking more favourable for Pereira than it is for Tommy Williams, but Tommy Williams still needs to keep pushing, because 4 wins this weekend will put him on a massive score of 175, and that could put him ahead of the likes of Reed Saxelby, Austin Dilks, maybe even Nelly Newth or Finlay Styles in the championship. So there is every reason to keep trying to find these extra results at the end of the season, as we watch James Dermott battling away with Austin Dilks. on the 85. So Austin Dilks continuing on from Wilson's example. Sticky Bunn is in there in the mix as well. That's Charlie Bunn. Randy Carter is there in 10th position. Great to see these guys in the middle of the field as well. We don't always get to see them up at the sharp end. We're focusing a lot, obviously. So it's great to see these riders having a fabulous run of it. So there is the 27. That is James Dermott, ahead of Austin Dilks, very much keeping it in the family. Then Charlie Bunn doing a great job. Hello to everybody out in Cork who are enjoying the race action and cheering on young Charlie Bunn, who's doing a very fair job at the moment in front of Randy Carter. And then, of course, young Logan Paisley still learning while on the job. Not easy when you haven't got club races or small-time races in these mini-motos. You've got to go straight into the British Championships and hope that what you're doing is right. Not easy at this level, that is for sure. So Tommy Williams leading the way by 7.6 seconds with a genuine chance of cracking the top 5 in the championship by the end of this weekend, maybe even the top 3 if all goes according to plan for him. Second place, Nelly Newth, looking to gain some ground on the championship leader Emilio Pereira. So the gap is going to come down from 22 points to 15 points if it stays like this, because Freddie Taylor, having got into third position, is now still well clear of Emilio Pereira. Finley Stiles is having a decent little jockey with Joey Atherzic. The gap between them is 0.8 of a second. We're watching the battle for 7th place. This is between James Dermott and Austin Dilks. Then a couple of seconds back, we've got Charlie Bunn and Randy Carter having their own duel for 9th position. Good to see everybody this weekend, not just the leaders. Very important that everybody gets a little bit of airtime. So the competitors are obviously starting to gain some ground. Tommy Williams ahead of Nelly Newth, Freddie Taylor and Emilio Pereira. Finley Stiles, 5th position ahead of Joey Atherzic. And then James Dermott, Austin Dilks, Charlie Bunn, Randy Carter and Logan Paisley. There is the man leading the way, Tommy Williams on the penultimate lap. What if he does win all 4 races this weekend? He's got a minimum, well, he'll have the maximum points he can score from this season, having only turned up to 3 rounds, 175 points. And that really is going to put him in the top 3 of the championship by my maths. Certainly flirting with top 3, if not actual top 3. He'll be there or thereabouts on 175 points. I think it'll be tricky to see how many points that Emilio Pereira, Nelly Newth and Finley Stiles score by the end of the year. But Tommy Williams is very much in command with nothing to lose this weekend. So he may as well just go for it and see what happens. And what is happening is a 9.7 lead over Nelly Newth. So Nelly Newth in 2nd place. Freddie Taylor in 3rd. 4th place for Emilio Pereira. And that is the duel continuing between James Dermott and Austin Dilks. I think Dilks had got him. And then the battle changed hands again. Oh no, that's Finley Stiles versus Joey Atherzic. They've been dueling away for position. So Joey Atherzic had got through, but Finley Stiles manages to make his way back into 5th position again. And then we got Dermott, Dilks, Bunn and Carter still tussling for 7th place, with Logan Paisley a couple of laps adrift. But this is Tommy Williams. Great ride for the 2nd time today, and he's going to score the maximum 50 points from this round to get closer and closer to the top 3. Out of the final turn, great run from Tommy Williams. He makes it 2 out of 2. Excellent race for Tommy Williams. Dominant ride in front of Nelly Newth. Fastest lap of the race as well from Tommy Williams, 1:03.662. But Nelly Newth will get some points back in the championship here. 2nd place for Newth in front of Freddie Taylor. Emilio Pereira comes through in 4th position, and that drops the championship lead from 22 points down to just a mere 15. So Finley Stiles is going to hang on just in front of Joey Atherzic as they duel away for 5th and 6th positions in the closing stages. But it is Stiles who finishes P5. That's 11 points on the board for Finley Stiles to add to the 5th place he had earlier on, I do believe. So still some more points in the championship to keep the statistics favourable. But it is going to be an exciting duel tomorrow in the title fight between, realistically, Emilio Pereira versus Nelly Newth. Finley Stiles will still have an outside shot, but he'll obviously want to find something a little bit more dramatic than today. So there is Tommy Williams, the dominant victor here at Whilton Mill. What a sensational performance it's been from him. Excellent ride twice now for Tommy Williams. He can be very happy indeed with the way it's gone. On 2 separate occasions now, he is the dominant winner in Mini Moto Rookie. Tommy Williams, 2 out of 2. Nelly Newth in second place, gaining some big points back in the championship. Freddie Taylor in third place ahead of Emilio Pereira. Then Finley Stiles ahead of Joey Athersic, James Dermott, Charlie Bunn, Randy Carter, Austin Dilks and Logan Paisley. Still a handful of races to go here, and it's going to be an interesting one as we finish things off in fine style. But we are getting close to the closing stages of today's great action. Race session 32, which means that by my math we've only got 6 to go today. Mini Bike 140 next up. Harley McCabe back on pole position in the BMB 140. He's already won twice. Can he make it 3 out of 3 and take away 180 points from this first round? So the AMR Moto British Mini Bikes 140 Championship continues on its way. Of course, this isn't the last round of their championship, not even is the last round tomorrow, because they of course have Red Lodge in the autumn to finish things off. 12 degrees Celsius, as you can see. The humidity you may have just seen before that, 93%. Incredibly, we're not going to get any rain today according to the Met Office, but that heavy pressure and the high humidity definitely making things pretty interesting out there. A couple of the marshals seem to think we've got some rain out on the course. There are a couple of hoods up. Now I wonder if we're just getting a little bit of light drizzle more than anything else, which is obviously going to make tyre choice very tricky. A lot of the riders obviously in some classes having a choice between the SS, the Super Softs, or the Rs, which is the more variable compound with a few treads, a bit like an intermediate tyre, I suppose. So a couple of interesting derivations of strategy coming our way. So Harley McCabe back to pole position once again. Michael Med alongside him on the second position. Stuart Hardman and Tommy Almond on the second row. Then Tim Patterson and Simon Gates, Dan Merrin and Harrison Quincy, Stephen Humphreys and Ben Johnson, Tom Wise and Mark Portis, Adam Harris and Liam Trinder, Simon Portis and Jordan Merriweather, Lindsay Yates and Ryan Hayburn, and then Dean Carver, Reese Morgan, Harry Swan, Dean Rowland, Zach James, Jack Stanford, Warren Henry and Sam Morrison. 26 riders potentially on the grid for this one. 24 have come through. So it looks to me as though neither Warren Henry or Sam Morrison are taking the start again. Let's see what kind of challenge we can do from this first part. Harley McCabe out in first position on the grid. Stuart Hardman alongside on the second position of the grid. This could be a really entertaining battle as the contenders are ready for an exciting showcase here. McCabe versus Hardman, the front row of the grid. Med and Armand, Gates and Quincy, Humphreys and Johnson, Wise and Portis. Top 10 is littered with talent. The top 24, well, there's a lot of talent there as well. Well, the riders are now safely into position for the third time in a Mini Bike 140 today. So let's see who's going to get the best of it. Michael Med obviously came into the weekend with the championship lead after his absolutely perfect 3 wins out of 3 at Rowra earlier this season. But he could do with not having another rider get that from him today. Third on the grid. And it looks as though it's going to be McCabe all the way to get 180. And he could get 180 tomorrow if things continue the way they currently are. That would put him straight on to 360, Harry McCabe, Harley McCabe. And that would put him level with Liam Trinder's score coming into the weekend. So on the cusp of the top 10 overall in the standings. But what can Stuart Hardman do alongside him to try and outfox him? We'll watch out for the number 1 as well. Michael Med, the 21, Tommy Armand. Some big names up at the front. What are we going to see from this start? To the far left is Stuart Hardman. To the right is Harley McCabe. Let's race at Whilton Mill. Great start from McCabe. No worries at all to the first bend. And Michael Med has been able to hold off has been able to hold off Tommy Armand as well. So a very good start in the initial launch. And it's a perfect start from Harley McCabe up front. He has the advantage leading away. May have had an issue with his transponder to start the race, but there's no doubting who is your race leader. That is Harley McCabe in front of Stuart Hardman. Then in third, it is the one of Michael Med, who managed to hold his position initially from Tommy Armand. Harrison Quincy looked like he got a relatively good start as well. So we'll double check as they all come around at the end of the first lap, but certainly Harley McCabe is looking comfortable out in the lead ahead of Stuart Hardman. A very good start from the front row of the grid. No major catastrophes to speak of on this opening lap. And certainly for Harley McCabe, he leads the way from... Oh, it is Med, actually. Med did get ahead of Stuart Hardman. So I didn't pick up on that, but it is Michael Med who is in second position, I do believe, in behind Harley McCabe. So Stuart Hardman is there in third position behind. Then Tommy Armand, Harrison Quincy, Simon Gates, Dan Merrin, Tim Patterson, Stephen Humphries and Ben Johnson. So still they battle away on the far side. And this is a great run. The AMR Motor British Minibike 140 Championship still very much alive and kicking for the title fight. That's not really going to be decided until Red Lodge. But you really do get to see an exciting battle all the way. So Michael Med still trying to pull a decent gap over Tommy Armand, but the gap is pretty tight at the moment. Harley McCabe leads Michael Med, then Hardman, Armand, Quincy, Gates, Merrin, Patterson, Humphries, Johnson, Mark Portis, Tom Wise and Jordan Merriweather, hoping for a much better run than earlier when the bike broke down on him. Liam Trinder, Simon Portis and Adam Harris ahead of Dean Carver. Then it's Harry Swan from Lindsay Yates. Then Ryan Hayburn, Reese Morgan, Dean Rowlands, Zach James and Jack Stanford. So all 24 riders are still circulating. It's all pretty tight at the top end. And you can see in the middle of the pack there's a lot of decent battles going on as well. That's Tommy Armand trying to shake off Harrison Quincy, with Simon Gates and Dan Merrin in the mix there as well. So too is Tim Patterson, the 13 bike at the back of the queue. So there's a lot of really interesting challenges in this one, but Tommy Armand feels like he's got enough here to take on the 755 of Harrison Quincy. Dan Merrin is up to 6th position, by the way. Oh, and there's an issue further back. That's the 12, I do believe. So that is Simon Portis. Simon Portis with a trouble at Ashby, and that really has caused some problems there. So a major difficulty, and it's caused all sorts of headaches there. So now we're going to get to see what will happen as a result of Simon Portis' retirement. It's obviously shuffled a lot of riders down the deck, but the yellow flags are still at Ashby. They're at green at Oziers. That's because they're still having some difficulty trying to figure out what's happening with Simon Portis. So Simon Portis has now dropped out of the race for good. That's very unfortunate. Meanwhile, Michael Med still in front of Stuart Hardman. The duel for second place goes on, but it is going to be very tight all the way. Harley McCabe still stretching out the lead, 3.4 seconds now clear of Michael Med. Hardman behind Med, and then Quincy in 4th place from Merrin, Armand, Patterson and Simon Gates. Here is the duel from Patterson, trying to take it up the inside line and gets past Tommy Armand. That's for P6. Good run from Patterson. Still having a very good race of it, into 6th position then behind Dan Merrin, chasing down Harrison Quincy. So there could still be some really enticing battles to come, but a really tricky race battle developing. And we could see some really focused performances from Patterson as he now tries to take on Merrin up the inside again. 2 in 1 lap would have been ambitious. Very nearly did it though on Dan Merrin. It was only Merrin's determination that kept him in front. So a very tricky run all the way through. But what a stunning combination of corners from Tim Patterson to really knock on the door here of Dan Merrin. So a very solid performance, but a really good race battle nonetheless to come. So we'll get to see some truly invincible performances from the contenders here. Look at Patterson all over the back of Dan Merrin. And that's a rider gone down there. That's a rider gone down to the far side. Now, I'm trying to figure out if that's somebody in the top 6 or not, because it could be one of the riders in the traffic. But I noticed that that's Patterson now making the bid on Merrin. That's the 40 that's gone. That's Zach James. So Zach James is not involved in the lead battle, but Patterson does get the move on Dan Merrin a lap after I assumed he would try. So that is now a move from Patterson. He gets into 5th position ahead of Dan Merrin. His next target is Harrison Quincy. A really exciting battle. Susan Woodward is obviously giving Harrison Quincy all the big up that he needs to run confidently in 4th position. But it looks like there could be a bit of a challenge. Yellow flags. You don't want to make an overtake under yellow flags. Now, does going past the back marker count? Because all 3 riders went past the back marker under yellow flags there. So I would suspect that Quincy, Patterson and Merrin could all be in some trouble here. Now, they've just got past Zach James, who has got back on the bike again, but by my vision, all 3 of them have overtaken a back marker under yellow flags. Now, I would suspect that that could be investigated. So Quincy, Patterson and Merrin all moved past the back marker, but they could have waited until they got past the green flag. In my book, you don't overtake under yellow flags. So that could well be looked into. Harley McCabe ahead of Michael Med and Stuart Hardman. Then this battle for 4th between Quincy, Patterson and Merrin. Stephen Humphries, 7th position. Simon Gates is 8th. Then it's Tommy Armand and Ben Johnson. And then we have Mark Portis in 11th ahead of Tom Wise and Jordan Merriweather. Liam Trinder and Adam Harris in 15th. So Harrison Quincy just continuing his very smooth ride in 4th position ahead of Tim Patterson, who's fighting back a bit. Dan Merrin in 6th place, just trying to stay in the draft. And so the battles continue. Looking really strong all the way through. Harley McCabe having a solid race of this in the lead from Michael Med and Stuart Hardman. But nobody's really going to catch out Harley McCabe the way he's currently riding. He's just taking it in his stride going into the last lap. Doesn't really have to focus his attentions too hard here. Having a very smooth race of it. So Harley McCabe is keeping it neat and tidy on the final lap, although it is getting a little bit spicy out there. A little bit slippy in places perhaps. I wonder if there is a little bit of rain out in the circuit after all. But Harley McCabe will come through the final turn. The checkered flag will be for him. He takes the checkered flag. Victory for Harley McCabe. That's 3 out of 3 and 180 points go straight on his season tally. That puts him level with Rhys Stevenson, who did the same thing, of course, at Teesside at the beginning of the year. So an excellent display and a very tall order for all of the contenders in this one. Great battle, great drive. Great ride, I should say, even, from Harley McCabe. Michael Med in 2nd from Stuart Hardman. Then Harrison Quincy, Tim Patterson and Dan Merrin. Then Stephen Humphries, Simon Gates, Tommy Armand. And finishing off the top 10, it is Ben Johnson. So a really intense rivalry brewing in the 140s between Michael Med and Stuart Hardman, as they duelled away for 2nd position in that one. But it was pretty plain sailing all the way from Harley McCabe. No issues there, no need to really even break a sweat. It was certainly fairly concrete and fairly straightforward to get everything done the way it should have been done. 5 races to go today then. Mini GP UK 190, Junior Supermoto, the FIM Mini GP UK 160, the Mini Bike 160s, and then the Mini GP BMB 160s. Harley McCabe taking the win then from Michael Med and Stuart Hardman in the 140s. Harrison Quincy ahead of Tim Patterson and Dan Merrin. Stephen Humphries and Simon Gates. Tommy Armand and Ben Johnson rounding out the top 10. Mark Portis ahead of Tom Wise. Then Jordan Merriweather, Liam Trinder. And behind them we have Adam Harris, Dean Carver, Ryan Hayburn, Lindsay Yates, Rhys Morgan, Harry Swan, Dean Rowland, Simon Portis, Jack Stanford and Zach James. Now, Zach James didn't finish the race because he had that off on the 4th lap. So his race came to a premature finish. But the battles really are raging. Joining us back again in the commentary box once more, we have Isabel Wingate, who is obviously going to be out in the last race of the day, the BMB 160s. How are things currently going?
Good. Not much changed since I last saw you.
Now, I wanted to ask a little bit about weather, because I'm obviously stuck in my commentary box and I can look out and see that it's a little bit muggy, 93% humidity, overcast. What's it actually doing for the riders?
I think it'll make it not as, like, you know, when it's warm, it'll have a bit more grip, and obviously it won't. I think in just some corners it might just be slightly slippier. Not all, but some just might slight more slippy.
So is it worth clarifying, have we actually had any rain at any point, or is it just trying to hold itself off at the moment?
Yeah, I think I'll really hope it doesn't rain.
That would change everything for everybody, wouldn't it? And
yeah.
This is the kind of circuit I would imagine that in the rain is pretty horrifying.
Like I say, this is my first time here, but apparently it is really, really, really slippy here. So just something to be thinking about. I think tomorrow it might be raining.
Yeah, that could be tricky. I know that there's a 50-50 split as to what the weather's going to do. We'll quickly run through the FIM Mini GP UK 190 grid. Normally, of course, they're teamed up with the 70 Cup, but with so much on the line championship-wise, we've split them up. So they are now in a separate race grid, and that means we're going to get a real pure battle for the title. And what a battle it's going to be. Marco Holt, pole position. Blake Wilson, second. Henry McCartney, third. Jensen Bishop, fourth. From Arnie Carr, Sid Marshall, and Annabelle McCarthy. Clear the grid.
It's good that Marco Holt's out there.
It's definitely a big opportunity for Marco Holt, isn't he? He's got to try and gain some ground on Blake Wilson. Henry McCartney still got to keep in the fight. Let's do it. Great start from McCartney, but it's going to be Blake Wilson who leads through. McCartney gets past Marco Holt as well. So a great start from Blake Wilson. McCartney through to second. Marco Holt down to third. This is the fight that we've been hoping for, and it is going to be nail-biting between the three as Bishop slices up the inside of Arnie Carr to get into fourth position. Look at McCartney. He's got a point to prove, and he's already going to go for the lead here on Blake Wilson on the first lap. Magnificent from McCartney. Absolutely determined to go for it on the inside line there. And was that the move from Marco Holt? He tried to get through on the inside of Blake Wilson as well. Goodness me. Ferocious stuff on the opening lap.
Yeah, that was a very good opening lap.
Henry McCartney is determined that he wants to take some points away from these guys. He came into the championship, of course, third place after that dramatic fall at Three Sisters. He's got to try and get some points back. So taking the victory now would be absolutely beautiful. But Blake Wilson, in second position, does not need any pressure. He just needs to sit in second place, but he's not going to. He's going to charge for Henry McCartney. Gets the lead back at Christmas. Lovely.
That's like been shown that it is a good move there and has a very high chance of sticking as well. You know, like sometimes you make a move and then straight back it pushes too wide, whereas that's actually sticking, which is quite good.
Yeah, he's got the confidence to be able to come back at him. This is one of the toughest fights in the paddock. The Enterprise Automation Services British Mini Bikes FIM Mini GP UK 190 Series, and how tight a battle is it between the leading three contenders in the title fight? Blake Wilson, Henry McCartney and Marco Holt. All three riders very close together. We know these are the three that are going to contest the championship all the way to the death. They got very close together at Three Sisters. They had fantastic duels at Teesside, at Rowrah and at Pembrey. Now here they are at Whilton Mill, and this is pretty tough stuff between the three of them. What are we going to see play out? Can Marco Holt get his move back on the inside of Henry McCartney, or can Blake Wilson consolidate his slender lead in the championship and grow it a little? Marco Holt certainly took some points off them with that dominant victory in race one. Now he's got a lot more work to do to close up the gap again, because Marco Holt being sat here in third position, this is not where he wants to be at all.
Blake Wilson and Marco Holt are both doing 52s, whereas Henry McCartney is doing a 53.
Certainly is very even between them, but now as they come through together, they've all set the same time, very nearly to within 200ths of a second of each other. There's nothing between them. Here comes Henry McCartney trying to tag in on Blake Wilson. Marco Holt trying the same move on McCartney in the same breath.
Is that Henry McCartney and Marco Holt on the exact same time?
It certainly is, yes. I mean, the only reason McCartney has the fastest lap because he did it first is that Marco Holt round the outside of McCartney. Nearly, McCartney manages to hold second place, but Marco Holt definitely trying to get in there for second position. This is one of the toughest, tightest title fights you're ever going to see in British mini bikes. I mean, when they came into the weekend, there was only 33 points between them with 100 points available. So you know that it's going to go right to the wire. Any one of these riders goes down, it changes everything.
Yeah, like that thing in the 160s earlier, when we thought Hudson wasn't going to race, then that would have changed the whole championship so much.
Again, McCartney trying to go the long side here on Blake Wilson. Wilson is comfortable in the lead. He's the one with the least pressure. He can actually afford to finish third to both these guys at least one more time. So why put himself under the pressure? It's a really tough situation for them as they continue their duel. But certainly for the moment, Blake Wilson in front of Henry McCartney and Marco Holt. Close together. They run off the turn one more time.
You can see that literally they are on the exact same line and they turn in at the same time, and the body drops at the same time, pick the bike up at the same time. They just all flow exactly at the same time.
It's so evenly matched, isn't it? It's wonderful to watch. So McCartney right in behind Blake Wilson. Wilson gets the run through the hairpin.
That must definitely make it harder to make a pass, though.
It's definitely going to make it hard to make it pass, but up the inside, Marco Holt had to think about Henry McCartney. McCartney now knows that he's got to get on with this. He's got to take on Blake Wilson because Marco Holt is going to be right there for the retaliation. What a race. The three main rivals in the championship in Mini GP UK 190 absolutely locked together. McCartney all over the back of Blake Wilson. And again, McCartney and Holt set the same fastest lap to the thousandth of a second. McCartney gets the move. Henry McCartney into the lead on Blake Wilson. Changes the lead and changes the battle in the championship because that's 5 points more that McCartney can gain on Blake Wilson. Very tight stuff through Crook and Oblivion. Marco Holt now fancies his chances to take on Blake Wilson.
Not in this battle, but one place below is Jensen Bishop, who I think he came second in the other 190 race, 190-70 Cup.
He certainly did, so not bad for Jensen Bishop. He's basically leading the best of the rest race, isn't he? As they've just checked out 7.9 seconds clear of the rest of the field, these three. But the champion really is going to be hard to call between these three riders. Henry McCartney, Blake Wilson, Marco Holt. Nothing to choose between the three of them, and all three of them have worked so hard this year. All three of them deserve to be champion, but it really is going to go down to the wire. All three of them want it. All three of them know what's at stake. All three of them, of course, are likely to go to the World Series because it doesn't look to me as though Jensen Bishop's really going to be able to catch them in terms of the championship fight, the way things are currently stacked up. But you can see it's more than just a World Series ticket. There's bragging rights on offer here. They want to beat their opponents so badly.
Yeah. After Jensen, there's Arnie Carr, Sid Marshall, and Annabelle McCarthy.
There's not much to choose between Sid Marshall and Annabelle McCarthy's lap times either. Both are about a 57.2, 57.3, so fairly evenly matched. But you're still looking to find another 5 seconds to match McCartney, Wilson and Holt. So it's looking pretty tight out there at the moment as they continue their race. Look how close it is in the boot. Blake Wilson again having a think about McCartney. They are so tight together. They are literally millimetres from each other as they run through the hairpin. Over the line. And we're into the closing stages according to the Digiboard. Well, the timing screen in front of me says last lap. I'm looking over to the top. It says 6 laps on the digital board up there. So there's still 6 laps of race still to take on.
Even though Annabelle and Sid's time were about the same, and Annabelle is now lapping quicker, there's a massive gap between them two, so that will be hard for Annabelle to catch.
Yeah, there's a bit of a motivation for her to gain back that 2.9 seconds, isn't there? So hopefully she'll be able to take that one on as a decent challenge. McCartney, Wilson, Holt. So tight between these three. They'll have another 5 laps when they come across the line next time by. You can see it on the digiboard for yourself. 5 laps as they come through.
At this point, maybe in 2 more, 3 laps, that's when it starts. You start slightly getting tired. You just need to make sure that you're still at the top of your game. Battling as well.
Right, I'm going to put a scenario to you here, Isabel Wingate, as the professional racer of the two of us. You're Marco Holt. You're sat in 3rd position. You're watching McCartney and Wilson's every move. What's your stance? Are you just going to stick with them like glue, or are you going to start making your own moves?
I'd wait probably another lap and then start making moves. If I know that I could, I've been watching them battle, and at this point, maybe when there's 3 laps, 4 laps, you want to start making them moves forward.
It's tricky to know when to basically release the horse from the stable, isn't it? You've got to just know that you've got a decent move up your sleeve, and you're going to hoodwink your opponents. Look at Blake Wilson, a bit of a twitch there. Is that the first time all season that he's really felt the pressure get to him?
And you can see my brain's just gone blank.
It's tough to keep a follow, isn't it? McCartney in the lead, Wilson in 2nd, Holt in 3rd.
They will all have pit boards as well, so they'll be aware. Oh, well, I don't know, Marco's 0.1 of a second off. I actually need to either push past and get to first and try and start pulling, or I need to be riding very defensive. But when you ride defensive, it is a slower line.
Here's a stat that's going to blow your minds. The battle between them in terms of the fastest laps is insane. Best lap from Henry McCartney, 52.05. Best lap from Blake Wilson, 52.00, as he takes the lead. Marco Holt's done a 52.02. There is 500ths of a second between these three in terms of their best laps. And Blake Wilson has just unleashed the bear at the best possible moment. Made the move on Henry McCartney, and that could be a championship-winning overtake 24 hours from now.
Yeah, but when you think of it like that, it means so much.
Oh, but he's got held up behind the back marker. That could be the chance for McCartney, and it is. McCartney's got through to the lead. Now Blake Wilson's down a second. He just about saves it before losing out to Marco Holt. But McCartney takes full advantage of the back marker, back into the lead again. That's how tricky it is to get this right.
At this point, being Marco Holt, you'd be wanting to hope that, like, you need to be using these as an advantage, these back markers.
Got Sid Marshall in the way. Henry McCartney a little bit sluggish off the turn. Blake Wilson and Marco Holt have both got a chance. Marco Holt's going to get past both of them. Oh,
wow.
Brilliant. Marco Holt goes from 3rd to 1st. He takes them both on.
I love how excited you get in.
Blake Wilson gets McCartney, and now he gets on the inside of Marco Holt. He gets him back into the lead again. 3 lead changes in 1 lap. It goes from being McCartney in the lead to Holt in the lead to Wilson back in the lead again. Absolutely incredible racing. Marco Holt has absolutely lit the blue torch paper. Now he's got the chance to get himself back into the lead again. But we are running out of laps. Blake Wilson has got the chance, final lap, to pull clear from Marco Holt and Henry McCartney. There is nothing in it between them, either on track or on the timing sheets. Can Marco Holt steal back a win from Blake Wilson? In through Christmas. Tight out of the radius, not able to get there yet. So tight between them now. Out towards Ashby. That was a big chance for Marco Holt. Blake Wilson wasn't going to give him the satisfaction. If Wilson goes down now, this championship goes nuclear.
Yeah.
Holt and McCartney.
Let's not say that.
Well, you don't want to jinx it, do you? But Holt is there in 2nd. McCartney's in 3rd. They've both made mistakes this year. Here's the chance for Holt. Dives in on the hairpin, can't get through. Has to bail out of it. One last chance. Can you out-accelerate him? Off the final turn. Blake Wilson gets the win from Marco Holt and Henry McCartney. What an amazing duel. Half a second between them. Henry McCartney actually got the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. Get this, with a 51.78. Wilson had a 51.79. Holt had a 51.80.
Wow.
There's 200ths of a second between the best laps of the top 3. I can't believe it. This title fight is going down to the wire between the top three contenders. Blake Wilson wins from Marco Holt and Henry McCartney. I'm going to have to do some serious number crunching in the hotel tonight, because this title really is going down to the wire in Mini GP 190. The championship has changed hands so many times in the space of 3 laps. But Blake Wilson definitely goes into tomorrow with the advantage. And it's looking so good for Blake Wilson. But how about that? 3 riders separated by 0.02 of a second on their fastest laps. Just extraordinary. Blake Wilson, Marco Holt, Henry McCartney, the 3 title contenders, separated by ½ a second at the flag, and more great racing to come tomorrow. Jenson Bishop P4 ahead of Arnie Carr, with Sid Marshall and Annabelle McCarthy a lap adrift. But the big story, no surprise, is Wilson, Holt, McCartney. A 3-man brawl for this GP 190 title. And we've still got 2 races to go to settle it all out. What an absolutely astonishing situation we've got. This is going to be a really tough battle to sort out. We've now got the Junior Supermoto to come. We'll have to put the Mini GP UK 190s to bed now for another few hours, because their race will continue for the title tomorrow. So close, so tight. Now we've got 4 races to go today. Junior Supermotos, the Mini GP UK 160s from the FIM, the Mini Bike 160s, and the BMB 160 50 Cup. Off we go then for Junior Supermoto, and it's going to be Cian Daly and Carter Spinks back on the front row of the grid again for race number 3 today. Dan Tanton, Will Dickinson, JJ Manchester and Thomas Med to complete the top 6. Then Rex Armand, Dylan Cook, CJ Maguire, Ryan Merrin and Oliver Med. So with all that incredible battle going on in the Mini GP 190, there's still a lot of great race action elsewhere. And of course the next big battle comes from the Junior Supermoto 90s. And it's already been a tough run. Cian Daly picking up a couple of victories, but JJ Manchester very much keeping himself in the mix with a great run to second place earlier on. So let's see if there's any more magic still to come. Could be a really intriguing situation for these riders in this one. But Cian Daly and Carter Spinks will be back on the front row of the grid once again. Denise sends a quick message to JJ Manchester. You can do this. Ride safe. Good luck. I'm sure everybody's got their fan clubs watching along back home. And it is great to see so many young superstars putting on such a good effort. But Cian Daly and Carter Spinks renew battle on the front row of the starting grid, with Dan Tanton in 3rd and Will Dickinson in 4th place, ahead of JJ Manchester and Thomas Med. So let's see what happens in the duel between Cian Daly and Carter Spinks, with JJ Manchester taking his position in 5th on the grid. A bit of work to do here to continue his 2nd in the championship fight, but it's certainly looking pretty tasty at the moment. So the flag will go up at the back of the field to signal that we're ready. There is the green flag. The lights come on. They will go out again in a moment. Whoa! Somebody's had a big off on the start. So a big moment. I think that might have been Ryan Merrin having all sorts of chaos before the race even got underway. It looked as though the revving of the throttle, the bike just took off without him. He wasn't ready to go. And it's caused all sorts of issues there for the 58. Very unfortunate indeed for Ryan Merrin. So I think that's Ryan Merrin out of the race before it even started. Hopefully he's okay. But certainly for Carter Spinks, trying to chase down Cian Daly, it's race very much joined, as Cian Daly leads Spinks on the yellow machine. Then it's Dickinson from Tanton, Manchester, Med, Cook, Armand, Maguire and Oliver Med. But I'm afraid it's a very chaotic and very unfortunate start then for the 58 bike. Very sad to see Ryan Merrin drop out of the race before it even started. His bike has been cleared, of course, before he's come around again. But it's Cian Daly who leads the way. Carter Spinks in second, then Dickinson, Tanton, Manchester. Then a bit of a gap back to Dylan Cook. Then we have Rex Armand in 7th place ahead of CJ Maguire, with Thomas and Oliver Med a little further back in the pack. But out in front, Cian Daly just enjoying himself out in the front end of the field. No issues for him at the moment. Still having a very tasty race of it as he leads on the second lap, pulling well clear of his opponents, and it looks pretty neat and tidy from his perspective. No real concerns and certainly no real threats to the status quo. So just hoping to finish things off in a strong manner, to finish things off in a fine stance. But it's going to be a really easy ride for Cian Daly if things continue as they currently stack up. Carter Spinks is there or thereabouts, or at least he was there or thereabouts. He's lost a lot of ground on this lap. So Carter Spinks has lost 2 seconds on that lap alone. But Carter Spinks is still ahead of Will Dickinson, then Dan Tanton, and then JJ Manchester at the back of the queue. So second place is still very much up for grabs. Here comes Dan Tanton on the 4th placed bike. That is the number 5. So Dan Tanton really wants to have a little attack here of Will Dickinson. JJ Manchester just running at the back of the train for the moment. Still plenty of time to make up. But it's going to take a bit of time to sort this out. Cian Daly looks like he's got it well and truly nailed up front. So it will be an incredible situation. So a really strong battle as they continue in close proximity. So it will be such an incredible duel for second position in this one, the way it's currently stacking up. Carter Spinks has started to pull a little bit clear, and really needs to be honest, because this is where things are going to get a little bit trickier to hold the nerves at bay. Dan Tanton, with very little to lose, starting to take on Will Dickinson. He's got JJ Manchester behind him, so he's in a relatively comfortable position in terms of points-wise. Carter Spinks is slowing. Spinks was in second, now down to 4th. It could well be 5th as he comes off the turn. And there, look, you see Carter Spinks with a problem as Dan Tanton goes around the outside of Will Dickinson. Now, I noticed that the wind has picked up a bit. I can't see any rain outside. I did wonder if that might be the reason for it. But certainly Carter Spinks has dropped back. JJ Manchester now having a look for the inside of Will Dickinson, as Cian Daly out in front is still having a very easy time of it. But up to second place now is Dan Tanton. So Dan Tanton doing a great job as he runs in P2. Second place second place is now Will Dickinson, actually, in front of JJ Manchester. Then in 5th place it's Carter Spinks. So I wonder if he's had a problem with the bike or if he just made an error in judgment, whatever it might be, but he certainly lost a good 4 seconds on that lap. He was a good 1.6 ahead of them all before they came through. I think he's got a slight engine misfire developing, because it's certainly slowing him up in various parts of the course, and that's very unfortunate indeed for Carter Spinks. But certainly for the time being, Cian Daly has the lead, with Dan Tanton second from Will Dickinson. Then it is JJ Manchester and Carter Spinks in P5. 6th position, Dylan Cook having a good race of it ahead of Rex Armand. And then CJ Maguire from Oliver Med and Thomas Med, who had all those problems on the start, and then Thomas Med joined Ryan Merron on the sidelines into retirement. So very unfortunate to see the 2 riders drop out of the race that did so. JJ Manchester still putting Will Dickinson under some pressure, conceding a little bit of a space there at the large side of things. But you still get the sense that JJ Manchester is just building up to the move, but he hasn't got long to do anything about it. 4 laps remaining here. So we'll need to see if there is still going to be an intense battle for the final few laps of racing here, or if JJ Manchester is going to be lulled into a sense of security in that 4th place. The latter is almost certainly not going to be the case. JJ Manchester will see a gap and try and make it work in his favour. Currently in third position, Will Dickinson. Currently in second position, Dan Tanton. And there is time to get them both. Fifth position for Carter Spinks. Sixth place for Dylan Cook. Then Rex Armand, CJ Maguire, Oliver Med and Thomas Med. So some really intriguing battles in the closing stages here, as there are still more battles to be had. 3 laps to go. McKeon Daly, he's 12.4 seconds clear. This is very much his race on a silver plate. But look at JJ Manchester, all over the back of Will Dickinson, looking to try and make the bid for third position. Daniel Tanton going well in second place as well. So let's see if that continues on apace. Working close here, Will Dickinson, third position. JJ Manchester looking for a move or two of his own. This could get pretty tight and tricky as they work through on the far side of the course. Onto the long part of the straight. Carter Spinks is coming back into it now. Carter Spinks fancies his chances. Into the square left at the heel of the boot. As we look at the battle further back, this is Dylan Cook and Rex Armand, I do believe, having an interesting race of it. So Rex Armand trying to get on terms here with Dylan Cook in their duel for sixth position. Is that JJ Manchester attacking? It is indeed. But he's not quite been able to make the run on Will Dickinson. He has a completely different racing line to Will Dickinson through Crooked Oblivion. But you've got to go with what works for you. You've got to feel what's comfortable. So it's important that while you go for a fast line, you've also got to go for a line that works for you. I've seen some racers in bikes go for some very peculiar racing lines in the past, but it's what works for them. You've got to feel where your comfort zone is. So JJ Manchester, hungry again, has a think about the move here on Will Dickinson. Thinks again. It's the convention he's trying to break down here, you see, because Will Dickinson is running that inside line and running very much to the racing line, but it's all about when JJ Manchester can come off that racing line and make his own bid for position. Meanwhile, Cian Daly is on to his last lap. He's done a fastest lap of a 1 minute flat, 0.909. JJ Manchester looks again for the inside of Will Dickinson. Again, Dickinson chops across his bow. So no third position for the moment. An interesting run continues, but Cian Daly still leading from Dan Tanton, Will Dickinson, JJ Manchester and Carter Spinks. Still they run close together. Dylan Cook, Rex Armand, CJ Maguire, Oliver Med and Thomas Med in the top 10. Sadly no Ryan Merrin after his moment at the start, but this man has had nothing but good moments. It's been a very clean-cut race for Cian Daly, who comes through the hairpin, up to the toe, up to the heel for the last time. And it's all guns blazing for Cian Daly, and it's 3 wins out of 3 in the Junior Supermoto. Excellent stuff for Cian Daly. Dominates proceedings here at Whilton Mill. But is Dan Tanton going to hold on here in front of Will Dickinson? Certainly the last couple of corners. Last chance for anybody to make a difference. But it is going to be Dan Tanton. He will just get second in front of Will Dickinson, JJ Manchester and Carter Spinks. A very close run to the end there. But it was always going to be a very tight run to the flag. And it's very nicely done indeed by Dan Tanton. He picks up a valuable second place there, when the first 2 races would have got him a little bit downhearted. It's nice to dig deep and find a second place, winning the best of the rest race. But Cian Daly, absolutely extraordinary up front. Really good to see the battles play out. And he put on such a spectacular showcase, such a great run, and a really good race all the way through. So some tough battles out there, some good racecraft. But Cian Daly makes it 3 from 3 here at Whilton Mill. And a really tough race battle in good proximity of each other as they run forward. So Cian Daly is the dominant force as they run through. And next up, of course, we have another great showdown. We'll talk about that in a moment. Cian Daly, though, 17 seconds clear of the 4-way battle for second place. Dan Tanton, Will Dickinson, JJ Manchester and Carter Spinks. Rex Armand in 6th position. Dylan Cook ahead of CJ Maguire. And then a lap down, we had Oliver Med. Thomas Med failed to finish. Ryan Merrin crashed out before they even started. Very unfortunate for poor Ryan Merrin. Now we're getting into the serious business of the weekend, the FIM Mini GP 160. Just 3 races to go today, and this is an important one, none the least because the pole position has gone to Frankie Whilton for this one. Tyler Humphries alongside him on the front row of the grid, and Wilson Dilks and Josh Herring. Jake Sanson still with you here at Whilton Mill, and perfect timing for Isabel Wingate to rejoin me. Frankie Whilton on pole position. That's going to put the cat amongst the pigeons, isn't it?
That is definitely a surprise. I did not expect that.
It certainly gives him a chance to fight back a bit.
Yeah, that is something that I did not expect at all. Who is second then?
So Tyler Humphries is alongside him on the front row of the grid. He has the championship lead, of course. He had the lead coming in with 32 points.
I'm sure Tyler's been very careful on this lap to not collide with anybody.
Yeah, remember what happened last time, of course, because we had Tyler Humphries be clattered into by Hudson Cooper. Hopefully history is not going to strike twice. But let's talk you through the grid for the state of argument. Look at the gap there, keeping it this time, it's much better. Frankie Whilton, pole position. Second, Tyler Humphries. Third for Wilson Dilks. Fourth place for Joshua Herring. Then fifth position, it's Hudson Cooper, and then Lucas King in P6. Seventh is Daniel Stevenson. Eighth is Ollie Evitts. Ninth place for Ollie O'Gorman. 10th on the grid for Leo Hams. 11th, Harry Rafferty. 12th place for Chloe Gleeson. 13th for William Round. And then 14th, Max Robinson. Although, of course, Robinson may want to go in. I was going to say he may want to focus on other things, but he's just won his title, hasn't he, Max Robinson, in the earlier race? So maybe he wants to come out and have a play this time. So we'll have to see how things are playing out in this second race. Of course, there are 3 races to go in the championship, 75 points available. All very important to get the most out of it. It's not going to be easy to predict. And Frankie Whilton really is the danger man here. 4th in the championship coming in. Hudson Cooper lost a whole host of points in the last race after his incidents at the start. 13 laps of the circuit to come. This is going to be tough to predict. The 4 main men are in the top 5. Joshua Herring is the 5th man in the championship fight. So the top 5 in the standings are in the top 5 on the grid. Green flag up, lights on. Let's race at Whilton Mill! And it's a good start from the pole sitter, but a better start from Tyler Humphries. He launches forward and gets ahead of Frankie Whilton as they go through the first couple of corners. It looks like Wilson Dilks is already trying to take on Josh Herring. Hudson Cooper in the mix there as well. So the top 5 already having a good banzai. Wilson Dilks to the inside, gets 3rd position. That's important for Wilson Dilks. He needs to stay close to Tyler Humphries in the points rankings, but it's a very neat start indeed for Tyler Humphries. Business as usual for the championship leader.
That's definitely the start that Tyler needed there. If he has any chance of being able to pull away from Wilson Dilks.
Now Frankie Whilton in 2nd place. This is a bit of a chance for him. I think he knows that with the bad luck he's had already so far this season, he's got nothing more to lose. So he may as well just get his head down and really charge for it. And that's why we're seeing a really strong performance from Frankie Whilton in the closing stages of this season. These 2 rounds, he can really bring back some points.
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree on that. I think these 2 rounds, but like at the same track is going to be, if you get along with this track, it's going to work well for you, but if you don't, then you will have to push past that and try and make the track work the best that you can for you and the best like you can with that.
Fascinating to see if we are still going to get a little bit of purchase from Frankie Whilton in this race, because even though Tyler Humphries got into the lead initially, I think there's still a point to prove. I think there's still more to come from this, because I don't think Frankie Whilton is prepared to take 2nd place lying down. Wilson Dilks is pushing. Tyler Humphries has obviously got some work to do here. So I would suspect that there is more to this battle than meets the eye. I think there could be a little bit more of a charge from Frankie Whilton. We've got 12 laps to go as they come across the line. And so this is not going to be easy to predict again.
Hudson's there in 4th. Which is better than I think 5th or 6th that he got last time.
Oh, Watson's going to charge through and he's going to overshoot. Watson had to think about the lead there. Got into the lead initially, but then he overshoots on Tyler Humphries and slips behind Wilson Dilks. Big error in judgment there, sadly, from Frankie Whilton. So easily done. He saw the gap. He was so keen to go for the lead, but he just missed his breaking point by a couple of meters, and that's all it takes.
Yeah.
Tricky stuff onto the back straight then, so Frankie Whilton has just got to shake it off. Forget it, it's ancient history. Now go after the guys in front. Tyler Humphries.
The thing is, especially with Tyler and Wilson, their times are so close to each other. It's so difficult for, like, if there's 1 second gap, that is so difficult to actually make up.
Yeah, now that Wilson Dilks has been released by Frankie Whilton, he is like a bullet out of a gun. He is charging after Tyler Humphries. Really starting to close up. Look at the last lap times and you can see what we mean. Wilson Dilks has done a 53.8 compared to Humphries on a 54 flat. Frankie Whilton would have been at that sort of pace had he not overshot at the hairpin at Christmas. But look at Wilson Dilks. He knows he's running out of chances to take points off Tyler Humphries. So that's exactly what he's here to do. He cannot afford to lose too much ground. So he's got to make something of this. He's just got to take as many points off Tyler Humphries as physically possible. Getting this lead is absolutely critical for Wilson Dilks. He really needs to make it work for him in his favour. And let's not forget, of course, that in the earlier race, it was Wilson Dilks that took the victory from Tyler Humphries. He gained 5 points on him, so the gap that was 32 is now down to 27. He does it again, the gap comes down to 22. So he really does need to keep making these advantages count. He could gain 10 points on him by the end of today. So there is a lot at stake here for Wilson Dilks. He knows he's got to try and take on Tyler Humphries. The last thing he wants is to finish second when Tyler Humphries takes the win, because that will get the gap back up to 32 points again. It would be like today never happened.
Yeah, I think that's what he'll be aiming to do. But Frankie Whilton's still there, so maybe he might be able to pull that little gap in and make a move. Maybe not.
It's a very good call, actually, because Whilton, a lot of riders, after making a mistake like that and losing down to third position, they would have gone to pieces. That would have got to their head. Frankie seems to have found speed in reserve. He can come back at them. Here comes the move, potentially from Wilson Dilks. Is he going to throw it up the inside at Christmas? Oh, he takes full guns blazing. Whilton gets through as well. That is perfect for Wilson Dilks, because now he's not going to gain 5 points, he's going to gain 9 points on Tyler Humphries. That's the best of both worlds for Wilson Dilks.
Now Tyler needs to keep composed and fight for them places back.
Yeah, because Tyler's going to feel really aggrieved at that move from Wilson Dilks, because he hasn't just lost the lead, he's lost second as well. But Frankie Whilton's going to take the lead. Frankie Whilton comes in, and now there's the move from Wilson Dilks. For Tyler Humphries, he gets Wilson Dilks. That was a perfect opportunistic move from Tyler Humphries, and that keeps the championship alive for Tyler Humphries and on the back foot for Wilson Dilks. But Frankie Whilton has been able to bounce back from his earlier mistake, and now he leads here. Fantastic. There's a great battle going on further back as well between Josh Herring and Hudson Cooper. They're having a terrific race. There's also a good battle between King Stevenson and Ollie O'Gorman. So there are a lot of good races going on. So there is Whilton in the lead. Humphries in second, Dilks in third. A few seconds back from this, we've got Josh Herring and Hudson Cooper duelling over fourth position. And that really is Hudson Cooper's last chance to stay in this championship fight.
Yeah, I think that crash, even though it wasn't a big one, I do think it's knocked his confidence quite a bit, because you normally see him up here with the top 3, but I know he's 4th or 5th, but them little bits and his lap times are a lot down compared to these 53s. I think he's doing a 55 too.
Yeah, it was the last time by, yes, and let's see what he does this time by. Yeah, 55-1, so he's actually been passed by Josh Herring as well, so it's not easy pickings for Hudson Cooper, but look who's taken advantage of it. Frankie Whilton. He's just done a 53.5. So Frankie Whilton is actually quicker than both Tyler Humphries and Wilson Dilks. This is a great chance for Frankie Whilton. So Wilson Dilks now hustling Tyler Humphries. Again, he's in the same position that he was before. He's got to get ahead of Tyler Humphries to stop that lead getting back to what it was at the start of the weekend. But he's also got the problem that Frankie Whilton's got ahead of him, so that's 25 points he could have had. So now he's essentially racing for 20, and that's if he manages to get ahead of Tyler Humphries. Humphries, he can't really afford to let Humphries get ahead of Whilton first, because that puts Whilton between the two of them.
Yeah. Wilson will be wanting to get past Tyler, and then straight away past Frankie before Tyler has a chance to get him back.
So Wilson Dilks has got to do his homework here. Tyler Humphries is a hard man to beat. Frankie Whilton is doing just that at the moment, though. 6 laps to go. And it is going to be a tricky one to see how it all continues on. But Frankie Whilton hangs on in front of Tyler Humphries. Wilson Dilks still battling on there. But it's looking like he's running out of opportunities. He's running out of chances. So this is turning into a really tricky one.
Tyler's just got past Frankie.
Was that Frankie Whilton pulling off?
No, I think he got pushed onto the grass there.
Right, we need to have a look at that again. We definitely need to look at that because that's a big one for the race battle. Frankie Whilton dropping to 3rd position. So Tyler Humphries and Wilson Dilks have both managed to get through on Frankie Whilton. Whilton drifted wide. Now, I couldn't see whether there was any contact there or not, but it's definitely worth looking at that a second time.
I don't think there was. I just think he sat him up, which then just pushed him onto it. But I may be wrong, but I don't think he was.
Yeah, did Frankie Whilton just make an error in judgment as a result of the tension of the situation? But that's definitely big for the championship because now Humphries is back in the lead. Dilks is back in second. A little bit of a wobble between them, and that's Cooper and Herring going wheel to wheel for 4th position. And they're swapping positions. That's Hudson Cooper trying to get on the inside of Josh Herring. Herring is not making it easy for him. Oh, there's really big battles going on everywhere, but I would dearly love to see what happened in the lead again between Humphries, Dilks and Whilton. Whilton now down in 3rd position with 4 laps to go. And you kind of felt that that was a lead very much in the offing as they try and lap Harry Rafferty. And that's going to be crucial for Humphries to do. He's nailed it on Wilson Dilks. Dilks is going to get held up. And that could be game, set and match for Tyler Humphries. Look at the gap between the two of them. That's opened up enough. And certainly for this lap, Tyler Humphries can be comfortable. So excellent work. A great display from Tyler Humphries so far in this one. So a very tough situation between Tyler Humphries, Wilson Dilks and Frankie Whilton. But the 3rd place man, as far as he's concerned, he should be in the lead of this race. He'll be very aggrieved that he's down in 3rd position. So there is one of the battles going on further back. That's King, Stevenson, O'Gorman and Evitts, I believe. 3 riders all in the mix there for 6th position.
It's good to see that Ollie O'Gorman is okay after his crash previous.
Yeah, not only okay, but also able to mix it and go racing with people rather than just be limping around at the back feeling sorry for himself. He's properly going for it. Very good to see. Clearly, Ollie O'Gorman very much following in the footsteps of Casey O'Gorman.
Yeah.
So it could be, what do we say? You know, you wait ages for a big talent and then 2 or 3 come along at once. So another big opportunity in the offing there. And still this battle between Herring and Cooper continue unabated. Really exciting stuff as they battle away for position. But a really exciting charge forward now. Across the line.
It must be a relief to both of them, 2 front runners, that they don't have Frankie to get past. You know, like if they drop back, then Frankie would pass them, and that would be a massive factor. So I think that'll be one thing that will clear their mind slightly.
It certainly takes the pressure off a little bit, doesn't it?
Because the points are only 20 and 25 to get now, rather than 20, 25 and 16.
That's true, yeah. So they don't have quite so many points to lose. But if they keep squabbling amongst themselves, Frankie Whilton will be back on them very quickly indeed. I mean, he may be 4 seconds back, but if you start squabbling for positions, you can lose 4 seconds very easily. Still the battle raging between Josh Herring and Hudson Cooper. Cooper is desperately trying to get past Josh Herring. He's got a back marker in his way. That could actually help him get into 4th position. But it's looking pretty tricky. And it looks as though they're running short on time. This is going to be very tricky now into the last lap. Wilson Dilks has got to go for it on Tyler Humphries. They're going to go side by side along Manuel's back, along Fine Lady. Wilson Dilks trying to get on the switcheroo to get through on Tyler Humphries. He's got to have faith in his own convictions here. Up to Ashby. Tyler Humphries is going to defend and cover the position. Can Wilson Dilks out-accelerate him? Getting up alongside. Draws one wheel level. They go through Wilkins. Up towards Oziers. And this is not going to be easy for Wilson Dilks. He knows he's got to try and get some points back from Tyler Humphries. He can't afford to have the battle in the championship reset going into tomorrow. He needs to take a gamble. But is there going to be a big enough gamble in the final couple of corners? I don't think there is. Wilson Dilks is going to have to settle. Tyler Humphries will get it. Tyler Humphries takes the win for Wilson Dilks. But it's back to business for Tyler Humphries.
It looks like Hudson Cooper has got past Joshua Herring.
Yeah, he has. On the very last lap, you're right, Isabel. And that's going to be big points salvage there for Hudson Cooper. As he comes through in 4th place. Yes, he does the job on the last lap. Stevenson 6th, King, O'Gorman, Evans, Hams and Rafferty. But crucially, Tyler Humphries resets the order in terms of the points gap that we had yesterday.
I am on in.
Yeah.
So I am going to go, and thank you.
Well done, Isabel. You did such a good job all day. Thank you so much. We'll see you again hopefully tomorrow.
Hopefully. Thank you. Bye.
Good stuff. Cheers, Isabel Wingate, for her expert analysis. Always good to get the view of a proper rider in the paddock. And excellent stuff from our contenders and our competitors. Thanks to Isabel Wingate. Hopefully we'll see her again in the box tomorrow, but obviously on the track very shortly as well. And hopefully there's another top 10 finish in the offing for her. But in the Mini GP UK 160 title fight, boy, oh boy, oh boy, are we going to see some drama tomorrow. We came into the weekend with a 32-point gap between Tyler Humphries and Wilson Dilks. It's now the same gap. Tyler Humphries gains back the 5 points he lost to Wilson Dilks earlier on. Frankie Watson so close to the win, just missing out on and getting that victory. 3rd position is all he can take from this one. Hudson Cooper 4th, Josh Herring 5th, Lucas King in 6th from Ollie O'Gorman, Dan Stevenson and then Ollie Everts. A lap away, Leo Hams and Harry Rafferty. Non-starts for Chloe Gleeson, William Round and Max Robinson. So now there are just 2 races to go here today, and it's going to be a really interesting situation to see how things continue to progress. The Minibike 160 and the Vets will get their 3rd time of asking for Tim Patterson versus Ben Johnson. They've obviously given us a great race earlier on. Now they're going to do so again. Tim Patterson on the pole with 56.60 his pole time. Ben Johnson got a 57.05. Richard Rice is 3rd on the grid from Dave Cook. Sam Morrison 5th ahead of Jamie McClellan 6th. Then Adam Harris, Robert Med, Pete Johnson and Michael Judkins. Gaz Jacobs 11th from Barry Clark. Then Liam Booth, Oliver White and Andy Williams. And I'm half expecting an absence from both Oliver White and Andy Williams in this one. But certainly we're going to see some really exciting and intense battles at the moment, as the riders are on their formation lap. It's going to be a very exciting situation for them as they gear themselves up for another great start. But we'll see some really good pace from the contenders in this one, because we know that there's only a handful of races left in the championship fight. In Minibike 160, of course, they've got a little bit more time to play with, because not only have they got the race today, but they've also got the 3 races tomorrow and then the 3 races at Red Lodge in the autumn that will sort out their season, because, of course, as well as having the FIM classes wrap up today, the BMB classes will wrap up at Red Lodge in the autumn. So there's a lot still going on for the competitors across the paddock. Patterson and Johnson, Rice and Cook, Morrison and McClelland, Harris and Med, Johnson and Judkins, Jacobs and Clark, and then Liam Booth, with hopefully Oliver White and Andy Williams, although I note that there are 13 riders there, so do not expect Oliver White or Andy Williams to be out on the road. The green flag flies aloft at the back of the straight. The lights are on, the lights are out, we're off and hooray, and it's a good start from Ben Johnson. Gets to the first corner first. No, he doesn't. It's Tim Patterson. He gets ahead of Ben Johnson in the end then. They had to be very careful about which part of the course they put themselves in, but Tim Patterson comes through to the lead. Ben Johnson 2nd. Is he? Because he's going to have a problem from around the outside. I thought Richard Rice was going to get him there for 2nd position in the end of it, but it just worked against him. So Tim Patterson is your leader. Ben Johnson 2nd. Richard Rice in 3rd position. Now, Ben Johnson has got to hope that Tim Patterson is not going to have things all his own way this time, but we've seen in the past that when Tim Patterson gets himself into the lead, it can be very easy to let things slip away. So it'll be an interesting one for all of the contenders as they continue to run in close proximity. Ben Johnson, Tim Patterson were the front row men. Tim Patterson has time to check over his shoulder and just gauge where Ben Johnson is as they complete the first lap. So Tim Patterson almost mocking Ben Johnson on the first lap as he comes through. Just looks out behind him to see if he's got a decent enough lead and advantage. So far the answer appears to be yes. Ben Johnson second, Richard Rice in third. Then it's Cook, Harris, Robert Med, Sam Morrison and Gaz Jacobs ahead of Jamie McClelland and Liam Booth. So Michael Judkins ahead of Pete Johnson. It'll be really exciting to see how these battles continue to progress. But we're going to see some more exciting races as the competitors continue to make good work of it. There's still some more good tussles to come. So let's see if we are still going to continue. It'll be an interesting one for all of the competitors as they continue in close proximity. But Tim Patterson has the run on Ben Johnson. But Ben Johnson was the fastest rider of the two of them on that last lap. A 57.39 compared to Tim Patterson, who did a 57.58. So don't count Ben Johnson out of this one yet. I do wonder if the slightly high pressure, high humidity conditions are actually going to play in the favour of Ben Johnson more than they are Tim Patterson. We saw a couple of times in the closing stages of the Mini GP races that it slowly started to fall away, the grip. So there was not a lot of confidence on some of the riders on their bikes in the latter stages of races. So I just wonder if the upright pit bikes are going to actually have a little bit more of an advantage in these slightly trickier, slightly colder, greasier conditions. Is a bit mad to think that it's, 13 degrees Celsius air temperature in August. Now, you'd would think that it would be a little bit hotter than this. Sadly, that is not the case. So still the battles rage on. Tim Patterson able to set the new fastest lap, though, 56.54, so he does respond to Ben Johnson this time around. Richard Rice in third, then Dave Cook, Adam Harris, Robert Med, Sam Morrison, Gaz Jacobs, Jamie McClelland and Liam Booth. Then Michael Judkins, Pete Johnson and Barry Clark. It is very interesting that from about fourth position downwards, everything is very unpredictable in this class. You don't really know who's going to be finishing in what positions after the top three. It's usually pretty predictable between Patterson, Johnson and Rice that those three are going to be on the podium, but for everybody else, it could be anybody else's game. So it's been really tight all the way through. But here is Ben Johnson on the main inset, trying desperately to get back on terms with Tim Patterson. There's not a lot to choose between them in terms of lap time. 56.6 for Patterson, 56.9 for Johnson. There's Richard Rice on his own, and then it very much is anybody else's game as Dave Cook has actually pulled out a bit of a gap. Second in Vets, fourth overall. And now we've got Robert Med in fifth position. There's Adam Harris tuning away with Sam Morrison. So a nice little tussle for the positions there. Be fascinating to see how it all plays out. So it could be a really intriguing situation for all of the contenders there as they continue to battle in close proximity. But Patterson, Johnson, Rice, Cook, Med and Harris. So Sam Morrison, Gaz Jacobs, Jamie McClelland and Liam Booth all having a very nice race of it further back, and that takes them all the way to Judkins, Pete Johnson and Barry Clark. There's another great chance here for Sam Morrison. Morrison looking hungry, trying to get a little bit more together to get up alongside Adam Harris and hope that the overtaking move arises. It hasn't so far. So I would suspect that it's going to be a really interesting situation for the contenders. And we're going to see some really intriguing battles for all of the competitors. So it will be really close between them. Down to the braking zone. Through the hairpin. Back out on the power again and up towards Inkermans. You do get the sense that Harris is quite keen to get a move on Robert Med before this happens. Sam Morrison getting alongside and he gets through on Adam Harris. Harris was determined to try and get a move on Robert Med before it was too late. Well, unfortunately, it is too late. Sam Morrison has got ahead into sixth position, now trying to take on Robert Med. So for Tim Paterson and Ben Johnson up front, no change, and there's still a decent gap developing between those two. Richard Rice in third position, Dave Cook in fourth position, and then Robert Med now in front of Sam Morrison, who did get the move there on Adam Harris to get up into sixth place. Gaz Jacobs is a few seconds further back on his own. Jamie McClelland is about 6/10 back. And then you've got Liam Booth and Michael Judkins duelling over 10th from Pete Johnson in 12th and Barry Clark in 13th. Now the question now is, can Adam Harris get back on terms with Sam Morrison? He's not got many laps to do it, just 2 laps to go. So obviously they are running short of time here, although the digiboard there tells me that it's 3 laps to go, not 2 laps to go. Not quite sure what's happened there. So certainly for Tim Paterson as he comes through, now the digiboard is showing we've got 2 laps to go. So I'm not quite sure what happened. There was a glitch of some kind. But now we know there's 2 to go. So Paterson from Johnson. There is Tim Paterson, by the way. He's still not that far ahead of Ben Johnson. He's only a second clear. So Ben Johnson is trying to keep him as honest as possible just in case he makes a mistake. So it is going to be very tricky. But all the way to the end, the last hurrah for these riders. No second chances. Is that going to be a chance now for Sam Morrison to get up to 5th position? I think Sam Morrison had the run there on Robert Med to get into P5. Yes, he does. So Sam Morrison first takes on Adam Harris, then gets the move on Robert Med. So some good overtakes there, and that puts him up into 5th position. He can be very pleased indeed with that. Meanwhile, a little further round, we've got some more battles taking shape. Last lap begins for Tim Paterson ahead of Ben Johnson, who's just set the fastest lap, by the way. So Ben Johnson has got the gap down to half a second. Where are the leaders? Paterson and Johnson dicing for the lead of the race again because Ben Johnson has found the fastest lap. So for some reason, we are currently gauged on Liam Booth ahead of Michael Judkins, but we want to see Paterson and Johnson. So Paterson and Johnson fighting for the lead of the race on the 13 and the 34. So we're going to hopefully get to see a chance to have a look at Paterson and Johnson, who are on the final lap, of course, and with Johnson having made up half a second. There is the battle further back. Now that is not the leaders. So that is still the battle between Med and Harris, I think. Yeah, that's Harris. So we need to see. Well, there across the line goes Tim Paterson. He takes the win ahead of Ben Johnson. 1.7 seconds in the end. So Ben Johnson must have had a mistake on his final lap. So fortunately, we didn't miss an incident where the race could have got away. But Tim Paterson certainly was under pressure on the last lap. Ben Johnson had gained a lot of time. And Ben Johnson in second position. Richard Rice in third, ahead of Dave Cook. Sam Morrison in 5th position. And then Robert Med in P6, ahead of Adam Harris. Gaz Jacobs in 8th place. And then we had Jamie McClelland in 9th position, ahead of Liam Booth in P10, ahead of Michael Judkins. 12th place for Pete Johnson. And the last man home will be Barry Clark, but he will be a lap adrift. So Tim Paterson manages to hang on then in the latter stages of this race. And we're going to see one final push in the closing race. That is going to be the BMB 160 GPs. So that will be the last race of the day. The Mini GP 160-50 will finish us off in fine style. There is the final outcome of the mini bikes in the 160s. Tim Paterson ahead of Ben Johnson. The leader of the vets, Richard Rice, in third, ahead of Dave Cook. Then Sam Morrison, who fought his way ahead of Robert Med and Adam Harris to P5. Gaz Jacobs is 8th, in front of Jamie McClelland and Liam Booth, Michael Judkins, Pete Johnson. Barry Clark, non-starts for Oliver White and Andy Williams. And so to the final race of round 5. Round 6, of course, is back into the action again tomorrow. But now we've got the BMB 160 50 Cup. And it's going to be Travis Shaw and Tyler Humphreys on the front row of the starting grid. A very exciting battle all the way through this weekend, and we've seen a lot of great drama. Now we're going to see just a tiny bit more to finish us off. as the BMB 160-50, brought to you by the Enterprise Solutions, will get us off with one final hurrah out there on the course. So the last race of round 5, Travis Shaw, Tyler Humphries, Frankie Watson and Bradley Curtis. And then we'll have Josh Herring and Hudson Cooper from Dan Stevenson and Arnie Carr. Then Lucas King in 9th position ahead of Archie Hooper. Riley Robinson and Isabel Wingate together on the 6th row of the grid, taking a little break from her commentary duties. 13th is William Round, Thomas Bond in 14th, and then Harry Rafferty, Riley Paisley and Leo Hams. So with 17 riders all in the mix, it's going to be fascinating to see who gets the run of the draw. Travis Shaw obviously wanted to take some points off Tyler Humphries. That man, Frankie Watson, on the 14, hoping for a little bit of revenge after the difficulties in the FIM 160 race earlier on. House of Moto wants an update on Chloe Gleeson. Well, we'll try and get that for you ready ahead of tomorrow. She didn't take the start of her previous race, but I gather that she is in capable hands. We'll do our best to give you an update on that as and when the opportunity arises. Try and keep an eye out on social media as well, but we'll certainly bring you an update first thing in the morning tomorrow. So Travis Shaw and Tyler Humphries, front row of the starting grid for the last race of round 5 of the British mini bikes, the road to MotoGP, and this is the BMB Mini GP 160 class along with the 50 Cup. This is the category that will still keep racing on until tomorrow night. 3 races left in the championship battle. Tyler Humphries looking to secure it in front of Arnie Carr and Frankie Watson. It's pretty much done and dusted, but there's still a lot of race battles to be won in terms of pride. Green flag at the back, red lights on and out. Off we go for Tyler Humphries, and it's a good start from Travis Shaw, but it's a much better start from Hudson Cooper, who charges forward to 2nd position behind Tyler Humphries. So Humphries is your leader, Cooper in 2nd place, 3rd position, that looks like Frankie Watson. Diving up the inside for 2nd. Brilliant run from Frankie Watson into Christmas and gets 2nd position away. So Hudson Cooper drops to 3rd position, and that's going to be Travis Shaw trying to get into 3rd position. He has to bail out of it. And watch out for Bradley Curtis. He's made a good start as well. So a really positive start to the race then for all of our riders. But certainly Tyler Humphries out in front. And a great start for him. 2nd position though, a hard charge from Frankie Watson. He wants to make good use of the opportunity. Now he's in a 2nd place. He came into the weekend, of course, 3rd in the points, tied with Dan Stevenson. He got a great result in race 1. He wants to close up on the 2nd place in the championship, currently held by Arnie Carr, who is really struggling this weekend. Arnie Carr actually comes through in 7th place, just ahead of Josh Herring and behind Lucas King. 9th is Dan Stevenson, 10th is Archie Hooper, then Robinson, Round, Wingate, Rafferty, Bond and Paisley. So certainly on the far side of the course, it's getting pretty spicy behind Travis Shaw, because that is the hard-charging Bradley Curtis having already got through. Now, hang on a minute, that's Travis Shaw having got past Hudson Cooper, isn't it? Yes, it is. So Hudson Cooper was in 3rd place. Travis Shaw has got him. So Travis Shaw now into 3rd position ahead of Hudson Cooper. Humphries is your leader. Then it is Watson. Travis Shaw is 3rd. And Hudson Cooper in 4th position. 5th place for Bradley Curtis. Then it is the great battle between King, Carr and Herring. Still a really decent run for Tyler Humphries so far, although Frankie Watson has just gone quicker than him on the 2nd lap. The monitor says there's 12 laps to go, which concurs with what's on the digital readout on the timing gantry. So all's well there. Tyler Humphries leads from Frankie Watson. And there's a bike breaking down just off to the sidelines there. That looks like Arnie Carr again. Arnie Carr, the man who was 2nd in the championship coming into this weekend. He had mechanical problems earlier. He's got more mechanical problems now, and that will surely be 2nd in the championship gone. Frankie Watson, Dan Stevenson and Hudson Cooper are there for the taking. So that is devastating for Arnie Carr. He's going to lose a lot of points from this. Having already had problems in race 1, he's got more problems in race 2. And Arnie Carr must be devastated. Such an advantage. P2 in the championship coming into this one. And it's pretty much now game over. Certainly the championship is gone for Arnie Carr. He came into the weekend on 177 compared to Tyler Humphries on 221. So I would suspect that's pretty much the title won by Tyler Humphries, which is a real shame for Arnie Carr, who was looking so confident coming into this weekend. He had nothing to lose. He was quite ready to just throw caution to it and just give it as much as he possibly could. But with Arnie Carr failing to score any championship points, Tyler Humphries had already gained massively on him in the previous race, and that is now the championship lost for Arnie Carr. So devastating. A day to forget. So yeah, the gap was already 44 points coming in, and then obviously Tyler Humphries scored 25 for the win, with Arnie Carr scoring nothing. 69 points was the gap coming in. Arnie Carr had a very tall order to beat him, but now with Arnie Carr not scoring, he cannot be the champion. And that also means that Tyler Humphries cannot be caught. Arnie Carr dropping out of the race has now meant that the Mini GP 160 title in BMB has just been won by Tyler Humphries. He cannot be caught, as he managed to pull out 5 extra points on Frankie Whilton before the race even got underway. So that was a lead of 95 points, and there was no way that Frankie Whilton was going to gain back from that. So Tyler Humphries is now the undisputed Mini GP BMB 160 champion of 2024, which he could well, of course, add to an FIM crown tomorrow. So Tyler Humphries may not be aware of the fact that Arnie Carr is out of the race, and he may not be aware of the implications, but it will certainly be a dominant, victorious end to his season, whatever happens, because even though there are 2 races to come tomorrow, there's no way either Frankie Whilton, Arnie Carr, or Dan Stevenson could catch him in the title race now. So Tyler Humphries will be declared the champion at the end of this one. He can just go out there and have a good race with Frankie Whilton, who is looking all the more certain to close up on Arnie Carr's tally. If he finishes second in this one, that will put him up to 171, which will be just 6 points away from Arnie Carr's total. They can do their homework overnight and at least get Arnie Carr the chance of second in the championship. But it's definitely a day of misery for Arnie Carr. And we really hope that tomorrow he'll come back to his normal, brilliant self. So Tyler Humphries, the new BMB 160/50 Cup champion for 2024. Stationary yellow flags in front. Oh, and there's a rider that's gone down. There's a rider gone down there at Ashby. Sorry, no, that's a rider down in Oziers. The bike is still there in the middle of the road now. That could be held with a yellow, but it might end up being a red flag here. We'll have to double check, but certainly there's yellows on the way towards Wilkins and Oziers. So we're just waiting to see if that gets moved out of the way. Now the rider in question appears to be Harry Rafferty. Not entirely sure if that is the case. We'll just double check to see who hasn't come through on this lap. But certainly it looks to me as though it's Harry Rafferty that's gone down on the treble 1 bike, and that will be very unfortunate, along with the retirement that we saw earlier on from Arnie Carr. But certainly we've had one rider come off because of a mechanical, and now we've got another rider gone down, and I'm fairly sure that's Harry Rafferty in the treble 1. Let's double check now that the bike has actually been moved off the racing line, and yes, it is Harry Rafferty's bike. Harry is okay, by the way. If he wasn't, then we would have had a red flag by now. So he's all right. He's just bitterly disappointed and out of the race, as you can imagine. So Tyler Humphries now leads the way to Frankie Whilton by 0.3 of a second. Whilton is going to have a bit of a challenge for him. He wants to at least take a win off him, even if he can't take the championship from him. So there's not a lot really that Tyler Humphries has to do about this. It's Frankie Whilton. Oh, so close. Tries to dive in there on the inside of Tyler Humphries. 6 laps to go, and so nearly had his shot there. That was pretty tight stuff. It was getting pretty close in the latter stages of the run to the braking zone. And I genuinely thought that Frankie Whilton was going to have the confidence to just keep that going. He's going to have another look into the boot, maybe, as the green flags fly. as they've gone past the incident that has taken out Harry Rafferty. But still, Frankie Whilton determined to go for a victory here. He wants to take some points away from Tyler Humphries. He's not going to win him and beat him in the championship, but he is going to have a little bit of pride taken back from him if he can open up the taps and go for the win. Tries again. Slower bike in front of them both. So it's going to catch Frankie Whilton out of the wrong part of the racetrack. Tyler Humphries gets away with it and lives to fight another day in the lead. So Whilton gets around the back marker. Travis Shaw gets ahead of Frankie Whilton. So Frankie Whilton actually got held up by the back marker big time, and Travis Shaw is actually now able to get into second position. So that is Shaw ahead of Whilton. How close did Frankie Whilton come to taking the lead of the race? And now he's down to third position. Well, Frankie Whilton is certainly one of the most entertaining competitors in the field. I think we've had an off at the first corner. We've had an off at turn one by the look of it. So I think we've had an incident at turn one here. Bike gone clean off into the barriers at Crook. Yes, it is. Now, who is that that's gone? They're on their feet instantly, two riders. So looks to me as though we've had another incident on the run to the first corner there. Now, I can't quite make out who it is, but it looks as though it's a headache rather than a dramatic incident. But two riders out of the race and on their feet. We're certainly not going red flags anytime soon, so I think the incident has happened well off the line. But look at Travis Shaw, having started now to really take on Tyler Humphries, and Humphries suddenly realises, oh, I've got to have to battle for the win again now. But it's not Whilton on my tail, it's Travis Shaw. So more great challenges. It's Leo Hams, I think, that went off at the first corner, and I think Thomas Bond as well. So I would suspect then that with those two riders out of the race, well, certainly Leo Hams is there at the first turn off. I think it's only Leo Hams actually, because Harry Rafferty's bike was already there, and it's two riders that have come off. So Leo Hams was the other one. Well, Josh Herring has lost ground there to Dan Stevenson, who has slowly started to take him on a little bit more. Travis Shaw has got the lead. Travis Shaw has got ahead of Tyler Humphries for the lead of the race. So Travis Shaw is in front of Tyler Humphries. Not that this bears any panic for Tyler Humphries whatsoever. He'll be the champion whether he finishes first or 15th. But certainly Tyler Humphries is enjoying a last race of the day. But Travis Shaw is enjoying it even more, because with 2 laps to go, he leads it. Travis Shaw out in front of Tyler Humphries as the sun comes out at the very last couple of laps of the day. Tyler Humphries will be content, I guess, with second position. He doesn't have to worry about it, because he is going to become, well, he's already become mathematically the British mini bikes BMB Mini GP 160 champion. But Travis Shaw has decided he wants to take a win off him at the last part of the day. There's still 2 races to go tomorrow, but with the lead that Tyler Humphries is going to have, it's not going to be anywhere near possible for his rivals to take him on. He will end today, if it stays like this, he will end today with 266 points, with Arnie Carr, the nearest challenger, on 177. So the championship is well and truly done. Travis Shaw goes into the final lap ahead of Tyler Humphries, and that is Frankie Whilton having another go at Tyler Humphries. Well, you never know, you might just be able to get second off him. Why not? Why not give it a try as Travis Shaw goes through the traffic, and Tyler Humphries is just hoping to hang this out for the last couple of corners of the lap. Second position would do, thank you very much. And it looks as though he's been able to hold on to it, because Frankie Whilton hasn't made quite as smart a job through the traffic. But Travis Shaw is going to come through to take the victory in fantastic fashion. Travis Shaw fighting his way to the win at the very last bit. Out of the final turn, Travis Shaw takes the victory. Great result. And in second place, Tyler Humphries is the champion in Mini GP 160/50 in the BMB paddock. Absolutely terrific. So after Max Robinson got the crown earlier on, now Tyler Humphries sews up a crowd here today. Everything else is still up for grabs in the Mini GP ranks of British mini bikes. And that is to come, of course, tomorrow. A nice handshake there between Frankie Watson and Travis Shaw after their earlier battle. But Travis Shaw takes a fabulous and very valuable race victory. Well done to Travis Shaw. He wins the race, but his rival Tyler Humphries wins the title in BMB, the 160/50 Cup. He is the champion. And a fabulous performance from him. He scores 45 points from the 2 races today, and with his nearest rival on 177 compared to him on 266, then that is a lead of 89 points with 50 available. Tyler Humphries is the champion. Travis Shaw takes the win ahead of Tyler Humphries. Frankie Watson in 3rd place ahead of Bradley Curtis and Hudson Cooper. Josh Herring in P6. Dan Stevenson ahead of Lucas King. Herring and Stevenson were actually a few hundredths away from each other at the line. Archie Hooper is 9th position and a lap down. Riley Robertson in 10th ahead of Isabel Wingate, Thomas Bond, Riley Paisley, and then the retirements: Leo Hams, Harry Rafferty and Arnie Carr. Well, hopefully Arnie Carr will be back to his best tomorrow to fight for 2nd in the Enterprise Solutions British Mini Bikes Mini GP 160/50 Championship. But there is still so much to come this weekend. We are going to wrap up proceedings on 2024 on so many of the classes tomorrow, particularly the FIM points grade from the ACU. There is still a few championship showdowns to be had, and we are very excited about it. Titles have already been won today by Max Robinson and by Tyler Humphries, but there's a whole host more to be won tomorrow. From Jake Sanson and everybody here at Whilton Mill, thank you very much indeed for tuning in to the British Mini Bikes. There is plenty more to come when we join back again tomorrow.